in it, though. Oh, it's 4 down. Spawns are great, though.
How many of these spawns are going to be great? That's 2 players from Miami in and 2 players out, and one of the 2 players that spawned new. Well, both of them gone. That is Ultra just jumping all over the moment. That is Beans racking up extra kills from time, and maybe sort of shades of what we saw on the first Hardpoint as well. Heretics might have started strong, but Ultra just come away with it with the lead and the advantage on the map.
Yeah, the split spawn certainly helps, and then after that, the immediate answer under all those kills. Fantastic work, Joe. Yeah, your instincts are right, Joe. There's a guy down there. Will you get... Oh, that's tough. Metals is in. I love the opportunity for the break here. Can you get a few more kills? 2 Ultra members left. CleanX. Trade it out. Inside towards the back line. Oh, plays it safe, plays it steady, and gets his 5th kill in a row. Slammed.
Yeah, well, yeah, very quickly falls away, and actually everybody does. Beans, last man standing, trying to hold the fort. In a good position to do it and able to give you a little bit extra. That is beautiful comms from Toronto. Beans knowing that player's one shot, but if you lose the back spawns, you lose the time as well. Heretics, nice little battle on P2. They are keeping this game nice and close going into the new time, but that's a 1v2 sort of moment for CleanX. That is a 15-point sort of shift in the score.
Yeah, it's nice. Scrap time goes a long way in BO6, it feels like, early on. The pistol from Beans not quite enough there as he gets opened like a can in kitchen, and now over to Insight behind that lovely island. Although I've got a gripe to pick with the position of the wine rack, but that's for another stream. CleanX's multi-kills continuing, 5 now in a row. Hardpoint still in the hands of Insight before Metals steals it from him. What a 2-piece that is. A 3! No, it was lucky, but man alive, Heretics are back in.
Yeah, maybe Metals is the true sommelier in the lobby, handling on this section of the map, and why not give him a little bit extra. CleanX had a hot start, but Metals is here to match him and then some. So 12 kills already. Heretics have the right side spawns, and it'll be an interesting question if they can actually take the lead on this time. It looks like Ultra are going to overwhelm, and Miles, as you pointed out, I mean, that's scrap time. That's 15 seconds. That is a good chunk of time, and Metals has to hold the line, able to give you an extra one, and at least sets himself up. It is only CleanX now, and he gets caught. Metals has delivered his team this P4 time.
Beautiful from the Heretics. Real, what a hop. Did he? Oh, he does. He gets the 2nd as well. Real, beautiful shots. 5 and 11 overall, but that's not a problem, man. You hold down point. There's number 6. We're starting to cook things up, get things rolling. Toronto Ultra, they don't know where he is. They're not looking the right way. He getting shot in the back nearly every single time. Real dancing and diving around Skyline. You are a pain in the ass, my friend.
And he doesn't even have to overcommit to any one of these chows. He can just tag these guys up, be a nuisance, be annoying. And he's on a 5 spree as well, but you don't want to let him cross for free. Keep a little bit of pressure, and that is 3 players on Ultra that had to just go up top to avoid it. So Metals is reading it, knows where they're going to be coming from, and Ultra, they finally get the back spawns, but that does not mean they're going to get this time. This is a wonderfully played P4. Heretics have a lead and then some.
Wait a minute. Real back and forth. Wow, Heretics, beautiful stuff. Ultra fighting tooth and nail, but it doesn't seem to amount to a whole lot. Real on the vent play. He's going to be in P2 in a moment. Meanwhile, P1 vacant, nobody home just yet, as big kills across the board there for the Heretics.
Poor Beans feeling the heat as well. 8 and 15. He's everywhere. His teammates are everywhere. Once again, great comms, great read. Metals last man standing, dropped, and Ultra may be able to stabilize. Trying to fight back. They got the P1 time, and Miles, they get the left side spawns too.
They got the left side spawns, got the P1 time, they got 30 seconds to go. I think it's about time we go for a listening with Toronto Ultra.
I'm holding under now. I do have an arrow.
I'm gonna need it, guys. I'm sitting down.
Let me know if you see Metals.
Sit down. One of those.
Right.
Wrinkle.
Nothing low. Low, dead.
Stop bridge. What?
Really top allow.
Bridge Gen also. Bridge Gen. I'm on my top bridge.
Gen weak. I don't see where she's open.
No time behind you weak. No time, yep.
I'll break down one shot. I'll break down.
I have.
He's still laying up top bridge. He's laying up top bridge.
I have piano right now.
Close left, Ben.
Could be under.
He's not hit it.
Low, weak. He's in the corner.
One
at time.
Back to.
He went time. You're good. Hold tiles. I spawn her.
I think we're good.
Time.
Let's
go. Gym.
Behind you, bro. Dead. I'm so one shot.
They're gonna be close to get already. I'm gonna spawn out.
Kitchen.
Okay, stay up.
Kitchen one time.
Fuck me, bro.
Okay.
Okay.
They're gonna chow.
Good job, bro. Really weak. See that.
Kitchen, weak on the chamber. Where's the couch surfing?
Nice.
Couch is about.
I'm full stun. Front him.
Behind the table. Left side table and Taos. He's pinching Balk. They're both Taos and Balk.
So about.
I'm trying to
Taos and Balk.
I'm dead.
That's really
I spawned out, bro. I spawned
Top
out.
of me.
Yeah.
Over one at a time.
10 seconds, bro. One new. Dead new.
That's one there. Just my heel off about.
What? Really big bout. Still bout. Lane up there.
One's bed. One's front bed, okay?
About.
Else towards two.
And go speaking there.
I can try jump.
Jim,
One shot. Jim, not me.
Alright, one Jim, one shot, every time.
Put on the table, pushing that credit corner.
Ready corner, dead.
One more dead.
He's right.
3 hedges, 3 boys.
You left the shot.
Run me.
I don't see him, bro. Child dead. Left side now.
You left now. Shot right.
Stay down.
Right now, Flynn, dead.
Left.
What?
Dead. Wait, one shot.
I'm one shot, bro.
Absolute what? Dead.
Right kitchen now.
I've
Right left now.
Okay, right side. Nice. Lucky. Nice.
One shot, bro.
Smells.
Big time. Just one piano now. I'm trying to hold mid, bro. At the gym,
Dead.
Nice shot.
Lead change. Ultra now in charge.
Dude, that was what a wild sequence, man. Bean's doing a great job staying alive on the desk. Metal's doing a great job just finding the route to get a 2-piece, and he's got another one as well. 29 kills right now. Again, the multi-kill machine. He's been frying.
Brian, Metal's going to fry so much. Real picks up a few once again back over towards the bathroom. This has been a great hard point for the Heretics. Oh, up close and personal. Renkor and Real. What a duo that is. Pushing the lead forward. Big hit now from Ultra. Most of them up high. Metals might be eating good in a moment.
This has just been a P4 blunder, though. They got a near full 60 the last go around, and it's not looking like it's going to be the same. They didn't have the pressure up on the map. They were forced to have a bit of a turtled setup in Ultra. This time, able to get through. Now we're going to see if they can actually hold on to it, because it's not like they have a ton of space on the map as well. CleanX making Metals look every direction, but where CleanX falls, Metals for the contest. Nice shots, good read. Pick a corner, see if you can stay alive, or if the lack of trophy is gonna cost you. It has been a mixy P4 and a very tight game.
Still good. Whoa, Renkor in and out he goes. With a hop, shoot, and a jump. Hard point back in the hands of Ultra. They're not going to be able to change the lead here, but they do have a bit of P1 love now for the Heretics. Renkor. The cleanup kills on the way out of the hard point. Insight still with the high ground. Do what you can to keep those boys down and out. CleanX and Bean, so they wipe the board. They force the Heretics to spawn towards P2. Now, can you get any more out of this life, Beans? Massive opportunity here for both teams.
Got everything covered. There's another 2K. It doesn't quite give you the third, but he was close to spinning on it. But Insight, he's got the trophy in the right spot at the right time. He has been able to just be a statue in the hill, but where his teammates fall, the play has collapsed, and Heretics are now back in the driver's seat.
We're driving. They're roaring. Joe, you are fighting for your life here. His teammates are backing him up as best they can, and he's looking for spawns as well. A major 20-second hardpoint opportunity here at P1, though, still for the Heretics. Spawns good for Ultra. Hardpoint good for the Heretics.
And this is great soak time as well for Heretics to be able to collect. They have two players that have been just running in circles trying to find Joe to Steves, and Rancor is able to collect a decent bit of time at Old, but the two players trying to hunt down Joe could not find him, so Ultra will have spawns and the time it knew.
Joe wins a massive gunfight as well and stays alive. That is tremendous. Insight now alone on the point. Here comes Joe once again. 3 in a row, trying to keep the play alive. Get the hard point back as Renkor now gets involved. Massive attempt now from the Heretics to get the break, and they might just get it done there. CleanX, you gotta go God mode.
And he just needs to wait. He's waiting for his teammates to get in the mix, and he can't quite get it done. But Insight and Joe Deceives do so. Front pressure's open. You're blocking the spawns. Rancor, last man standing, and the smooth moves are not good enough. Another break on P2 rolling through. This time, Ultra a little bit more desperate to hold on. Heretics playing at a light speed for the moment. CleanX is there to match it.
Yeah, CleanX's 2-piece might have just saved it. This hard point is going to stay in the hands of Ultra. Rotation done. Once more to the kitchen. And what a bloodbath this is about to be. Lead change Ultra, but for how long? Real now looking forward the rotation. Can't get it. It's Joe Deceives. Medals. No, he's down as well. Ultra are in.
That's the entry you were looking for. It's the one you're gonna get, and you get the trophies on time as well. Heretics, you get one attempt to make this break.
One break's all it takes. Heretics looking to stay alive in the series. Insight from Jim, getting the reps in. Still holding it from the front. Ultra looking to get the win right here and now. Metal's trying to find anything. There's a pinch, there's an opening, and there's a chance. The Heretics are in. Can they stay alive? It's pistols! It's pistols! And we're screeching to stay alive now.
It's all for 6 seconds. There's the first set of trades rolling through. There's the next set in CleanX. The last one alive from Ultra, and he does not last. Now it is Ultra. How the tables turn. One break attempt for the game.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Real with a corner, finds his, and no one left from Ultra's close enough. Wrinkle gets it, Joe's in, done, down and out. Their comeback is there. Game 5. It's another banger on Skyline from the Heretics.
And medals for MVP. The route that he just took to make sure you go for that break, it is the desperation moments. You can feel that Ultra's so close to winning the game. He doesn't hit through the front. He doesn't even cut through mid. He runs all the way around and goes for the full flank. They had one attempt and they set themselves up right. That is a hell of a call from medals and great execution from the team to wait for him to strike. That is impressive stuff coming out of Miami. Their resolve on Skyline knows no bounds, because what a battle.
We've seen so many hard points in this game already in the last 2 weeks that have been this close, incredibly well intertwined score lines. Man, good stuff there from the Heretics. Last minute turnaround, back and forth finish, a sensational 37 out of metals. And look at the damage from Renkor as well. Joins the team, massive work in the assist department, gets 34 of his own kills, 23 non-traded, 4.6 massive damage. Great, man.
That also, look, Real's gotten a ton of gas as well for being like a pretty hefty slayer in the respawns, but to see him falter like that, only dropped 2,500 damage, not a lot of kills. He had a tough game. His team picked him up, so that is a wonderful sign for the side of Miami Heretics. But that's for the respawn. Like, Heretics have shown they're strong in a contender. The ultimate question, it is their S&D, a 1-5 record overall. They have not been making good plays. Admittedly, though, for the state of this series, Vault is a very different map. It is much more of a square up. It is much more of a head smash over to the A site. I think they have a lot more potential, because this would be a huge win for them to take down Toronto Ultra.
What a moment. Well, can we take down Toronto Ultra Heretics, or will we lose another game 5? We're going to find out after the break, folks, as Codmus is just starting to heat up. That's right, folks. Plenty more gifts under this tree. Santa's sack is loaded. We're going to find out who gets a big win after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
out S&D.
Well, what do you know, folks? Game 5 between the Miami Heretics and Toronto Ultra. Yet to get a reverse sweep on the season. This could be it. If Vault is continued to be so friendly to the Miami Heretics outside of Hardpoint, this could be it, Chance. Because you're not wrong. It's a very different search and destroy map. And yeah, Ultra, they're great at search. They haven't lost one yet. This could be it.
I think Heretics have sort of already shown that, like, if they do clean up their S&D gameplay, they're going to be one of the top teams in the game. Like, they're going to be able to contend and fight with the best. And if their S&D continues like it is, well, this game 5 is going to be a struggle. But I say good news. Again, they've struggled on red card. They've gotten picked apart on Skyline S&D. Vault is very different. It is much more of a square up map, and maybe that's more of a theme for Miami. Maybe it's just a good map, bad map situation for them, where they're not having the advantage in the pick and ban. So I think the potential for the reverse sweep is absolutely here. But obviously we know Ultra are incredibly clean in search and destroy. They're going to bring their A game as well.
Oh man, this is a big one for both teams. A real big one. And don't forget, folks, we're still seeding -1. A massively important matchup for both of our teams. Let's see how we rock and roll. Oh, Real, you are so unlucky. That is a freebie for CleanX up first.
Call of Duty timing at its finest. Not an ideal start. You certainly need a little bit of luck on your side, but get a try their hand at a 3v4 hold. Rancor has every single flank, but you can still go pull effectively for free. So those two players down low, they're going to be surrounded.
Yeah, CleanX is going to check this out. He doesn't have a huge amount of time to do so, and now you know Rancor's there. Nothing left to throw. It's a gunfight. And it's over. Ultra
20 seconds.
20 seconds. Beans through the front side as well. Oh boy, okay, Lucky. Last man up. Last man up, Lucky. Woo, good shots. Joe's on the bomb. There's the defuse. Are we able to get something here? Nice shots from Lucky, but too many mans down low on the bomb. Ultra retake.
Yeah, and how about that for a retake as well? Just sending everybody towards the back spawn to take care of Rancor. So again, on the game plan front, Toronto are completely on point. Because it wasn't just like 1 or 2 players. They sent 3 there to make sure Rancor isn't able to make a huge play. So Ultra doing the little things, right? Beautiful way to start it. And again, a little bit of help for that free first blood. You know, if the timing goes a little bit differently, Heretics might have been okay for that round, but Ultra will take it and they will capitalize. See what happens in round number 2. Ultra on the attack, and that bomb is actually leaning towards B. And this is one of those sites, man. Like, A is always the favored because it's so easy to get the plant down. But if you successfully get a B plant off, the retakes on this site, in my opinion, are very close to impossible.
Let's find out. Joe's covering that door with his life. Hadouken, they fly through. Metals actually gets first blood. Crazy, crazy opener. Over to the P3 side door. Rancor's still trying to keep a presence here on the bomb. If he pokes this at the right time, he's going to be able to catch a few out here. Oh, the stun is going to absolutely sing. My man might have streaks after that. He's on the defuse. And that is it. Gone. Toronto Ultra. You gamble on the B-bomb site plant and it pays off.
And listen, the reason why the retakes on that side are so difficult, depending on the plant spot you get, you can check it from Mart, you can check it from P4, you can check it from like Gold or Useless Street, you can watch it from anywhere, from like Vault, and of course, there's a giant exploding van right next to it. So not ideal. Plants on the B site are very, very scary, and Ultra on their first offensive round, they have already planted that seed in the back of Heretics' mind. Ultra looking good so far in search.
Yeah, 2 rounds. At least with good looks out the Heretics, they're still fighting. We'll see if they can make something of it. Oh, that's a frag that hits Metals. So he's a little bit banged up. He's still going to get the plant down. 2-2 split here from Ultra. Joe's gone down low. He versus Real. Nice.
Got clean. Easy first blood.
So gonna clean.
4v3 bomb down. This is Heretics round to lose.
Pull sides now to go open it up. Lucky. Time this right, you're all good. Maybe not. Check the back end. The battle's still going downstairs, so the vault is full of bodies right now. Inside is about to get a free one. Now it's a 2v2. CleanX. Check your corners. Metals wins another.
Nice win.
Another for Metals. No, inside. Oh! Jamie Craven! Retake complete.
Oh, and a 3v4. That is brutal. Insight and CleanX, the longtime duo, able to get it done. I mean, they were crossing paths in the depths of Heretics spawn, and by the time they cleaned it out, there was only 20 seconds left. But the coordination on point.
Oh, man.
Well, Rencor, welcome to the league. Insight has done that to many a pro player.
You know, after you're like, yeah, nice, got him, yeah, nice, yeah. On the defuse, yeah, good round, boys. Yeah, nice.
I honestly, by the way, that's the type of round like that. That's kind of GG right there. Like
disgusting.
Heretics needed that.
I think Rencor had a jackal as well, so he was absolutely ready for that fight. 3-0. Ultra.
If you're Ultra as well, you make maybe a tiny bit of noise towards B. You just expect to be pressure. Heretics do not care. They are squaring up at A, despite the first B plan.
Now let's go. Let's do this. Gloves are off. Oh, Real should be able to pick up Beans from the back.
Oh, look at
timing.
it go.
The second time that it's hit Real, the timing is so tough. Beans.
Oh,
Two in
God.
the round is enough. That's such a damaging moment. Okay. Round. Ultra. Once again.
Okay, well, Heretics, listen, it is a long break over Christmas before we come back to CDL. There is one big main problem that we're going to have to work on. But that's great news in that sense, but that's comedy. Poor Rancor.
Oh, no. We're so close to him as well. You can see he's looking at his face like, damn it. You kind of know when it's at that range. Damn it.
Become Jeff Daniels, not Jeff Bridges. Jeff Daniels. In the best Christmas movie of all time.
Which is what?
Die Hard.
Thank you. I don't think Jeff Daniels is in Die Hard, bro.
Yeah, he is. No, it's not. Wait.
The bomb's down at A. Oh, excuse me. Jeff Daniels is not. He's the guy from... Don't worry about it. Back into the game. We'll deal with this later. 30 seconds. Ultra trying to hit the retake. And Trophy's going to help out a lot. So's Mel's. No Trophy. No nades, though. Real finds his second. Over to Insight now. Can you continue your magic?
On the board.
Absolutely not. Real, you are soaring. Real, what a round. Joe! Oh, my goodness. He's got the damage. He's got both. 2 more to go. 10 seconds. Surely not. The shots were ideal. Absolutely love it.
Beautiful round. I mean, you bang out the A site, get the bomb planted, get the first blood, and the second blood. That's all you need. First blood's not good enough for Miami and Search, but if you get the first 2, they clutch their 4v2s. It is Jeff Daniels, where he's a SWAT guy, where he just knows that he's going to die. He accepts his fate, and his face just drops. It's an iconic scene. Jeff Daniels does a great job. I know he's the guy from Dumb and Dumber, and that was Rencor when the RC car got too close. You're just like, damn, like that's it. That's my life.
I think you're talking about the movie Speed.
Yes, Speed. Thank you. Love Keanu Reeves. You're so much smarter than I am, Miles.
So I also have Google next to me because I was like, this Jeff Daniels is never in Die Hard. I've seen that film a million times. Anyway, you're my favorite person. You are my favorite person.
You have a wife.
Shh, she's not watching right now. She can't hear this. Just take it. Heretics on the board. A little bit of magic like that. Stacking up. I mean, not even Joe on an absolute heater can change it. Rencor! Oh, he gets at least 1 damage in. Lucky could save it. He does. Stops the bomb plant.
This is such an awkward round. This is a 2v2 where they know that Joe is just trapped over towards B, but I think Lucky might have let him out. And this is plenty of time for Ultra to work with, and it looks like the idea, Joe's getting back towards his boy. And they're going to be working it together. Insight 8-2, by the way, having a great game, and you have intel. 1 player was over by P2. The other guy's double door. So Ultra, they found every man. What's the call gonna be? Towards this A site they go, and keep in mind for Insight, he had a jackal in hand as well. They isolated Lucky. Metals needs this 1v2.
I mean, this is the most important part of the map, the vault itself. Whoa, okay. Nice job from Ultra. When you go to B or you go to A, you've got that highway down the bottom side of the map. It's so important. Decisions are yours to be made. If you've got bomb and you've got a man on either end, Metals did not stand a chance here. Go to Sieves, instant plant, instant kill, all good for Ultra, and they are happy. 1 round away.
And just a sort of textbook way is how you want to play these, like 2v2 or any kind of situation really in S&D. Joe deceives and Insight showing off the goods. If you're playing split, try to group up together, get the intel on the opposing players, and then figure out a plan. And they just snapped into position, no time wasted. Those are comms flowing, and it's a middle map square of beans. Bodies re-out for that first blood.
Yes, I do. Ooh. Metals doesn't want to take this fight, but he kind of has to. Look at the deep setup here from Ultra. Come to us, Heretics. Come. Take the fight. This is what they want. You've got eyes on the B-bomb site at the very least, and you can retake A with the numbers.
Yeah, Heretics, though, is a team that needs to play at pace. If you keep the buffs above 55, you're going to be okay. But when the rounds slow down, Ultra, they'll just blow it up.
They'll blow it up. Speed is of the essence. Here we go, Kleenex. Oh, dear. I think he got a couple of hit markers there, so that's him winning this fight on the hit point front. And Beans on the flank, Kleenex to the front door. That's the retake. A is done. You may as well jump on it. Lucky has to make something massive happen here, and massive is not going to happen. Toronto Ultra, they win the series. Sorry,
Yeah,
Beans. They have to be quiet.
It's quite literally their fate was sealed on that vault hardpoint. The second you lose one respawn there from Heretics and you're playing against a team in Search and Destroy that's as good as Ultra, chalk it up and go new. That is just a tale of two very different Search teams. So the score line looks close, but that is 3 Game 5 losses already for Miami. Boston, they broke their curse from last year. They have a great Game 5 record. Heretics might have gotten bit by that bug.
I know, it's their third Game 5 loss in a row for the Miami Heretics, and 6-1, oh, it's just the cursed number. Again, it's more testament to the fact that Ultra are so good at Search and Destroy right now. I mean, you've got arguably the best control team in the game in the form of the Heretics, best S&D team in the form of Toronto Ultra. This was a treat, a sight to behold for many. And yeah, you're not wrong, Charles. Keep that bus above 55 miles per hour. What's the car you have to get to 88 miles an hour before it does what it does? Can you think of that?
Ah, the DeLorean. Come
That's
on,
what I'm
easy
talking
questions.
about, baby. That's my duo right there. That's my duo. That's my duo. Jess, take it away.
Turret today.
Hey, Miles, guess how many rounds Miami won in Search and Destroy this week?
Oh, this week? I don't know.
This
there
week.
was DOS today.
6.
6?
6, yeah.
They
got
played
6-2,
4
6-2,
games.
6-1,
They
6-1.
won 6 rounds. That's
Very bad.
1.5 rounds a game. I'll let you marinate with that.
Why are we doing math?
Sucks to suck.
Get us out of here.
All right. Let's move on here and talk about Allie's prediction. Allie,
heck?
you thought it was possible.
Listen, it almost was. I expected them to win the map 1 vault, all the respawns in the series. Unfortunately, they fell short, and that hurt them as they made it to the Game 5 because their S&D is God. I didn't want to.
We got a map 5 highlight package,
Highlight?
and I don't know if we have anything for Miami
my
in this.
gosh.
Yeah.
It's probably all Toronto. Oh, we're opening up with a lucky.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto are great. I mean, off the rip, they're playing with their minds. You're going to be playing down on their first offensive round. And, you know, it's just for Heretics, there's just so many things going wrong. One, how do you allow that? There's a van there you can blow up. Somebody should always be looking at that early in the game. And, you know, I don't agree with everything Chance says, but there's something I wholeheartedly agree with he said during that cast. And what he said was, when they lower that bus, when it's 55 or lower, like, they are getting slammed. Like, the longer these rounds go, the more mistakes that happen. When you watch Heretics play Search and Destroy, it looks like no other team in the league. They're always dying individually. Some of their strats, like Rencore sitting all the way back in spawn, like you're not really holding any cut for your team. Like you're watching the wide flank. So there's a lot of issues. We can sit here and talk about it all day long, but let's flip the script and talk about Toronto because they look unbelievable.
Great call.
Yeah, Toronto looks unbelievable. I mean, even if you go back to that red card, like they were just catching Miami sprinting. They were taking up so much control and pressure in the courtyard. It just feels like they have the timings down really well when it comes to Search and Destroy and the way these maps play out.
Search and Destroy, a clear weakness for Miami, but a clear strength for Toronto, especially this guy. Let's take a look at your scuff play of the game. Joe Deceives, the objective player, meaning he focuses on the bomb when playing offense. Guess what his KD was, Nameless?
I mean, the guy was going crazy. He started what, 8-0, I believe?
5.0 is his final KD in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, just some great rounds. I mean, off the rip here, you see like the B push off the rip, getting the bomb down, playing tight, playing your trades. Like, I love like the sort of like this coming out with the odd strat off the rip is always great because it keeps your opponents honest. They know what you can get away with, right? So they have to spread the map, have to take chances. And Toronto Ultra, they're going to be tough to take down in S&D. They really are.
I mean, it was just, again, like I said earlier, it was just a lot of mid-control. A lot of that came off the back of Joe. I mean, he was just running up courtyard side and, again, catching Miami sprinting. And the fact that he even went 7-0 in a ranked match, like in a CDL season match, is crazy to me.
I will say, Game 4 Skyline Hardpoints are becoming my favorite game mode to watch, especially when Miami and Real are involved. Miami, unfortunately, not able to find success this week, but Toronto remains perfect. That means they will officially have a bye entering the minor when we come back from the break.
Congratulations to Toronto. They were a top 4 team, and that is how the bracket that we saw earlier was shaping out to be. Toronto having a bye in that first round.
We have the S&D God joining us live. Young Joey Deceives, now wearing purple. Joe, it looks like you're having fun with this lineup. It's kind of an odd pairing. I didn't see you playing alongside 3 Europeans, but you fit right in. How has it been?
I mean, it's been great. You know, I think this is definitely the best team I've had so far. So, I mean, I don't know. Every day I come in with the biggest smile on my face. You know, they're great personalities, great teammates, even better players. So
that's awesome to hear.
And you know what, Joe, pat yourself on the back too, because you're a great player too, and I'm sure they're very lucky playing alongside you. A lot of emotions in this series from you and your player cam. It was, we were on cloud 9 and then we were at the bottom. What is it like being on Toronto Ultra and kind of keeping the vibes up, and who's kind of the vibe setter for the team right now?
I mean, I think it's kind of all of us, but Ben does crack a good joke, you know, here and there to bring the vibes up if anything ever goes wrong. So, you know.
Here and there.
I want to ask you, in Search and Destroy, you guys seem to have the answer for everything today versus them. Was there something you saw in maybe the VOD research? Because there's a lot of lanes on red card, and anytime we thought one of them slipped behind you, you guys picked it up almost immediately. So what did you guys see that allowed you to dominate?
I mean, we definitely saw a couple of things when we watched our VOD back, but I also think it's just like a testament to like how good we are at S&D. You know, I think we're all individually good S&D players, and I mean, I feel like it's been showing, and we're just like, we don't really restrain like one another. So, you know, makes you feel free on the map.
All right, Joe, you guys are arguably the best S&D team in the game. A lot of other squads battling for that crown, but internally, if you had a 1v1 battle, who would be the champion in Toronto?
Well, like an S&D or just in general?
S&D. Who do you trust with round 11, game 5?
I'd say Jamie.
Jamie?
Yeah, that's the best choice,
icy.
man.
Yeah.
He is historically icy.
Icy insight. Love the call out. Joe Deceives, congrats on a perfect start here to the new season.
Appreciate that.
Toronto Ultra, Joe Deceives strike first here to start our day, but we have 4 matches, and when we come back, Alley Cat, guess who's playing?
Best match of the day.
Guess who's playing?
It actually is.
Atlanta and Falcons. We'll catch you after this.
0-6 combined. One of them gets a win. Atlanta desperate.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
In honor of our Father's Day, we're going to have a friendly competition amongst the dads on this show. How many dad jokes can we fit in? Well, I have the opportunity to go first. So, Allie, let's take the lead right now. Why can't bikes stand up on their own?
Why?
Because they're too tired. Got her! All right, let's keep this moving, Nameless, because we got a lot to talk about. Starting here with the standings.
lie.
But what the hell? What the hell is that?
Wait, that guy's bowling. Wait, he's watching bowling. Look, look. You see, he's watching bowling.
Yeah, what the fuck? I gotta troll, bro.
Wait, is he trolling? Wait, is he trolling?
Wait, he has to be trolling.
Wait, is he trolling? He's gotta be trolling, right? Wait, he's gotta be trolling, right?
No.
That's not right. That's an Easter egg from the CDL.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Falcons taking on FaZe, Atlanta versus Vegas, and this should be a fun one. I want to start with our Vegas Falcons. This is the new franchise, a brand new roster coming over from Saudi Arabia. They had a tough start in week number 1, still looking to find their footing, but they looked maybe at their best most recently against Toronto. I mean, 186 and a round 11 in your first 2 games.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I thought the search and destroy was actually phenomenal. I mean, there were some great retakes that they had. You saw King getting very aggressive, and even when we get down to that round 11, a great play was made. Just got a little unlucky. I don't know if he meant to jump down off of the zip line, but he gets caught by Joe Deceives.
Yeah. Right.
Could have been a completely different series if they're able to pull off that protocol S&D win. And then in the HP, they keep taking stabs at Skyline, which we're going to see once again in this one, but they're blowing it, like getting broken at the very end, but they're keeping it pretty tight. So maybe they just feel comfortable with their development on that map.
All these maps have been really competitive for them, save for control every once in a while. So for me, we just watched Toronto Ultra. They just 6-1 one of our middle of the pack top teams in S&D. You take that, they went to round 11 with Falcons. You take Atlanta FaZe, who's been terrible at S&D, and you think, well, maybe this is finally the opportunity for Falcons to get a map.
On the other side of this matchup, you have a squad that has their worst start in CDL history. This franchise is always dominant, the top-ranked team at the end of every regular season. But right now, Draza, Simp, and Abizi are sitting on a donut. They've fallen in some game 5s. They've fallen in some game 4s. Most recently, though, they got swept for the first time in almost 2 years. That was at the hands of Carolina yesterday.
Which is insane, because it's like a question of, is it the fundamentals and the foundation? Is it the gun skill? Like, we're watching Abizi and Simp dropping .9s, Draza having a .7. Like, these are numbers that we aren't to expect from an Atlanta FaZe.
It's not the gun skill. They just need to figure out how to play this game. And to be fair to them, they have lost to the 3 best teams in the game currently, who are undefeated. Carolina, LA Thieves, right? It's been a tough road for them up until this point, but still, it looks like they don't understand how to play hardpoint in this game. It's the only reason you would get a 100-point club in 2 of your hardpoints that you've had. So for Atlanta FaZe, this is a pivotal win. They need to come out and dominate this team going into the holiday break.
All right, it's time to claim your spot higher on the leaderboard. Winner will do so. Let's take a look at their maps and modes for the best of 5. Alley Cat, we have a triple dose of Vault to close things out. But we start on Skyline. That's good news if you're Vegas, right?
It is good news. I wish it was map 4 for them instead of map 1, because that means you are asking them to come out extremely hot. And we've talked about Falcons and they're struggling to have only one SMG. Really, Exit picks one up every once in a while, but it puts a lot of pressure on Exit and Kicks loading into Skyline first.
Yeah, I like this for Falcons. I mean, you're coming out, your most reps are on Skyline Hardpoint. They've been close throughout, and then the Skyline S&D, they beat Carolina on it. So they're feeling good about the start of this series. But man, you're going up against some of the greats. It's going to be tough.
It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems, and as we review our performance as analyst, Alley Cat, I want to just celebrate the holidays. Can you go ahead and open up this present?
Really
What is
open
this?
this?
There's going to be a letter L in there.
It's kind of open.
Definitely not a glitter
My hair
bomb.
just goes,
Definitely not a glitter
please
bomb.
open it. Why did you wrap it so many times?
I thought that...
You wrapped it so many times.
I'm a man, Allie.
I'm trying.
Just what dads do.
I'm sorry. I'm trying. I'm working so hard for this. What is...
A magic 8-ball. I like that.
This is so disrespectful. You know, I'm the defending predictions champ from last season, so this is crazy.
You don't even have to take it out of the box. Just give it a shake. What question do you want to ask?
Yeah, who's
Will Atlanta FaZe win?
Will Atlanta... I don't even see where it says yes or no. Will Atlanta FaZe win? Yes or no? I don't think it's working. I think I have to...
I got Atlanta FaZe winning this one. All right, guys. Production, throw it in the bottom for me. I got Atlanta FaZe winning this 3-0.
Throw it in there for me. I was going to pick... Oh, I see it. Oh, I see it. Okay. Is Atlanta FaZe going to win? What do you think that says? It says yes! Atlanta FaZe, let's go.
Atlanta FaZe, all across the board. The fans agree. Let's send it over to Shift and Study for the first win in Falcon history.
Could be. Hey, like Ant said, this is not a bad map series layout, Jay, for the Falcons. They've got a lot of reps on their hardpoint. They've got a lot of reps on the search and destroy, and maybe there's a chance.
Maybe there's a chance. Yeah, the only thing that's really going to grind my gears about this series is the fact that Atlanta FaZe lost 3 in a row. You heard Chris talk on it. Their worst start in CDL history. And when you look at these players of this caliber, you got world champions from left to right. They know exactly what they need to do, but then Nameless brought up a good point that they played against the 3 top teams that we currently have after the first 2 weeks in the CDL. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, you're really looking for like a confidence booster series. And unfortunately for Vegas Falcons, this might be it for them.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I mean, I think the thing about this, you know, kind of spinning it on both sides, for Atlanta, worst team in search and destroy right now in the league, 0-4, but they also lose by an average of over 2 rounds. They also currently hold the worst average point differential on hardpoint, losing by an average almost 60 points. So again, not a lot to speak of in terms of the Falcons when it comes to overall positivity, only a single map win in a search and destroy. So again, we're still looking to see what the identity of this team is going to be, but I think you're right here, Jay. Atlanta FaZe need to come out here and dominate, because I think they're like on the fringe of, you know, feeling like some Call of Duty yips if they just feel like they just cannot get over this hurdle. But it's a good start to open up 2 for 1 pitch from King of Boot, trying to get around the back, but shut down by Abizi.
And what I mean by dominate is not really everyone go out there and get 30 kills. I'm talking about you can get a bare minimum, everyone around 20 to 25, but you're blowing the game out by 150. That means you're doing the fundamental part correctly, but so far not off to a great start as Exit is able to catch that double. You got Vegas currently soaking up this P1 time, but with only 25 seconds, you see the rest of Atlanta FaZe all sitting comfortably around that P2 area. Clean 4 dead now.
And I like the fact that, you know, when the Des was talking, like, it's not a gun skill diff, you know, why Atlanta
Hell no.
really hanging in the moment. This is some of the most talented players we've ever had in Call of Duty history. It really is just the squad getting into a rhythm together. And again, a series like this could provide that little bit of a spark. And so far, so good here for Atlanta. They get the majority of time on 1, and they've got set up for new.
Yeah, and not trying to allow anyone to sneak on by, but you see King Abad, who already working his way towards the back. Vasilium catches the read on him. It's 3 dead in the feed. Last player alive is all the way across the map, at a perfect hold so far from Atlanta.
Looking solid. Falcons trying to set up their break attempt. A lot of it coming from the high ground. 1 sneaking down low. That's number 5 in King Abood. Able to open up with the double around the back. Talk about this team, this Falcons team, maybe being a little bit too AR-centric. And how about it? King Abood's able to pull up the SMG, get a little bit of work done, and there's at least some neutralization of time on P2, but Atlanta with the quick spawns are right back in control.
Yep, they are controlling towards that back end, and they're trading effectively around this hard point still, so keeping themselves in the numbers advantage. 1 for 1 is the trade again, and now the spawns is all the way across the map for the Falcons. So now with only 20 seconds left, you might just have to hit that rotation, but now it's time for the Tiny Terrorists to get to be the aggressors on the map as they catch 2.
So far, so good. Shots are on the corner. Simp waiting for the regen. Not going to be allowed to make a further play as Kick shuts it down. He has been unbelievable. For a team that's only won a single map, he still sits number 4 in overall KD across the league. It's just the rest of his teammates. They have not been there at any foreign. King of Bodies close to last. Exnid Roxas are like in the 40th range in terms of overall KD. So again, it's just for Vegas getting everyone on the same page as Kicks.
Yeah, and also trying to find a little bit of success in respawns. Keep in mind, they haven't really been practicing against the NA teams all their life. They just came to the States a couple weeks ago, so you're still trying to get your feet wet. But they're at least keeping it mixing in every single one of these hard points. Atlanta, though, they find themselves with 3 in the feed. Last player is going to be Kicks, and he's able to catch that double to keep the spawns in favor of his team for new.
Trying to bounce frags off the wall. Not going to be able to connect as the trophy system denies it before it can make any impact occur. Xed off the regen. Last one standing for the Falcons. Trying to get some help, and the pinch from Abizi is beautifully timed. 2 for Abizi. Atlanta FaZe all over the time of scrap. And now it's just down to, can they get a read in the split spawn situation as they do deal with Roxas and Kicks on the other side of the map, getting them in position for P4.
Yeah, that's fantastic early break even before the hill pops secure those back spawns. Now an uphill battle again for the Falcons. King Abu not having the best time so far, sitting at 2 and 9. He has found a couple players on the back end, but the stun is going to connect. You set up Cillian for the freebie. Draws it with the double. Is still going to be able to put himself in a position to block those back spawns, but now the pitch is here for Atlanta.
Good damage being tallied by Kicks, but again, there's just no other help nearby. So Atlanta will eventually deal with Kicks, get into the hard point, and 35 seconds to fight. King looking to get himself in as an entry. Already tagged up, and Simp says, all right, fine. I'll go ahead and push that through. Draza also denies the play over towards the topside jump wall, and that'll be enough for Atlanta to still hold numbers here as the next break attempt is on the way, or at least it looked like it was on the way until Xnid drops.
Yeah, now Falcons do have the numbers, though, to still find this late game break for this final 15. You just got to go quickly because Atlanta FaZe are already a step ahead thinking about that next hard point rotation. As they're in control of the piano side, they're being aggressive over towards the bottom side of bedroom, but you do have a route being hit by King Abadi. Can he get anything on that end?
Roxas gets the opener up top. Oh, Cell, you see it from the third person perspective. He was tagged out for the first gunfight, still deals with the second, and with that, Vegas will all fall. So now you got 125 to 50. Nades over the top will land for Vegas. Simp, the next line of defense, as Draza to Beezy help him out, and that's going to be enough for another 3-man feed in Atlanta once more. Just sweep through the kill feed.
And you can see on your mini-map, look what Selim is doing. He's just simply blocking spawns. Every time Simp decides to pass up through that bedroom area, Selim has to back up so they don't have a free pinch spawn. So the fundamentals right now for Atlanta FaZe, they are showing. As now it's Sim's turn to strike onto the point, only able to take down one. The rest of Vegas just fly right on through and would look to be a great hope from Atlanta FaZe for at least the first 45. Spawns flipping, now Vegas have an opportunity.
Chance to possibly go from P1 to P2, but Simp is already hitting her out as we listen into the Atlanta FaZe comms, see how they try to break P2.
Hey, I'm gonna hold. I don't think I put I think one got the best, but I think one got the best. I bet. Hey, bottom couch. Full flip. I'm gonna play for someone. I'll see my plot. Still missing one. Oh, one shot. I see him in the back. Still missing him though. Can't see one. Everyone can't see one. How much? I spawned out. Stay up. Right at me. Right. Wait, I'm repitching left side. I'm repitching my left side. In the back, a body, one shot. 20. One more in the back. One shot, right? Nice. I got time. Good time. Yeah, I got time. Respawn? I'm watching my low left. I'm trying to drop, Zach. I'm trying to do. No. Shit, 3. Alright, I'm 20 best one, the best one. Right. Yeah, they're all spawning back. You. Close you left. I'm trying to get you fast, guys. Yeah, try to get you too. Yeah, good play. NC, I'm wrapping you. You. Bottom bed, body. You, one team. Bottom bed, body that. Nice. One team. Deep right box. One shot, Roxas. I'm trying. I'm pushing. I got time. I'm pushing.
Well, Jay, FaZe have turned it up. 21 and 14 for Simp. Cell still on 5 in a row, and you said not everyone needs to drop 30, but they might, depending on how this game continues to go.
Yeah, because they're winning some insane gunfights. You saw Sullivan with that double on the bottom side of Kitchen. They are making it look easy with either AR or the Jacko in hand, but you see Kex, he's also doing it on the opposing end. The only player currently positive for the Falcons. Trying to give this team a little bit of life to potentially fight their way back into this game, but Atlanta FaZe way too much pressure around the map. Another 3, make it all 4. Dead spawn secured for the next. They're going to be rotated and set up at new.
Yeah, Kix is going to need some help, man. He is throwing in the full effort, tell you that much. 21 and 20. winning a lot of key gunfights, but his teammates just not there to follow up behind it. And now as they get wiped on the rotation over towards New, Atlanta has a chance to win the game here. This comes down to if Vegas can touch and contest enough to try to force another hard point. Drazza picking up in the play over through Old at Kitchen. Has an SMG in hand and kicks. Okay, just enough for at least the first blood. Simp behind it, looking to follow up, and he will get the double, leaving just now Vegas trying to hit from the front, and that has also been met with resistance from Atlanta.
Yeah, they're all just getting cut down one by one. Abadi's able to win at least the gunfight in towards the hill, but Atlanta still with those back spawns, able to instantly put themselves back in position to close out the game here at P4. Final push going to come in for the Falcons. They open up at the double. Now the pressure's going to be here at Bedroom.
Simp off another 5 spree. Also gets a read onto a kicks on the rotation through Wardrobe. Can't quite collect, but it does at least force Atlanta off the hard point time, leading to what will be a hot tub hill. Abizi Drazza open things up nicely, and this looks like it should be the finish line here for Atlanta. A team that, you know, on social media is starting to get a lot of criticism out of, you know, since all the Black Ops 6 events have happened, including the preseason events. 4 hard points that they have been a 100-point club, and now they're looking to kind of return to sender here as they have a chance to put this one away with 10 more seconds of time, Jay.
Yeah, it's going to be over here. Atlanta FaZe trying to right the wrong so far in their season, finally dominating in an opening hard point. Only need 4 to close it out.
Looking good for it, although King of Adi up top. That's nicely done with kicks and support. Zelia right over the top of this trying to get the trade. But again, shut down as Vegas look that they will escape the 100-point club. A mere consolation prize, though, as the rotation to New is already pretty much afoot here for Atlanta. Kicks again. You know, just give the kid some credit. This is a Falcons team that barely broke top 24 in Challengers Opens last year. A couple of good online placements, but Kicks has always looked good throughout all of that, and he continues to win some impressive gunfights off 4.
Yeah, if you also remember when these two squads matched up at EWC, Falcons, they gave them a run for their money. Every single map was close, even though it ended up in a 3-0. And it was Exited and Kicks, that dynamic duo who were able to put them in a position to even contest it. But final kill gonna come in. Still the back spawns here for Simp, but that is going to be Simp. Mr. Chris Slayer closing out map 1.
Yeah, this is the series that Atlanta needs. They need to have performances like this, kind of quell some of the doubts, because I think the thing about it, and like we kind of briefly touched on, since Black Ops 6 has hosted competitive events, there have been 4 hardpoint maps that Atlanta FaZe have been 100-point club, 2 in this CDL season, as young as it is. So when you already hard veto out Red Card, and you've been 100-point clubbed on Skyline, you've been 100-point clubbed on Vault, you're sitting there like, what is happening? So big bounce back match here for Atlanta, and they're starting it off very nicely with a convincing win at map number 1.
Yeah, and the thing that I loved about Atlanta's gameplay there is that when they needed to execute team pushes to find breaks, they were able to get it done. It wasn't relying on individual players to make those big time plays. Everyone played a role. Even though Selling was sitting at 21 and 19 non-traded kills, still puts up 3k damage. He opens up with a double on a kill on the hill to allow his Tiny Terror, the SMG duo, and the Simp and the BZ to roam the way that they were. But it was a lot tighter of setups. They were not allowing breaks to come in, spawns to get really hectic. They were in control of that map from start to finish. And you could already see Atlanta FaZe with the practice they've been putting in the back end, improving a lot in hardpoint here.
And I think it's just, you know, again, zoom out from the fact that this is, you know, a world championship caliber team versus a squad that is still getting their feet wet in the CDL. But the thing about it is the flow on the map just felt so much more like we would expect it for Atlanta. I mean, 64 and 40 combined for the double SMGs, the Tiny Terrors. But I think it's just more impressively so. You've got Cell, who's just continuing to either make early rotations happen, or he's locking down old time to make sure the exits for the Falcons are always tested. Draz is also in a good rotational position. He did well to kind of get himself on the hard point early and often. It just, that felt more like what we would have expected from Atlanta from day 1.
Yeah, because they used their raw talent to bombard their way through a majority of these hills here. Because if you think about the beginning of that game, Vegas put themselves in a position to win the rotation over towards P3, win the rotation over towards P4. But then when you come down, when you talk about the setups, and when you're relying on that one-on-one gunfight off the rotation and you lose it, that's when you're spawning all the way across the map, and that's when Atlanta FaZe tend to start to run away with these games, when Abizi and Simp are clutching up in those one-on-one gunfights. So Vegas, unfortunately, cannot secure their very first respawn of the entire season in that map number 1. But now they're going into a bread and butter Skyline S&D where they at least do have one victory there.
Yeah, indeed the case. And you can kind of see where a lot of the damage had been dealt. A lot of it comes on the money hills. P1 to P2, big gap already opened up at the beginning of the game. You saw that again happen from 3 to 4 near the end of the game. So yeah, really good stuff from Atlanta. Kind of able to soak up and get a wealth of time from a number of different locations on Skyline. That's going to be good to go back and VOD review for them to say, okay, this is good, this is bad. We can kind of polish up from here. But we're going to stay on Skyline here, Jay, and go to the search and destroy, where again, you know, it's kind of a puzzling thing to say. Atlanta is currently, by the metrics, the worst search and destroy team in the game. Now, again, the caveat comes off of the fact that as we look at hindsight, their first 3 matches were versus our top 3 teams in the league.
Yeah.
So there's got to be some sort of a, all right, let's not, you know, throw the red flag yet.
Not only is the top 3 teams, I'm pretty sure some of the best teams that we have in the search and destroy game mode. Like Carolina, they are great. Toronto's great. And then LAT, they just have a Hydra and a scrap, so they can win whatever the hell they want. But if you are Atlanta, now you're going to take a look at your road to the major, because obviously starting 0-3 is not the ideal way. When you're one of the most accomplished rosters that we have in the CDL, you have to try to figure it out quickly, because the beginning of your schedule was very difficult now that we look at it in hindsight, the way that those guys have been performing. But following this match, you got Rocker, then you got a Breach, who I've been really impressed with that roster, and then Cloud9 finally getting their first dub a couple days ago. So they have an opportunity to potentially still work their way to a 4-3 record.
And I think the thing that's kind of important in the midst of even looking at their recent results, you go back to that LA Thieves matchup at the end of last weekend, you got to remember that was a round 11 and round 10 search and destroy losses.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, that was a closer series than I think maybe we're kind of keeping in mind, simply due to the fact that LA Thieves came out of the gate swinging 250-77 on that full hard point that just had us all completely aghast. But again, like you mentioned, it does feel like a pathway that needs to win out if we want to try to reduce the damage that had been dealt early. But looking at, again, the numbers, it has not been particularly great, especially I think on the offensive side of the map. That's the peculiar thing. We just have not seen the same value from a BZ try to get that opening first blood for quick bomb plants. That has not been there yet for Atlanta.
Yeah, it's just kind of difficult on a map like Skyline, where these rounds can be ended in the first 15 seconds, because you know the pressure that's going to be over towards the A site. You send in the Terrors, they find the early 3. Now it's Kicks left in the 1v4.
Yeah, the BZ gets 2 of them. Yeah, okay, so forget everything we said. Just completely counteracted. And again, it does feel like one of those series where for FaZe, this is going to be one of those, we can outgun them, we can outskill them. But at the same rate, you know, hopefully the work that's been done over the last couple of hours since they had recently played up against Carolina will also show up here, and they can feel good about their playbook.
And that was 100% a 15-second round. We're getting word from our ops in the back. So let us know Atlanta FaZe are really setting the tone early on, and I think that's not going to play into the hand of Falcons, because if you think about the time that Falcons won this map, it was about slow and steady wins the race, catching these other teams off guard, especially Carolina when they played them. So can they find early success on their attacks at that A site, because they'd love to work that bomb quickly.
Well, Vegas are going to take a bit of a beat here, trying to see if they can maybe bait FaZe in. So nicely, Kickabooty able to find the first blood. Knows he's got a second nearby and elects to challenge. Simp right there at full HP, happy to follow up for the trade, and we'll go 3v3 early.
And Simp is going to just get out, regroup with his teammates to rotate their way on back. Celium somehow, some ways, able to at least get one before falling. Instantly going to turn it into a 2v2, and look at how fast Simp and Draws are on the map already.
Excellent gets the read. Not really an opportunity to play through Kitchen. And that's actually enough for Exon and Roxas both kind of together to start taking their attention back over towards the hot tub side of the map. This is a difficult cross. You want to try to get the B in a 2v2. You don't have any presence towards Kitchen. It'd be difficult. Oh, how about this? Some initiation here from Atlanta. Exon, good read. Heads to the prone position. Roxas with them, and Roxas will take both. Okay, solid read there. And that'll get an opportunity for a 1-1 count.
And that's a slow and steady wins the race. You can see Atlanta FaZe, they were not prepared for it, but they still got to laugh those kinds of rounds off, because it was a perfect bait and switch out of Exton and Roxas. The setup to double from Roxas to clutch up in that round. Tie the game up at 1, but you can already see on the side of Atlanta FaZe how they are deciding to play this with the aggression. They're sending in the tiny turrets to find early success, but that time they just get a little bit too impatient there, and Vegas are able to compromise them.
Seen a number of teams try to pull that same kind of strategy off of, let's just hold back. We don't have trophies. It's going to be difficult for us to make initiation across the map. Not enough, though, for Simp and BZ, who are all over this play. Last player left is Roxas over towards the A defense. That will not work out. And it's just down to Kicks. He will be likely stunned. Actually avoids it, but has to force to take a challenge as he's being hunted. And it's a flawless offensive round again for Atlanta.
All right, so opening attacking round for Atlanta took 15 seconds. Second opening attacking round took about 22 seconds. It's just the SMGs being super aggressive over towards A again. You're finding the early success. You're putting yourself in the early man advantage. And then in the 4v1, you simply stand no chance when you have full board control. So if you are Vegas, you probably want to change up your defensive strat a little bit. Try to apply a little bit of pressure around that mid P1 pool area because Atlanta are dominating over towards bar.
Yeah, it's been a little too easy, it feels like, for sure. But we'll see what they can try to do as they modify with trophy systems coming close to being earned. Oh, nice opening nade with a little bit of pre-fire over towards Draza's direction. That connects for an opening first blood. And this is where you need to see the Vegas Falcons show us something out of their playbook. 4v3 in search destroying this game, you just cannot afford to lose rounds like this.
Just gotta play your numbers advantage. Try to isolate the player, at least get early info onto how Atlanta FaZe are looking on their defensive setup. Rox is going to be laying down towards the top plat, still just waiting for one player from Atlanta FaZe to be a little bit more aggressive than they want to, but it's already been 40 seconds, and look at the repositioning out of Avizi.
Looking to get aggressive with this. King of Booty is able to get a couple of opening shots in, tracks him over towards the pool. Semtex deep, a little bit of pre-fire with it. We need to finish him. Got to get this kill. Avizi's just hanging out. Finally, he gets finished off. Cell trying to provide some support, but now he's caught over by Piano, or is he? Nice win from Cell, but it will come at the cost of a post-plant situation for Vegas in this 3v2.
And Simp is hitting the on-the-ground route. Oh, or at least working his way through top hallway. So both players with ARs trying to clutch up into 3v2. They isolate onto kicks 2v2 now.
They have time for this. Vegas will have to be a little bit worried about the rewrap back through mid, and they will bail completely all the way out towards the open patio and rewrap this through mid. It's a proactive play. But can they get here in time to ensure that no one's on for the defuse? You're gonna have to make a commitment, and Simp's able to get the read. Now it's just down to one. Exit for the 1v2. He's gonna try to play out the clock. Down through Jim. Did he see Cell? Maybe not on the initial drop. Check to make sure no one's on it. And Cell, he's able to stick for it. Simp saves his life at 9 HP. And he's gonna be able to secure the defuse and a 3v4 round for Atlanta.
And I thought Vegas, they played that to perfection. You turn it into a 2v2, you hit the rotation out, but then you get isolated in those one-on-one gunfights. Because when you put yourself in a position to give up all of bar side and try to work it from pool, there's no angle for you to watch the bomb, so you're panicking a little bit. You have a player drops down from mid-hallway, gets some bad timing, you turn it into a 2v1. But then all you have to do is just eliminate Selling because you had no awareness of where Simp was. Thankfully, you're able to keep your teammate alive. Only 9 HP as Celium stuck that defuse. Atlanta FaZe clutch up on the round.
Heartbreak right there for Vegas. It looked like they had made the right read. But now Simp, he is turning this into a World Star Series right now at 6-1, 4 in a row. Cell connects off his opening nade towards the backside at Jim, or up top actually, pardon me, on the piano steps. And now it's a 3v4 the other direction where Vegas are all full flooding through the catwalk. Maybe a chance to isolate it to Drazi here if they can challenge them together, but this is just happening a little bit too slow, and Atlanta's got a perfect post plant.
Yeah, they're wasting a lot of time trying to locate one player.
Oh boy.
They have yet to work their way into bottom bedroom. Finally, someone's gonna go for the chow. Roxas gets the better of Draza. 20 seconds, 3v3.
Timing here, BZ gets caught. Follow up, not gonna be there for Simp. He gets turned around, so now it's just down to Cell for the 1v2. He has the clock in his favor. Able to catch Exit, and that'll be enough to secure the round. Not enough time for the defuse, even though Kicks does find the kill. So again, it just takes too long. And yeah. I think the thing about it, Jay, and I want to kind of hear your perspective. We heard this kind of be floated around, whether it be on the flank or on the desk of, this team, this Vegas squad, they're shooting, they're hanging, but it's the decision making that's really been costing them.
Hey, and the decision making is what's going to probably cost them for a little bit, because these guys haven't been playing against the best competition their entire life, like the rest of the guys from North America and Canada. It's just very difficult when you're not practicing versus the top competition. These decisions, these situations that are happening, you have never seen them before. You have not been able to handle it versus the caliber of players that you're going up against. So it's just not going to get easy. We're playing some of the best players in the world. Now currently down 4-1. RC going to get invested to slow down the aggression for Vegas at this A site, but the body already finds himself in the bottom gym, going to get blown up. First blood.
And this is going to lead to, again, Atlanta getting Draza super far forward with a jackal in hand. A little dicey from this position, top halls. Vegas, did they have an idea that he's here? Oh, they did, but can't quite find the first. Draza nearly slips away, but Roxas kicks, able to cut a couple. That will put us to a 2v2, but a easy, sneaky. Through secret. timing is going to be kind of the key question mark here in terms of when does the BZ want to pop this door and make a play from behind.
And they're probably already having the communications. They're most likely sitting in the back of this spawn because they have yet to move once again. But this time we're not going to be the aggressors. We're going to allow them to try to make the play because with only 35 seconds left, they had to start thinking about that objective. You're just waiting for a comm to come in from Simp. Now you send in the BZ. But with only 25 seconds left, Simp does fall 1v2 now.
BZ up top, able to clear out the B side, at least mostly. Tries to fall in towards Jim, and he's going to be met really by both Falcons who were right around that same drop spot. So Vegas will get around to the board. A little bit of aggression coming out of the playbook, though, from Atlanta with the RCXD in the mix. Looked like it was going to be solid, but just could not find the ground to stand up.
Yeah, it's been all out aggression on every single round, regardless if it's on defense or offense for Atlanta. But that time, Vegas again just slowing down the game, slowly but surely picking them apart. Once they isolate onto Simp, they realize that BZ, he's not a slow player. He's going to jump at us eventually. And you catch him working his way down from top cat. Put your second round on the board, but this is where you have to make the adjustments, man. You have not been able to secure any defensive rounds because how aggressive Atlanta keep taking away this mid-map area from you.
And we're going to stack that mid-map area, Jay. That's what the call is here. Think of Booty up top. He's going to have two Falcons flying with him, but Abizi already getting over towards Jim. Takes one, slips away for a moment, but Vegas just taking
there you go.
Aggression. And okay, how about that? A little adjustment, and it's just, hey, let's stack, let's snowball, let's just flood right at him, and that's going to work out as it's just down to Simp. 1v3 opportunity and gets a look at kicks, but cannot finish it off, leading now to a one-round difference with the defuse coming through.
An adjustment comes in for Falcons. They said we're sick and tired of giving them mid-map and at the same time also giving up A. So this time, we're going to send everybody through top cat, dominate their top plat area, and then even though a body was first blooded there, everyone in position to play that trade. So Vegas now with 2 rounds in a row, finally securing their first defense of the map. Keeping their dreams alive of trying to tie the series up at 1.
Yeah. Okay. Can we start to work with that if you're Vegas? I think on the other front here for Atlanta, lots of confidence off the first 3-4 rounds, just kind of flooding, diving, trying to just outskill your opponent. Now all of a sudden, you get to pay a little bit of respect to the fact that things have started to change. And in a series where the SMGs have dominated, Draws is just at 1-5 right now. He's been kind of flexing around a little bit, though. We saw him with an SMG last round. This time he's playing top piano stairs, and it looks like there's going to be a little bit of exchange of gunfire between both sides, and none will be worse for Wares who stay 4v4.
Yeah, and I think if you're Atlanta, this time on your defensive round, force them to actually plant the bomb, because the both attacking rounds where they won, they did not think about that objective, but Sullium again with another RC card, this time cutting off all the bottom bar. You cannot approach over towards this A site without Sullium knowing.
Yeah, Kix has one of his own. I'd be curious to see if he tries to use that as a way to kind of use a bit of a forward scout. And you can hear it. Kix is going to kind of get, at least some sort of an angle on the car playing the third-person peek on the corner. Abizi still, though, finds first blood as King of Booty was just completely by himself over towards Hot Tub. And now we've got a 4v3, 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, King of Booty, he was trying to work an underground route while his teammates are working up this objective over towards A. Fortunately, you run into the first blood, King and Abizi. Celium now takes down Exit 4v2. Can you get anything done on 6 in a row?
Good first. He's also working for potential Hellstorm. Keep that in the back of your mind. He needs some help. Or does he? Kicks.
Oh.
Slips away, does earn the Hellstorm. But does he do enough to allow Roxas a chance to convert this 1v2? Cell's gotten the read. And yep, they're just going to completely isolate, and that's enough for Cell to get the win and take this to 5-3. I mean, you got the RC, you've got the Hellstorm for Kicks. He continues to play well, but Atlanta, now you're all of a sudden on map point.
Yeah, and that's just a situation where obviously you want the round to start develop. You want to see what Atlanta FaZe are throwing at you on this defensive look. And this time it was no aggression through the middle of the map. So with the minute going down, you have no info gained. You start to work your way over towards low bar. You blow up the RC car and you take control of the site. But then on the opposite side of the map, you have King of Body before the bomb even gets planted, trying to commit on that gunfight, at least hit a route through underground. But once he falls, it's just very difficult because you probably want to wait for that bomb to go down before you decide to make that play to potentially catch a Beezy running into you instead of you running into a Beezy. But now that puts Atlanta FaZe at game point.
Decisions to be made here for Kicks in terms of what does he want to do with these score streaks. Quick play through the front side at the pool at middle. The Beezy will completely win over the kitchen. Now we got a quick plan. Trophy system will go down. Hellstorm being called in. And I mean, the damage has already been dealt. Bombs all right, you've got some opportunity here to at least work back through the middle of the map with the Hellstorm covering you, but do they get any information? I mean, they're trying to find Draza. Does Roxas get the timing? Sure does. Careful. Almost loses the gunfight. But now 3v2. Got to find a way to retake.
25 seconds. Still a lot of time to work with, but you're trying to isolate onto Simp. He is going to add King of Body one shot as well. 42 HP, descended, and Atlanta FaZe on the attacking round with the aggression basically every single time. Secure their first S&D of the season. It was only a matter of time.
Well, a little moment in the middle of that map, though, where you start to look at Vegas and say, okay, the mines are working, the gears are churning, able to put together a couple of adjustments, but the hot start from Atlanta, a little bit too much of a gap to come back into the mix, even with Kicks still putting himself, I think, of what? He finished on like 7 in a row, 8 in a row to get the RC and the Hellstorm. Don't really find the full value with it there at the end. But regardless, another solid map from Kicks continues to be impressive for Vegas, but the problem is his team still hard pressed to find map wins.
Yeah, because it seems like King of Body, the only SMG player for this Vegas squad, is their playmaker. But when you have 5 first deaths, you're not really finding any success in your playmaking ability with only 1 first blood. So Vegas, they started to slowly but surely work their way back into this game by slowing down the rounds, and Atlanta FaZe probably getting a little bit overconfident there. But Atlanta FaZe did not let their foot off the gas since that map number 1. They take over the search and destroy, and now they're up 2-0 in the series, looking for their first victory of the entire season.
Yeah, looking for, well, both these two teams looking for a lot of firsts when it comes down to this overall, but at least Atlanta will find themselves a search and destroy win on the way for maybe their first match win as we head back to the desk for our mid-map breakdown.
This is the bounce back they were waiting for. And what's up, Nameless?
I'm just saying Atlanta's back.
Atlanta's back?
They're back.
100%.
I mean, they're getting there. They're getting there for sure.
All right, we're going to show it and how in just a moment. First, though, Allie, let's visit some highlights and talk to me about the search and destroy. You mentioned it during game 1. Kicks was catching your eye.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, he's just gross. I mean, even when his teammates were struggling to put numbers on the board, Kicks ended up doing what he could, going 29 and 28 in that map number 1. And then we come into map number 2. Guy goes on an 8 spree out of nowhere, trying to pull themselves back into the game. Unfortunately, a one-man army is not enough to take down Atlanta FaZe. Things were trading back and forth early, but unfortunately, Vegas Falcons just didn't really change their approach. They very much invested tax often when it came to these defensive strategies to try and catch Atlanta FaZe, to slow them down. But once they did that, they didn't really take a whole lot of space on the map, and I feel like Atlanta FaZe got used to that and was able to counter them fairly easily.
Yeah, they're gelling well today, Atlanta FaZe. Working together well. Tiny Terrors, we've seen a lot of situations, even in that Hardpoint, which we'll go over here in a second. This is how you want to play this game. Utilize the Omni movement, play aggressive for Atlanta FaZe. You can tell today they wanted to make a statement. They're taking these guys super serious, and they've been dominating so far. Got to bring it to control, though.
Falcons trying to keep it close and search and destroy. They'll do the same as we get to a game 3. Before that control, though, let's revisit why Atlanta FaZe is back. Nameless in the green room was like, oh boy, look out.
Yeah, look out for them, man. Listen, it's only a matter of time. We all know. If they were to lose this game, they would be on blow watch. Shout out to Octane. But they're not. They're looking good. So let's talk about the situation going over towards P3. So typically what teams will try to do, they want the preferred spawn, which we'll use green here. The preferred spawn's over here on this side of the map. Just because you're going to be rotating to that next hill and dominating. So we're going to talk about what Atlanta FaZe does here and how they execute this. So this is Simp and Abizi, the Tiny Terrors, the players we want to see work together more on the map and play more aggressive. So on rotation here, you're going to see Abizi is going to push up, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to kill this guy, so Simp's going to bait him out in that moment, right? So typically, though, after you execute that kill, what happens is a lot of players will like send their players around to get that preferred spawn, like I was just saying. Well, instead, Atlanta FaZe, they're getting better, and they're peeling back that second layer. What they do is they group up and they adjust and they come to fight over here through the mid gap to help their teammates so they can secure time here and also flip out the Falcons players to get the bad spawn back piano. So I love how they play this, the adjustments that they make. We'll come back to the mini map here in a moment, but let's just sort of watch this rotation. Stellium, big kill on rotation. You look at your mini map, you see Simp and Abizi working through mid, they get that kill, and this is where they play it masterfully. Once again, like I said, if they were to just try to push around for these spawns, these players would then be able to push up and make it a 2 versus 2 versus Draza and Cellium, right? And really it's not a terrible play, but you don't want that happening. You want to utilize your numbers. So you see all the Atlanta FaZe members sort of grouping around the hill to push out these spawns together. And then if you do successfully get these 2 kills, which they do, some of them can peek the back to make sure nobody's quick pinching. And then you secure these spawns and spawn them all here, where you can basically chain 2 big hills together, which is exactly what FaZe does. And this is high level hardpoint, right? So this is what we were asking from them versus the top teams. Can they process? Can they execute this fast enough versus a top team? They're getting there. And you see this is exactly what they do. They push through, they play these kills, Celium picks up the time, and they ultimately secure these spawns and then go on to win.
That was awesome. Incredible drawn conclusion there by Nameless. I have a follow-up question, though. Do they finish top 4 in our minor tournament when we come back in January?
Ooh, I actually think so, yeah.
Yeah?
Really?
I think they're going to make huge improvements in this month off that we had before the minor. I think they're going to come back stronger than ever.
All right, Falcons looking to win 3 doses of Vault as we have the games coming up. In fact, Game 3 is ready right now. Let's send it over. Shift and Study, take it away.
Yeah, I'm really glad that Ant got a chance to do that breakdown in particular, because those are the moments that we really hadn't seen from Atlanta in the respawn in particular, where it just looked like everyone was kind of doing their own thing. But yeah, the teamwork element really come to light on the opening hardpoint. Now we're looking to see if that can be replicated here, Jay, on the Vault control.
I think they can definitely do it, because right now you can see Vegas Falcons, they are just simply struggling in the slaying department. The playmakers are making the plays. The only one finding success in that slaying department is Kick. So someone needs to try to assist them, because you're going up against some of the best players in the world. You need to be able to kill them.
Yeah, we'll take a look to see how the control has shaken up to this point. Again, the records for both these 2 teams have not been particularly great. However, Simp has still looked really good in this mode. A 1.14 definitely launched him towards the top of the overall control kills leaderboard. Plus, of course, his kills per minute are also way up there. So, yeah, he's been really good for Atlanta, even though the mode itself has not been particularly great. I mean, they had a 3-2 win when they did play up against Thieves. That kind of catapulted them back into the series, I think, for a lot of people in that particular matchup. But they did just come off of a round 5 loss to Carolina recently on this map as well, Jay.
And I think I want to put a lot more focus on a player like Draza, who we thought is the perfect fit for this core 3 of Atlanta FaZe. But so far since the beginning of the season, a guy who basically never gets off the game hasn't really been able to find a lot of success in Search and Destroy alongside Control. And we're talking about maps playing like Protocol, like Vault, where your ARs need to be felt. He's sitting at a 0.7. So even with Simp at a 1.18, you need one of your ARs to at least perform a little bit better. So I'm really looking at Draza trying to step up here.
I like the call. I think a lot of it could be just down to finding the right tempo as well. And in a map where we've seen a lot of AR presence really kind of turn the tides in terms of tight moments, both offensively and defensively, could be a player to look out for. Here are, again, the overall records. Not bad. For a 1-2 record, again, Atlanta's been in a lot of the matches that they've played so far. Good win percentages across both the offense and the defense. It'll be Vegas starting off on the attack first and foremost. And it's going to be a hard, heavy hit up top. And if Easy is right there waiting for it, I don't even know if they stunned or naded it at all. Roxas will get one, but the offense has to wait for respawns.
Yeah, that's not the ideal break off that you want there. For both of the players to get taken down over towards Top Cat, but they have them now. The rest of Vegas just back up, stabilize the map a little bit to allow their teammates to work their way back on out. But effective trades around that middle of the map. You have XNID already pushed up towards Top Cat, trying to catch another spawner as that leads to 2 dead. And now Vegas with a little bit of mid-map control.
And good top balls control. XNID now turns that into a little bit of a pinch around the back. This will work out to get on and stop the clock with a couple of members already stacked up on towards A. Atlanta off their respawn, down towards the bottom left of the minimap, looking like they're trying to recover through balcony side. Kicks, clears out B Street, and now all of a sudden FaZe making a bit of a decision of, are we really going to go for this? And Simp says, sure we are. If not with that, I mean, able to get himself 2. A BZ following behind. Roxas' double will keep Vegas' offense in contest.
Yeah, Vegas still have a couple players around this minimap ready to contest it, but Celium is able to get the better of Kicks for that final player. So now with only 30 seconds left, 1 segment to their name. Have a route being hit, but Simp with the perfect read onto King a body, puts him down with ease with that Jackal in hand. Now with only 23 seconds left, 3 down in the feed. Farthest player is going to be Roxas. He has to get a couple more if he wants to make a play happen.
And if he's on the hunt for the trade, and we'll catch him. No worries over towards Zuka. Now now a full-fledged defensive front starting to amass here for Atlanta. Cell on the inside. A bit worried about the catwalk play with 5 seconds on the clock. He just needs to make sure no one touches the zone, and that's going to work out beautifully. Last attempt here for Vegas to try to get on and stop, but Simp right here around it, and they will clear off the last contestant on the zone, and the defense will only give away, I think, a single tick of progress there, Jay.
Yeah, single segment in favor of Falcons. And you would take that if you are Atlanta, because when they initially got those 3 kills and they were stacking on that 8 point, Atlanta were really slow on their re-break attempt. But when you allow Simp to just walk right on in through mid connector and find that double to start off those traded fights, and then they maintain the rest of the map control the entire time, Falcons just didn't have any breathing room to even think about their second objective play. So now they go on the defensive end. Just got to try to keep Atlanta trapped in the back of this one as long as you can.
You can even see again just the emotions of Atlanta, still very lighthearted, smiles and laughter all over. Again, a series that you put the names against each other on paper. This should be a blowout, and so far it has been. Vegas, nice nades, bounced off the wall through marble. That's going to work out to clear the top walls. Now the focus for Vegas can start to be working forward, and that's nicely done. Okay, good break off here for the defense of Vegas.
They find 3D initial kills. They also take care of Simp. Now you know that everybody else of Atlanta FaZe are off the respawn. You have Kicks already pushing out towards gold as well, so gonna isolate all of Atlanta to force them to work this overextension, and Vegas are ready for it.
Good opener from Xnid. King of Booty, though, cannot take care of Draza, who was caught with the pistol out. Trade is good. Xnid, a little bit more control. Okay, this is what we need to see. Someone with an SMG starting to step up. And Xnid has provided so far 7-4 off 3 in a row, but can he keep up with the likes of Simp and Beezy throughout the entirety of the map? Because Simp is doing stuff like this, a little dash, a little style, but Xnid does chase him down to find the trade, and Vegas will hold a 4-life advantage.
Yeah, and there's only 30 seconds left, and Atlanta do not have a single segment to their name. Now with Beezy trying to open up a route through this OE. Finds that first go onto King of Body. The rest of the Falcons players working their way over towards B Street, but Atlanta have worked their way into A. But you see the route being hit by Kicks over through top cat. Can he find anything?
Taking his time, waiting for a little bit of help. Able to clear off Celium. Clock will still stay paused as more FaZe members are here. And what are we waiting for? If you're Vegas, we got the full surround. Let's just hit the go call. And eventually they will. Kicks able to continue his little spree at the moment. Eventually shut down, but the clock will continue to tick. Atlanta now going to be hard pressed, trying to work their way back in, especially with Xnid. 10-5. Really doing a nice job just kind of floating around the zone. He's going to have a couple of FaZe members in front. He still deals with one of them. Last player left is a Beezy. He has to jump on into the zone. King of Booty able to get us a little bit of help from Roxas, plus the follow-up is good. And we're just at a one tick affair for the first 2 attacking efforts.
Great defenses from both teams. Just a lot of mid-map control on both ends. That time it was Xnid and Kicks just hitting those routes, finding a 2-piece after 2-piece. But every time you thought that they were going to work their way over towards Cat, that's what you had the AR player at Roxas finding a couple of those clutch kills as well. Atlanta FaZe still have yet to try to figure out this control map, but Vegas finally showing a little bit of life in this series, securing that round, tying it up at 1.
And I was about to ask you at a certain moment, like, if this continues to be one of those kind of 3 ARs setups for Vegas where, you know, King of Body's just not really hanging, do you look to a player like Kicks and be like, yo, you're talented enough, you're obviously gunning with the best of them, do you try to maybe push him onto an SMG and see if he can maybe run that rogue SMG slaying role that we're so familiar with seeing with our top teams?
If it continues to not work, then hell yeah, why not? Because the guy obviously has the gunny in the back pocket, but
yeah,
he's able to get it done with both. He's just hoping that King of Body can find a little bit of success with his SMG, because right now Xnid, he's also setting that tone with the Jacko in hand, as the first segment is already in. A clean break off right there from Falcons, is now Atlanta FaZe working their way over through Cat. Second tick as well.
Will be locked on in. Draza trying to challenge. Xnid floating just right in and out, but Cell, Draza combined for the damage. King of Booty trying to work his way in to keep this offensive play alive. Here's a moment. Huge double for him. Knows he's got Simp on the corner. The pre-fire was well provided, just could not quite connect. Xnid trying to follow up. Can he take this into a double? Loses track of Simp for a moment, but the Falcons have numbers and they're still trying to get this extra 60 seconds by finishing the zone.
But you just got to be prepared for all these pitches that are bound, because Atlanta FaZe are attacking from every single angle. Now you just got to take care of a Beezy and Simp. Simp falls, a Beezy falls, and Kicks with the turn and burn on the Celium. Leads to the A capture being complete. Now 1 minute and 45 to work your way over towards B, up by 4 lives.
Telling you, man, Khalid, he can hang. 14 and 7. Little hot swap to the pistol works out. Stunned in place is exited though as the damage starts to get mitigated. 2 life advantage. Minute 30 on the clock. What can Vegas do with this remaining time? Abizi's been stunned, but does back away to keep himself safe. Kingabooty up top. Red. Shots go out his direction. Abizi trying to finesse, but Kicks will find the kill. Trying to follow on a second, and Roxas will provide. Draza in trouble. Deals at least with 1 Falcon member, but the hit towards B's on the way.
They're on B. Now you're just hoping that Draza can find a little bit of something over from gold area. Gonna put himself towards the top. Roxas knows that he's on the pinch, but Draza's able to get the better of him. Now you're just gonna slide away if you are a Kick, because you don't want to die at this B point in the positioning that you're currently in. But that first segment is almost gonna be there complete.
Kingabooty just gonna watch on this cross, playing bottom side art. Now he's gonna make a move. Timing could be decent here. He's gonna be able to catch out Cell, completely unbeknownst to the play very quickly underneath art. You know Simp is above. Stun for Kingabooty will actually, I don't think that actually lands onto a Bees. He still wants to try to take the gunfight. Simp off spawn, able to make sure the zone stays relatively clear of Vegas members, but now all of a sudden, Kingabooty's in a really good spot with the Jackal, gets a bit, the help over the top is beautiful, and here comes Vegas, 12v5, Stack is in, trophy system down, keeps them safe, and they will convert the offense and go up 2-1.
Whoa, you see, then they're starting to roar. They trying to find a little bit of energy. And that's when everyone just has a piece of the pie right there. All had their moments of body. Once he get pushed up in towards bottom mark, he went on 3 or 4 in a row. Just slaying with the Jackal. And also that aim is in hand, but it was all came down to the initial breakoff. You get clean forward dead, you find an early 2 segments, and then you close out and extend that time with Kicks finding that triple. And then at that point, Atlanta FaZe, they were on the back hill the entire time. They could not work out of their space. Every time you saw Selim working his way up through B Street, someone was watching that overextension. Atlanta simply did not have any map control on that round, and now they're down 2-1.
Another wake-up call here for Atlanta.
Hello, get it together.
Yeah, I'm saying. Focus over towards poolside. Abizi gonna get up top onto Marble. Good read down low.
Hello.
But Roxas responds beautifully. Simp draws us, tries to keep the offensive play alive on towards A, but here comes the reattempt from Vegas. Roxas gets 1. Nade cooked up. Will keep not just Vegas at bay, but it also finds Kingabooty. And now it's just down to what does Exton want to try to do from above. He's able to clear at least one of the FaZe members off the zone for now, but with the trophy system in, Vegas will still have to break this again.
Yeah, Vegas got to work their way on in. You have a route being hit from Kicks, playing it super patient, knowing that Selim is coming off the respawn, but should have managed to play his life. Hopefully his teammates can find a little bit of success as Roxas takes down Selim, exiting the King of Body. That's 3 dead in the feed. Last player is Draza, and Atlanta FaZe are not successful at closing out that A point. Now everyone off the respawn, trapped over towards P2 side.
I was gonna say Vegas, they've got a really solid read on this. Kicks blocking the top right side of the minimap means that everyone has to spawn towards what P2 would normally look like, but FaZe do break through the setup and now get right back on towards the A zone. Kicks try to follow up behind this to try to keep this life lead in play for the defenders, but an extra 60 seconds has been tallied, and even though it's been messy, FaZe have a lot of time to work with here in this offense.
And they also have 3 dead as well to go with it. Roxas on 5 in a row. Information already gained that he's trying to push out in toward bottom Vol, but Draza chases him down. Now all of Vegas coming off of the respawn, but at least they do have a couple players roaming around that mid-map already.
Clock will stay paused at a minute 34. FaZe trying to hang on. Kingabooty will clear the zone, but the kills still turn up in favor of FaZe. Tough gunfight here for Roxas as he's got 1 in front of him and then more a little bit deeper. But the shots are decent. Damage has been tallied, but FaZe quick off to B Street respawn. Right on over. Keeps the clock paused, and they've been getting a lot of progress done here on the second tick. Roxas feels the pressure to try to challenge, kind of caught in no man's land. Exton trying to keep this offense limited, but FaZe will stay on the zone.
Second segment does get complete. Now it's going to turn into a one-on-one. The body gets the better of Draza. Exton also takes down Selim, so now you can have a little bit of breathing room. So you have R control, you have a little bit of B Street control as well. You're also dominating in towards bottom vault, so now you're going to force the rest of Atlanta FaZe to try to work this overextension, try to push their way through mid-line. Simp opens up with the first.
This route has to find success. Exton on one side, Kingabooty on the other, but neither will find any success. Third tick being worked on, 12v9. Nice shots. This clears off backside palms, and in the same breath, Exton from vault doors will clear off the rest of FaZe. That's another 4-man feed. Here we go. This could be the first respawn win for Vegas. 48 seconds on the clock. Atlanta has to find a way to break.
8v9 lives remaining. Atlanta now going to slowly work their way out of their spawn. So if you are Falcons, you still want to have someone be the aggressor. And I love the route being hit out of X. They're going to take your sweet time to flank all the way towards the B Street. Every kill that you get, they will spawn them all the way on the opposing side of the map. Now with 25 seconds left, Exit on 5 in a row. Abizi on the pitch. He gets shut down, and Vegas might find it right here. Their first respawn win.
Whoa, Cell gets double though through B.
Oh no!
Simp also clears things out. It's just down to who are they going to commit to getting out of the zone. 10 seconds. It's going to be Simp to touch to keep the clock paused. 4v5. Exton is in a spot to where he may be able to come up from behind this. Kicks clears off the player at art. It's just down to what Celia can do. MacArthur, he's still staying alive. Oh! Help out with the BZ. Last player on the zone. Pistol is out. 8.9 seconds, but the double stack is in. And Abizi and Celia will save the map for Atlanta.
Woo-wee, it should not be that hard if you are Atlanta FaZe, but thankfully you still got the clutch gene in those final moments, selling with a huge double. But then to eliminate that player in towards bottom vault, just putting down shot after shot. You can always guarantee Celium to put down the damage, but this time you get a Abizi with the assistance to find the final two. It would look to be a Vegas respawn victory. Atlanta snatch it away from them. Now we go round 5.
How many times in this season, the young season we have, has Celium come up huge to save Atlanta FaZe in a couple of key moments? So far, it feels like every time they need him to. He's on 5 in a row after what has been a pretty underwhelming performance to this point. Roxas clears off the zone. Atlanta will have to try to win this through a round 5 offense in Vegas defensively. Good for essentially what is a 3-for-1 exchange in the middle of the map.
You're now Simp, last player alive. You just want to try to play your life, finesse a little bit, force these players from Vegas to split on their defensive setup, as now he's working his way over towards B. Gonna have a one-on-one gunfight versus King. A body stun gonna come in, and a body gets the better of him. So that leads to 3 dead in the feed. Abizi now, farthest player pushed up. Gonna put himself in a position over towards R. Now he's gonna give the comms. We can push over towards B Street.
Yeah, he's gonna be on the hunt here for Exton. Last one to come off the respawn. Draza will be, I'm sure, watching this outer pool ball. Just completely. Oh! Abizi away, and then he deals with Simp as well. Draza with the trade, but kicks right there to return it right back to sender again. So here we go. 23 plays 18, 38 seconds on the clock, and Abizi's feeling the pressure like he needs to make a play. 1v1 that Exton takes, and the Vegas defense is now all of a sudden in the FaZe spawn.
And this is just so simple right here for Vegas. You have one player pushed out over towards gold. You want Atlanta FaZe to spawn over towards pool side, and they are trapped. They cannot get out. 25 seconds, not a single segment to their name. You need to get on the objective.
A little shimmy, a little shake here from Abizi, King of Booty. Oh, he needs the help, and he actually gets the Semtex to connect. FaZe, a little bit more freedom off the spawn towards pool. Still need to break through this setup as Xnid gets his 36th elimination. Put a sub in this kid's hand forever. Wow, Roxas and Kicks shut down stuff from the middle, and now it's just down to the last handful of moments. And I imagine the smiles for FaZe are going to be completely wiped from their faces as Vegas get a control win versus Atlanta FaZe to extend the series.
Damn, that was beautifully played, man. I don't think we saw, what, 3 defensive rounds out of both teams and then 2 attacking rounds to obviously get us to the round number 5. But just the pressure, the slaying right there out of Vegas from start to finish of that map. This is what they need to do. You can tell that they showed the improvements because they really struggled. You talk about playing your life in certain situations, making the game a lot easier, but you're seeing nothing at B Street. Let's just take it away from them, spawn them over towards poolside, and that made it very difficult for Atlanta because no one was wrapping back. They didn't want to waste their time on that gunfight on the back end. They just continuously pushed on forward, and when you got players like Exit, Roxas, and Kicks just putting up the numbers that they did, how many times did we see Exit clutch up in multiple gunfights with that Jackal versus the likes of Simp and Abizi, who usually don't lose those up and close personal gunfights with that Jackal. He was getting it done. Vegas Falcons now showing a little bit of confidence versus the team in Atlanta FaZe.
Unreal stuff. 23 non-traded of the 30 plus from Xnid. And I'm sure the questions are going to be now answered in terms of who's going to pull out a solid second sub for Vegas. Let me see Xnid on it from here on out, man. This was some solid gameplay from him. A number of moments where he has to deal with both the tiny tears, and he does, or at least gets one and also gets a little bit of damage to help confirm a trade. I mean, you can kind of go back and see it on the scoreboard. the non-traded kill percentage for Vegas was extremely high compared to the opening respawn.
And the reasoning of that is because Atlanta FaZe again fall back to this method where they're relying on individual players to make individual plays. How many times did they get 3 dead around that middle area, and then you have Simp and Abizi pushing out towards you, playing for those kills, allowing Vegas to work their way on out, and then set up these pitches to get these positioning plays to put themselves back in map control. It's just Atlanta, we can't really do that. We need to make the game easier on ourselves. Like, Celium was over towards B Street, but he never pushed up past that 50-yard line. Never blocked the spawn for his teammates, so they were consistently all scattered all around the map. It's just Atlanta did not have control from start to finish. Just Vegas, they were the ones dominating the slaying department, making the game easier, forcing them to spawn where they wanted to, and eventually now they force this game 4.
Insane stuff, man. But as we continue to look at what is going to be a long stretch of vaults, we got to. I just got to see Exton continue to run this SMG.
Oh yeah.
I mean, without question, he able to put up a monumental performance, one of the top overall control kills rounds that we've seen so far this year. And just another note that we kind of have done from production is that is not the first time that FaZe have allowed a team to essentially fringe upon record-breaking moments against them. They did it earlier versus Carolina as well. They're just not finding the same kind of slaying presence that we saw, you know, I think especially from last year.
Yeah, the slaying presence obviously isn't there, but the game plan isn't there right now for them in control. Hopefully, when we add a third control map into the mix, they can potentially find a little bit of success in this mode because Vault has not been treating them nicely. The ARs aren't finding their kills. Map control is not in their favor, and they continuously are running out one by one and getting picked apart and always coming off the respawn just trapped in their base. It's not easy to win like that.
No, not at all. So, again, like we just mentioned, we're going to see at least one more vault, if not another, if we get to a map number 5. The interesting tidbit about this map 4, though, Jay, is that neither of these two teams have really preferred to see it. We haven't seen Vegas play it at all. And the only time we saw Atlanta play it, they got smoked in about what was like a 5-minute hardpoint where they lost 77 to 250 to the LA Thieves. So this is going to be one of those moments, again, where we can kind of take a breath and try to evaluate, is Atlanta actually getting better in their respawns in particular? I think that's kind of the big question mark with what we just got off the Skyline map number 1 earlier in this series.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the fundamentals on a map like Vault because we know that P3 to P4 chain is the money hill. If you can secure that hill, you're basically going to guarantee the game, especially if you're going into 3 rotations of this map. Because we see it usually go all the way down to the end. P1's a scrappy, P2's a scrappy. But that P3 to P4 chain, even if you don't find a lot of time on P3, just keeping them off it and guaranteeing those spawns for that P4 is going to be for your avenue of success if you want to win this map.
All right, well, here we go. Is there going to be enough adjustment here? Who's going to run the second SMG for Vegas? Handful of questions as we're learning about 2 of our squads that find themselves at the bottom of the standings early on in the 2024-2025 year. It will be FaZe over towards the poolside spawns, and they are going to try to immediately get up top, hit Marble, see if they can get around the back, and yeah, they will find Roxas. Draza on the interior also clears the hard point for Simp to jump on.
Early 3 dead. Now the spawns do get a little mixy. Thankfully, Draza is blessed with the parallel. He's going to give the comms on at least 2 players. Finds the freebie onto King of Body. Also the second onto Roxas. Job well done. You flip the spawns right on back, and you're still sucking up this P1 time with 25 seconds remaining.
Keep your eye on Kicks, just trying to stay around the back, and Abizi able to track him down pretty swiftly. And with that FaZe, another 4-man feed. So off to the races here for Atlanta. They recover off of the 1 misfortune spawn. And now all of a sudden, lots of focus towards what Vegas can do, trying to rotate through that top Palm Street.
Yeah, we're boosting stats right now. You just have Celium sitting all the way in the back. Actually, it was Abizi before falling, just blocking that back spawn, allowing Draza to get as far pushed up as he was. And off the rotation, Atlanta FaZe are going to win it towards P2. Draza's now set to strike. Finds another double through the front end. Now you know the pressure's going to be on the backside. Still going to be a split spawn, but here comes Celium.
Yeah, the timing of this hit was just not ideal here for Vegas. You had 2 players working around the back, 2 from the front. It's just like, are you guys going to go first? Are we going to go first? And in that breath, Atlanta deal with just about everything at the same time. Kicks trying to salvage, and he does well, catches a couple. Draza still trying to lock down at least a block of the spawns, but that backside patio spawn will still be available for a moment for Vegas. Abizi working on it. Lots of damage towards Exton, and the pre-fire will get him a second, leaving Kicks by himself. Spawn still closed for Vegas, but Atlanta have cleanly broken from the front.
Yeah, you don't really want this to have those back spawns for that next hill because there's only 10 seconds left. You want to try to fight this all the way to the very end. But to try to get a little bit of time now off towards P3 without having hard spawns is not going to be easy, but Now, if you are Simp, you want to try to back your way on up. Make sure you account for everyone, because King of Body is going to be blessed with a spawn over towards the backside of this hard point. Just going to wait for his teammates to try to find a little bit of success from the front end, but Simp shuts it all down.
And King of Booty just needs to get involved. He's still over towards the backside, looking to see if he can catch people off spawn. And he gets eliminated. Okay, so 74 plays 5. Draza around the back, good pinch. And also getting the read that the spawns for Vegas will still be in front of him. So Irons will stay up for him. Nice little turnaround as he's able to connect on the kicks, but Vegas will break out and have a chance to get a little bit of time here on 3.
Yeah, they need this time because it's going to be very difficult to try to break in towards P4. Thankfully, one player in Celium is going to spawn all the way across the map, and Simp now should spawn alongside him with him. With Celium finding that kill, he's just going to take him off of this hard point time. You know that your teammates have this money hill off the rotation over towards New. I just hope you can find every single kill from the front end instead of for full 60 at next.
There we go. Chance maybe flood through the old time in towards Art. You got Celium up top trying to hold off the Vegas Falcons, but Xnet actually wins a really tough gunfight from right in front of him. So now you've got a wrap around the back here for Vegas. FaZe will spawn out. But the timing of them trying to make their way back through the street is working out pretty darn nicely. Draza is still holding a position over the top of P4. Now it's just down to can they isolate? A couple of key eliminations coming through, and now we're going to finally get a status of the spawns where Atlanta could spawn close.
Yeah, Atlanta at least going to get one player to spawn in from the back, and now you have Simp set up for a free pinch through that front end. Nabeezy just throwing shoulders left and right, slide, slippery slide. Trying to stall time for your teammates to get into the play. You get into the hill, but you get taken down by Kicks. Again, another masterful two-piece out of him, giving his team moments to now finally secure this final 25.
I mean, it's not even just the fact that Kicks is dealing with, you know, a couple of 1v2 moments. He's valuing his life really nicely. I mean, everything you want in terms of checking individual boxes, Kicks has provided. Tough gunfight there for Abesis. He tried to push forward to King of Booty's direction. Trade from Draza, but with only 5 seconds remaining, Atlanta's not really interested on the old time. They're more just trying to put together an aggressive zone around P1. And Celium working over towards the front side of Lion has done well to at least get a read on where this exit is occurring. Just comes down to can he deal with it? And no, because again, Kicks is in his way.
Yeah, he's on 4 in a row as well. So now you have the numbers if you are Falcons. Try to apply pressure in towards mid-map, but Abeezy gets the better of King of Body. Draza finds a double. Last player mid-lobby is also going to forward, clean forward dead. And you see Simp on your mini-map. I'm chilling. I'm just a chill guy blocking the spawn. You guys can have some fun. Keep soaking up that B1 time.
So far, so good. Abeezy off of his own stun, just pushing forward, trying to make sure Vegas do not get entry from the front. Chance to possibly work over through the hole in the wall here as Xned will jump through vault side. Roxas with him. Simp now has to come forward to the play, and as he does, almost takes down the triple. Kicks shuts him down because of course he does. He's been there for pretty much every single moment that the Falcons need him, but not enough to hold on to the scrap time. Just comes down to can they battle for P2 spawns.
Now off the rotation, people are dropping like flies. Last player alive is going to be Roxas, but you see that trophy, you get the info. Someone's got to be in the back. Celium, are you blind? Unbelievable. Doesn't find that kill, but thankfully Simp is there for the trade. Back spawn secured. Atlanta FaZe are in.
I mean, I get it. They're in bright white outlines for us, but still, it's right in front of you. Abeezy over the top. Okay, that will reduce the hit for Vegas and kind of save the hard point here for Hello. And yep, there's an extra one for Abeezy. 18 and 11, having the best SMG map to this point. And he's got more in front of him. Concussion difference. Xnid will drop, and now Abeezy is looking for more even further towards the Vegas spawns.
This is just so annoying. Look at Simp, calm, cool, and collected on the back, just blocking that back spawn, allowing Abeezy to roam the way that he is. He knows that they have to apply the pressure through the front end. Finally, he is going to fall. And if you're Vegas, you're like, please, somebody get this guy. It's now Atlanta with a flawless 60 hold. They're at P2. Already having a couple players sneak on by to work their way over towards Art. Simp, his turn to catch a double, secure these back spawns for his team. They are dominating right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that kind of keep in your mind here is like how the individual skill, which we're seeing time and time again, but the baton passing between Simp and Abeezy has looked much better today than in their first 3 games, where Abeezy's hitting around, Simp's holding the back like you mentioned, and then as soon as Abeezy falls, Simp says, all right, my turn, and then he makes the play forward to hit the route. So again, better macro gameplay here from FaZe as they enjoy a 120-point game right over the top of our Mixius hard point on the map at P3.
25 seconds still to fight for here, though, if you are Falcons. Last time around, you were able to work your way with a bunch of kills in your favor up through that B street. to keep that P4 a little bit scrappy, but you can already see Atlanta FaZe starting to play it a little bit safe. Back on up. Make sure to secure the spawns over towards next. But Falcons might have just stripped that away from them. Can you find anything more? They got at least one player towards the back in King of Body.
Yeah, indeed the case. 2 players now here. Exit and King of Body both. Opening shots from Exton. Knows that there's a threat nearby. King of Booty nicely done as he finds Simp trying to break through the front, and that's going to be enough for now the Vegas Falcons to spawn immediately right behind the hard point. Big win for Roxas. Not having a great map, but that's a key elimination to try to help Vegas get back into this game.
The back spawn's now here for Atlanta. 3 go dead in the feed for Falcons. King of Body. Can he get anything done? At least takes down one before falling, but still a lot of time to fight for here. If you are Atlanta, you got all your bases being watched. Draws are watching the cross. And the rest of Atlanta just waiting for the pressure to develop for this final 25.
Nice angle here from Abizi. Knows he's got players over towards Art. Doesn't quite catch the timing on the Exton's challenge. Draza following up. Is able to go 1 for 1. Leaving Celium to try to fight as much as he can for this scrap time. 1v2 moment, and he will eventually be overwhelmed. But again, that's fine for FaZe. They stay just short of the 200-point threshold, but they are fully set up and ready to go for the new hill.
For our Falcons, you need to find a break and find it quickly. Atlanta going to be able to breach that 200-point mark. You know the SMGs are going to be right in your face, ready for these gunfights. As soon as you work your way out of that old hard point, but Kex gets the better of Rabizi. Simp strikes for 2. Now this is going to slow down the rest of Falcons because you cannot clutch up in a 2v3.
Yeah, Simp knows that there's a player towards bottom vault. Trying to calm that out, but I don't think they realized that that player was Exton who tried to go over towards poolside. Yeah, Draza gets caught by surprise. That's a fully healthy Vegas Falcons member up top, and now here comes the hit from the front. Simp dealing with the initial. Where's the follow-up here for Vegas? Timing of these grades are just not coordinated. Not at all. Roxas seen up top. Simp now on 4 in a row. 24 and 16 as FaZe have well and truly put this map out of reach.
Yeah, they cannot win it here at P1, but it's basically a GG if they continue to hold down the spawns the way that they have been. So in this P1 to P2 chain for Atlanta that has blown this game wide open. Abizi still not slowing down. Hey, buddy, I see you over towards pool, and I also see your teammate. I'm picking up, switching left and right. He's going to commit on the gunfight, and he's able to get the better of him. Atlanta FaZe going to get their first dub of the season.
You could just see Abizi like, give me that, give me that. And, well, it's an interesting map because, like we said, Abizi and Simp, nice little back and forth between them. I'm sure Cell is going to be like, I hope you guys had fun because he soaked up about 3 minutes of hill time. I think he finished like 12 and 12. So just kind of chilling as the Vegas Falcons will stay at the bottom of our scoreboard and standings. They do tally another map win. Better effort on the control overall, but the hard point still a major worry here for Vegas Falcons fans.
Yeah, the hard points are going to be a struggle for quite some time if you are the Falcons, because you can already see they have a lot of issues that they need to work on. Slaying being one of them, rotations, at least winning your rotations in certain situations being another, not dying off rotations and spawning all the way across the map in the final 10 seconds is another big thing. But just also these team fights. It looks like they're relying on a lot of one-on-one gunfights to try to make these plays happen. That's why we see kicks popping 2-piece after 2-piece. But every single time that they're not finding those kills, they just keep on allowing the game to get away from them. It's so difficult when you have the team in Atlanta FaZe just playing fundamentally sound, blocking those back spawns, making it easier for the SMGs to continue to roam and slay their way on the opposing side of the map, knowing that they're going to guarantee spawn still at that old hill if they fall short. But just a clean series for Atlanta FaZe. Obviously, besides that control, you definitely want to work on that, but happy that they finally got their first victory on the season.
Absolutely the case. Non-traded kill percentage is great across the board. And yes, Cell 12 and 13, 1900 damage, but nearly 3 minutes in the hill, averaging about a third of it every time we rotate somewhere. So he's just hanging out. The SMGs having a masterclass performance throughout this one as Atlanta will get their first win in the CDL, leaving Vegas still searching for theirs as we head back to the desk.
500 to 202 points. That is the hard point differential. Atlanta FaZe dominant when it came to HP. But my question is, what did we see in Game 3? Control went to the Falcons. They take their first control.
I mean, the slaying just completely turned over for the side of Falcons. Not only was Kix and Exodus doing what we've kind of seen them do in previous weeks, but even Roxas got into the building, 25 and 19. So they finally get a respawn win. They get it on control. It wasn't clean, but they got it done in the end.
After that, it was all FaZe. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Game number 4. Walk me through what you saw from the front line here, Nameless.
Yeah, I just want to touch on that control for a second, just for the Vegas fans who might be a little down on themselves right now. When they had a good thesis on how to play their defense on that map, like pushing out gold and just slamming them coming out of P2, like these guys are talented, so when they play the right way, they're able to find the kills, right? So there's not like a huge gap in terms of skill from them and the rest of the league. They just need to figure out their hard point. They're getting broken a little bit too easy, leaving gaps wide open, and when it's their turn to try and break, they got players who are sometimes they're not on the same pace, right? And what that means is like they got a guy who'll be hard ironing a cut, and then another one who just wants to slam and play for the spawns, right? So they have to get on the same page. That's going to come with the coaching staff in time. In terms of Atlanta FaZe, I think they're in a drawn conclusion segment. We talked about it a little bit. Like they're processing things a little bit faster now in Hardpoint, like identifying exactly how they want to approach a situation, and then just sort of pouncing on it and utilizing their teamwork. The Tiny Terrorists today worked together way better than in their first 3 matches.
I think they figured it out. Cell just has to be a hill kitten. I mean, I even wrote it down. At one point, he was 6 and 8, while Abe and Simp were double positive with 2 minutes in hill. I was like, I have never seen this before in my life. Cell is just chilling on the hill, soaking the time. But on a more serious note, Abizi and Simp showed up today in maps 1 and in map 4, specifically in the respawns. And this is kind of what we've been wanting, but the ARs versus the rest of the league need to be stepping it up if they want to contend for a top spot.
We were talking about it with Maven in the green room yesterday. Isn't that the ideal setup game theory-wise?
Yes.
You want your main AR in the back soaking up that hill time while everyone else pushes out?
Yeah, you want basically your main AR to be picking up objective kills in a ton of time, right? So ideally, they went over a lot. Obviously, it's versus Vegas, who's trying to catch up, and Atlanta FaZe some of the greatest players of all time. This month is so important for them. Headed into the minor, we'll see the adjustments that they make, because they're definitely not there just yet.
Absolutely. They have a holiday break to work out right now, though. We got to bring in Mr. Simp. Chris Lair, welcome back, my guy. MVP from 2024, off to a slow start for the 2025 season. What's going on here in Black Ops 6?
I mean, I feel like honestly, the biggest thing is our scrims haven't translated to matches. I feel like we've looked a lot better in scrims generally, but, you know, we still have a lot to work on. I mean, we've been 100 point club more times than I can count in my career, so definitely got to work on some things.
Yeah, it is a rough start, but I don't think anybody doesn't expect you guys to have it figured out by the time we get back. Simp, I want to ask, though, as we do head into this break, you know, there's been some struggle in every game mode. What do you think is going to be y'all's main focus while we take a couple weeks off?
Just general teamwork stuff. I feel like I said, I feel like in scrims, we look a lot better than we have in matches so far, and I feel like part of that's teamwork, but part of that's just translating, so I feel like just trusting our process and just keep it going and just play with more confidence.
Simp, I want to ask you, you know, we got a lot of talking heads in the community, and myself included, wondering why you guys don't push the limit and see what you can get away with in Hardpoint. Like, we see all these other SMGs, you and Abizi, you guys aren't pushing out to that second layer in Hardpoint. What has been the issue there, and why do you think your practice hasn't translated to the matches?
I think it's partly just playing with a little bit more confidence. I think today we did a good job of just challenging anything we wanted, feeling like we were on top of the world.
Right.
And I feel like we can do a way better job of that just in matches in general. And so I feel like today was a good start.
Love it.
I have a super fan who would like to come cheerlead for Atlanta FaZe. Can we make that happen in 2025?
I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
All right, they may be in my family. We'll talk about it later, Chris. I promise they're safe.
Or Maven.
Yeah, I'll hit you up later. I'll hit you up later.
It might be Maven. All right, thank you very much, Chris. Congrats on your winning ways after a tough loss to Carolina. You guys bounced back with a 3-0.
All right, I appreciate it, guys.
That is Simp. Atlanta FaZe gets the job done with a 3-1 over Vegas. Let's take a look at our Scuff play of the game. We couldn't pick one from Simp, so we just got a little montage here. Let's take a look, Alley Cat.
I love when we just have a montage of a player going off in a series, because you're right, there isn't just one play that he made that was detrimental. It was the entirety of this series. This is a Chris Lair that we're kind of more used to seeing take over the maps. I literally wrote down in my notes that Abizi and Simp were putting him on a mixtape.
Yeah, you know, we asked him about it in the interview just now. He said he wants to play more free, and in practice, it's not translating over to matches. Maybe they were just overthinking situations in Hardpoint. You have to be almost instant. In this series, that's what they did, playing with confidence. So look for that to be the solve for them going forward.
Atlanta starts in the first round of the minor. They will have to work their way all the way through to the grand finals. Amos says they're getting at least to the top 4, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I think this month is huge, man. They're going to improve rapidly.
When we come back, we have 2 other teams we expect to be fighting for top 4. Carolina Royal Ravens put their undefeated record on the line against New York Cloud9. Mac has been surging. Stay tuned for that one.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Steals the record for most kills dropped in a single match. It's 115, and it's Gwyn.
On the collapse, he gets the angle, he gets the kill. His series continues. Gwyn's here.
And yeah, this is in place. A double headshot, 7 in a row.
He is taken over. Maybe just trying to end the Rookie of the Year conversation. Just put himself back in front with just a dominant performance here. Time to go. TJ gonna drop. One is fallen. Second will drop as well. They collapse. Oh, on Gwyn! Of course it's on Gwyn! One player left. Hudson finds it! Gwyn seals the deal with a record-setting series for Gwyn. Gwyn is different.
Crazy. I suck with this. Bruh. I'm not using that shit ever again. This shit out.
That might be it, folks. That is all she wrote. Heretics 3-0 on Control.
Unbelievable stuff. Again, these guys on this map were lost for so long. The improvements they made, never mind the map is going on 0.0. Vehicle didn't know either. Heretics started celebrating, and there's still game to be played.
There's 2 segments gone. Wow, what's happening? It's not over yet.
Trying to find what he can. But I think behind Simp's pick, with only one player here, they should be able to retake, but there's still a nice presence.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Scrapping Envoy, both able to get kills. Uh-oh is right. You're on it. It's flowing. Second ticket.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say not for real. So I say not for real. Not for real. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the holiday season, and things are heating up here in this studio. Alley Cat and Nameless right behind me in the pick'ems. Just kidding. I'm almost catching up to Nameless. You've been a front runner since day one, where we all started off slow. What have you learned from these two teams? I want to start with the Ravens because they're 3-0 after adding Slasher to the lineup.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like they've been the best hardpoint team. Fundamentals, the slang has been there as well. Slasher has been incredible for these guys, leading them. And when you look at Gwyn, his development from year 1 to 2, he still looks like that guy on the map, able to pick up the kills when you need it. Carolina, I don't see a glaring weakness on this team anywhere. They're just trying to continuously improve, and this is a big statement match for them.
Carolina looking ready to go on the other side of this fight. We, of course, have Cloud9 New York.
Right.
So we're New York Cloud9. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup and what Cloud9 brings to the table, because they were off to a slow start, but it looked like Mac was awakened in his most recent matchup.
Yeah, if anything, Mac has been the most consistent and most damaged player on this roster, which is a little bit confusing when you look at the lineup. So for Cloud9, I think this is a big proving ground matchup for them to really see where they stand in the league. They fall short versus Optic Texas. They have a couple of grievances. So I think in this series, this is really an opportunity for them before this big break.
Cloud9 looked really good in Hardpoint. They won both of those against Minnesota. The second one, it was a blowout, 250 to 109. But you're playing Carolina, who may be the best hardpoint team in the game.
Yeah, it's tough. And there's actually, rarely do I like highlight individual players, but what they're asking of Simp on this team is to be one of the main slayers of this roster. And KD isn't everything, but he's yet to post above a .88 in a hardpoint, even in their wins, right? So he's got to step it up individually. It's something that I was worried about coming into the season, the dynamic between him and Attach, both playing similar roles. It has been an issue for them in matches prior. I know a lot of people have absolved them of their first 2 series, but they're still going to have to pick it up as an AR duo.
Carolina definitely playing for something tonight. They're playing for the #1 seed after Toronto dropped a game earlier to Miami. It definitely opens the door. I believe all they have to do is win. We'll talk about it more at halftime, but let's take a look at our maps and modes. Can they finish 4-0? Looking at Skyline, Rewind, and Vault as our opening 3 maps.
I think we're going to go 5 in this series. To be honest, I think these teams will match up incredibly well. I like the Skyline for Carolina Royal Ravens. I think this gives them an opportunity to open up extremely hot in this series. On the side of Carolina Royal Ravens, I don't know if I see anything leaning for them.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the vault control. It's been bad for C9 coming into this one. I know that Carolina likes Skyline Hardpoint, but it's still very early. But if we're just looking at their matches to start, then yes, Carolina feel very good about maps 1 and 3.
I have a special request. In games 1 and 2, can you keep your eyes on Crimp? When we were at EWC, he was the reason LA Thieves made their run to the podium. I haven't really said his name a lot yet here at the CDL this season. I want to see what he's doing for Cloud9. Those were our maps and modes. I'm told we got to get our Scuff Pick'ems in, so let's make them official. Alley Cat, you don't need the 8-ball for this one. Kick us off.
I don't need it? I don't know. I feel like I kind of do. This one's hard. I'm going to go to safe bet Carolina Royal Ravens, but my heart wants to say Cloud9. I'm going to go Ravens, though.
Smart. Use your brain, not your heart sometimes. We're also going to go with the Royal Ravens over here. Nameless?
Dang, I don't want it to be a clean sweep, man. I'll just go C9. I'll have my first trolley pick of the year. I said I wasn't going to do this year, but I'm doing it. I'm going C9.
You sure?
Yeah, why not?
All right, he's making it fun.
I mean, I think it's going game 5, so C9 just going to have to clutch up.
Sometimes you got to throw an S&D round just to make it more exciting.
If they win. I'm going to be so salty.
We got our casters ready to go. Miles, Chance, take it away.
It could be a game 5. I'm feeling it, but we'll find out if your crystal balls are so crystal clear as we get into this banger of a series. Chance, Slasher comes back after getting dropped horribly off of Boston and puts the league on notice. Daddy's home.
Well, and we're going to find out, right? Because to me, this is like a dust-settling sort of series, right? Obviously, Carolina, 5-0. They look incredible, as mentioned on the desk. One of the best, if not the best, hardpoint team in the game. And, of course, for C9, it hasn't been ideal for the start, but they played against Thieves. They mentally checked themselves out before they played against Optic. Then they got on the board. So I have a lot of faith. I think this is going to be a very competitive series, but you got to tip the respect to Slasher. He has been completely on point, but I think we're going to be in for an absolute grueler between these two teams.
What a better place to start it than Skyline, you know what I'm saying? And we're already in. And TJ, who another player who's been sensationally, let's say, consistent and enjoyed himself so far in the game, is on a 3 spree when all the odds were against him.
Yeah, TJ's been he's been one of my favorite players to watch for the past 2 years. He's sort of like evolved, and maybe evolved in just death from Vivid, but has been quite a bit of fun. So check the cookie order, place your bets, do what you got to do as C9 just collecting all the time. Got the left side spawns, and Mac starts off 4-0, so anything Teej can do, Mac can do better.
We're staying on board with Teej, though, as he goes deep undercover behind it. Enemy lines. Mac is absolutely cooking, by the way. 6-1 now. Finally gets brought down. Okay, Teej, that's gross. So we're going to see that P2 break on its way. Have we got full control, though? Nah, not just yet, but Teej feeling pretty solid here. Love this. Whoa, nearly gets one of them at the very least. That'd have been ideal. Gwyn up next. Another superb addition to the Ravens roster. With shots like that, you see why.
Yeah, poor Sib on that one. That's like a post patch, it feels like, with the headshot rolling through. That was nuts, but either way, Gwyn might be in the time. And I was going to say you don't actually have the back spawns cleared out just yet, but Carolina Ravens are going to be able to take that in. Always fun when the Carolina Blue, actually the white team. So home versus away. I'm from Charlotte. I'm a little salty. That's all.
You can, yeah, it's all good, man. C9 up, though. So far, here on Skyline.
Mac has 10.
Yeah, Mac's having a superb game. He's keeping his boys alive and kicking. Teej! Ooh, attaches there to hold down the hard point. Another big one there from TJ. Rotation over the kitchen is going to be there, and your man Slasher is in position. And again, everyone's calling for this one to be an absolute banger of a hard point. And Mac, again and again in the feed. Disgusting stuff. P3's up, and it's ready to go. And so far, it's the Carolina boys in control.
I mean, you know, obviously this is incredibly early in this game, but if Mac kind of like continues this pace, and we have like a super close hard point, maybe able to toy with the kill record, because certainly lighting up for the moment. There's Sib striking in his moment as well. That's a 4 spree he goes on. Vivid, though, correcting his frag grenades, this time on the enemy, not your teammates in Carolina, swarming in for the break. Very efficient, able to sneak those frags around the trophies, and now you get one out there of your own.
We've seen this before, though. We've seen these solid breaks and immediately get broken following it. A moment like this. Good job staying alive. No, it's Mac. It's Mac with his 14th kill of the game, and my word, again, blistering pace. I could barely finish the sentence before it happened, before another break befell us, and that's Cloud9 coming to play today. Really, really hot start here on Skyline.
Well, here's maybe Carolina trying to get the little bounce back, though, right? Trying to set up around P4. Up top, those going to be Attach and Vivid. Maybe has him in his sights, but Vivid is also surrounded. So brand new to running an AR, and it does not last because Mac is on a 5. And frankly, I think we just never watch Mac because we're going to jinx him. Like, we finally go on his POV, but no, it's bad news. It's going to curse him.
Mackenzie is melting. Leave him alone. He's doing fine. No one's going to curse him. There you go. Krem gets that hard point firmly in the hands of C9. This is their game so far. Really, really good looks against what we have called the strongest hard point team in the league at the moment. Mac, another 6 spree for him. No streaks, though, because, of course, it's a score streak we're looking for here. Attempted break now for Ravens. They're in. They get the kills. They get the breaks. Kremp on the back line taken clean care of, and that's their time. 20-odd seconds you'll take happily.
Yeah, an incredibly necessary moment there for Carolina as well, because frankly, they have just been getting absolutely handled by Mac. The dude has 19 kills. He is so far the Titan in the lobby, and even for the scrap time, flanks rolling through, and this time it's Kremp with the Jackal showing up in the feed, so Carolina have to put in the extra effort to get these breaks, and it is simply just not lasting. They are being taken to task by C9, and again, that's why for me, this series is where the dust settles. We got to sort of quell some of these hot takes.
Real hot takes. Gwyn, little unfortunate timing there. Krem catching him out once again. 4 spree now for Krem. Trying to make it a 5. A little bit of time here now for the boys of the Ravens. Nice work. They're going to hold on to this as long as they can. Sprawling out across the map. They don't have spawns, but lovely shots here from Vivid. Nice wall bang there. The rest of his boys picking up kills all over the place. Attached now. Nading either side of the hard point. Lovely synergy. A little bit of nice coordination there from the C9 boys. It does help break that point for now.
And now we're taking the old cookie flank, trying to see if you can flip those spawns for new. But while he's taking all this time to do that, a lot of his teammates have fallen, but that is the perfect timing for TJ to hit that flank. He gets his teammates to spawn on the left side, and that is a beautiful play coming out of Tej, trying to set up his team long term. But obviously, Miles, they have a long way to go. It is a 70-point game. C9 still have the lead.
Yeah, C9 with the lead now. C9 on the attempted break. Let's go for a listen in and hear how it goes out.
On time, Reese. One shot. Time is it. Where is he? He's back table time with you. Piano. I'm working piano. I'm working piano. Trying to go bar right now. I'm gonna go low here. Piano again. Piano again. Piano is dead. Piano dead. Up to your right. Up to your right. Back left. I'm gonna go zip. I'm going zip. One shot. Got one in the back. I'm ready for you. Austin's chase me. Hit zip off front. Yeah, you go back. Zip again. Zip. Back door. Zip attack. Zip weak. Zip and back door. Nice. Killer, Mac. Play new on spawn as well. Get top mid. I spawned deep right. Still hitting. They're gonna be new. Win all dead. On you. Vivid. There's two old. Austin's going white to new. White to new. I'm top mid. I don't see him top mid. I'm waiting for you guys. I'm at Jacuzzi. Let's far. I'm sending you free. One step off. Let's do it. One shot. Kill it. I'm in there. Let's go. Yeah, he's not going for you. One shot down. I've got it. He's still out there. What's up with me? Hot tub, one shot. Hot tub, 3 mid. He's outer still, do. 1 front, 3 mid. You done? Send you. And small, close small. Close small. Close small. There's short down. I'm gonna pick it. I'm getting a white pin. Yeah. Slow play front. Block us one outer. Inner and outer. I'm waiting you still. It's one white. I'm gonna flip. Jump, no show.
Good news, C9 still have the lead and the comms sound good. Bad news, Gwyn is starting to heat up slowly, Chance. That's a bad thing.
The lead is trickling away. Great 20 seconds, though. Like a wonderful scrap to be able to bait in Carolina. Maybe a little bit fearful. They do not want to overcommit. So you're happy for this scrap, but maybe long-term, Carolina just wants a strong P4 hold, and they're hoping they'll be right back into this game, and that is the wipe that Carolina we're looking for. Kremp, though, opportunity to make an impact. Gwyn handles him.
How do you win a fight like that? Good stuff, Gwyn. Mac. Man has been winning fights all map long. Can he win this one? Get his boys access through the roof. Teacher's holding downstairs. Mac loses another one. There we go. Gwyn holding down with an iron fist. Trey's there. Slasher appears from bottom bed. Lovely shots. Still, the hard point in the hands of the Ravens. A Sib nearly able to pick up another one there. Mac again the roof. We're not stopping hitting the roof for Gwyn. He must have been asleep or something. And that is a huge opener from Mackenzie Melts.
There you go. You get it. Just overwhelming pressure through the top. Carolina never able to push anything out. And that is exactly what Kremp is able to do. On this hill, you get someone towards the hot tub. You are just able to fry. So 20 seconds left on P4. And I'm going to go ahead and make a guess. Carolina, it's going to be tough for them to actually drop them. But as I do it, it's just a caster curse. They walk on through and keep it to about a 40-point difference between these two teams. C9, though, they have been holding on.
But Gwyn is still alive. Finally, Sib finds him. Bedroom to the jacuzzi. We now go. The game calls it gym, but that's just wrong, let's face it. Vivid, soaking time in the sun here on Skyline. Lovely work there from Carolina. 3 in the feed. This is what you're looking at for the comeback, folks. Slasher watching the flank diligently. That is a vet play. Don't let Kremp through. That's a problem for the next hard point.
And now we get to test his instincts as well. As soon as Kremp shows up in the feed, you think Slasher's going to turn and move towards the hill. And Kremp, the man that Slasher was watching the entire time, now just plays with them. That is a masterful break in a moment where C9 certainly needed it, and players are starting to push out towards new. Carolina catches them, and the spawn's maybe going to get a little bit weird. Back to slow down just a touch. Carolina, I mean, this was like a 70-point deficit they're working from. They continue to make it close, but they are not there yet.
Oof, not yet. Spawns are bad now. Tej is not going to be involved in this hardpoint defense for a while. Nor will Vivid. 2 key pieces of the Ravens puzzle. Slasher holding it down though on the backline alone. There's Gwyn, help him out also. My good God, what a work from the Ravens. Sib, he's got a lot to do now alone. Banged up, down and out. Next wave of attacks going to be Kremp. Ravens holding still. C9 looking for the break.
It's just so hard to hold this hill. And yeah, Mac just takes it from you. The stamp on that push, C9. They have done everything to get the P2 break, and technically they can win it here.
Yeah, it's gonna be game. Gotta get going. Oh, but Gwyn finds 2 from nowhere. Eyes on. Uh-oh, Slasher. All right, up Main Street. Attach finds a weak spot. The game will not end here. And it's Big Dill doing his thing in the point. 15 seconds to go on this point. And Slasher's holding it down. Rotation's good as well for the Ravens. This hard point could go the distance.
This is huge scrap time, though, right? They're going to put themselves, it's going to be a 10-point game. Carolina, they're going to be forced to just make perfect play after perfect play. And Mac already pinches. He's putting pressure on the flank. He picks up 2. And now Carolina, it is a desperation effort.
Gwyn, hold the front down. My word, they've still got it. Another wave of kills. Here they go. Slasher finding his. Push out by the space. Do what you can to take care of the next wave of C9 attackers. Attached down and out. It's Slasher with 2. A huge play. Any more from Piano side as the clock keeps ticking.
They're funneling them, and Gwyn's at 39, by the way. Talk about the hot hand. Both teams can win it here. C9 don't want to choke this, stabilize, and look for the break.
They find at least one through the front. Vivid heavily damaged, able to bring him down. Is anyone able to bring him down? Legolas, they find the kills. Slashers in. The break is on, and C9 find a way in.
This should be it. You're spawning grass, you're running into Civ, you're sprinting forward, and you cannot get it done. C9 kill the perfect hardpoint record. They get one on the board.
Oh my, Cloud9 New York. Welcome back. We've missed you. Now that was a hot hard point. The mighty Ravens, these gods do bleed. I wonder how they bounce back now after a loss like that. Again, it was not a blowout by any stretch. It was a fantastic, fantastic game. That Search and Destroy is going to be something as well.
It's going to be an interesting series, man. Again, hot takes for both of these teams. Everyone's like sort of looking at the C9 stock, thinking it's down in the dumps. You look at the Carolina stock, you're talking about top 4, top 3, like you think it's solidified. No. We have a lot of Call of Duty left to play in stage 1. We got minor tournaments and so much more to see. But what we saw that game is just a lead that was effectively insurmountable. And it was Mac that off the rip just built it for C9. And obviously the team was able to hold on to it, but he finished with 36. I'm impressed that Slasher and Gwyn caught him because the way he started that game, godless killing machine, he had doubled up everyone else in the lobby's total kills. Mac was certainly frying, but obviously towards the end, guys like Attach might have gone negative, but 15 assists, nearly 2 minutes in the hill, a well-orchestrated effort. Everybody from C9 had their turn.
Everyone from C9 had their turn, but I just think Mac, I mean, from the start to the end of the game, he was muscling his boys through it. It was fantastic looks from C9 there. Wow, what a good match, folks. Oh, it's going to be a game fab, isn't it? We're going to get into the fab thing. It's going to be great. Nice looks across the entirety of the highlights, actually. I mean, Slasher, he's also had a fantastic game. We've seen big work out of Gwyn. Everyone looking very, very strong, really solid. The respawns, folks, if anything, are going to be unbelievable. But again, it's Royal Ravens, very, very sound in the S&D department as well. So this is going to be a banger of a series. Expect to bounce back here. Control could be anyone's game.
Yeah, we're going to be having ourselves quite a bit of fun, but it was obviously just highlight reel plays for every single different player getting involved. I mean, you had Kremp on like the P1 on the final thing going crazy. Gwyn just started turning it also to a godless killing machine. So a lot of fiends in this lobby and fairly structured COD being played between the pair of them as well. But the mixed fest of Skyline delivers. Again, C9, it's just one of those maps like you need it, right? You are still 1 and 2 in the standings. You need a little bit of momentum. You need to start building yourselves back, but they have shown a great deal of improvement week 1 over week 2.
Yeah, and you're not wrong. I mean, there was a mental checkout in the matchup against Optic. That was a difficult one, but we're testing the resolve. We're testing the mental fortitude week by week. It's only going to get better, presumably. And right now, a great test of C9 against this top of the board Carolina Royal Ravens. Rewind, search and destroy now, and okay, this is bound to be a fun one. Very, very fast map, speedy map. Look for those A bang outs, long lines of sight. AR players, they'll be singing happy. Play Vault a little bit later after that. But for now, chance, any sort of opening feels? What's the gut telling you about this rewind?
This one, I think, lean a little bit towards Carolina, but like 55-45. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be convincing, but they have certainly shown better S&D prowess in the names they have. It is understandable as to why. Slasher and Tej, legends in the S&D scene, 10 plus years to this point. Gwyn's been a fiend as well. And I think Vivid, still waiting for him to find his form. Like, we've thrown up the stats yesterday. He was sort of coming into it like a 2 and 15 in the kills department, and he has continued to struggle just a touch, but new role, new players to go around, and still, if you're getting wins, who really cares about the KD? That being said, Rewind is somewhat a novel map in my mind. There's a lot of different strats you can bring to the table. Whatever strats C9 have, you got to make sure it is to counter Gwyn, because where Vivid has struggled, Gwyn has thrived.
Yeah, that's a 1.63 in S&D. That's a lot. Our team's at 2 and 1. Opening duels though for C9, they are the first blood reapers. I'll see if they can keep that going. This should be a good one, folks. Again, eyes on the A-bomb site there in the inside of the fast forward building. If you're new to the COD League, you're going to see a lot of action taking place in the middle there. The B-bomb site out by the back where 18 is not as popping, not as exciting, but still it gets a lot of love statistically. Slasher finds the first blood at great range as well.
Yep, spread the map, play for picks. Slasher, that is what he lives for, and Sib on the receiving end. Nameless talked about his KD as well, and obviously not the finest in map 1. You'll take the dub, but he has been losing some of these long-range gunfights, and now with the man advantage, Carolina collectively gonna be working this A site. Should be able to get the bomb down for free.
Yeah, man, this is a lot of space gained here. T just got wonderful eyes across the map. You're not going to be able to spot him up here unless his barrel protrudes past that wooden board. And right now, he's in a great spot. Stay safe. No one's going to see him unless they come into his field of view. Attach might be in a bit of trouble as the bomb gets planted A, and the battle starts to really get going on the inside.
Well, there's good trades, and now you actually have TJ's position, so Attach is able to get the kill. This would be a 3v4 clutch.
TJ tries to take care of Mac there. And now Krem through the back door. High. Slasher put on his back. 25 seconds left. It's all on a Vivid.
This is the man. He is struggling on S&D. An opportunity for him to clutch up. Eyes on 2 and gunned down instantly. C9 in a 3v4. It just falls into place. DJ maybe a little bit too trigger happy. Try to catch Mac inside courtyard. And the second that he shot, Attaches like, oh, there's the guy that was playing the street. And everything after that, it just collapses. A tough round for Carolina. Not the bounce back they were looking for.
Early days here in Rewind still. Kind of start to see trophy systems come into play. Makes everything that bit more interesting. Well, we are Carolina. We're going to watch them on attack now. C9 defense. Looks like we're flying in towards A. Classic nades every time here on Rewind. 2 stages to that attack, and the first one's going to slow him down only slightly.
Yeah, that Carolina blue, it'll trip us all up from time to time, but you've made it to be free and clear. And Vivid might have the intel, but it's not before the bomb gets planted to a 4v4, and Kremp's sort of that island player. He's the one that has to make the big play for C9, as Carolina now converging, and well, Kremp has done his job.
Oh yeah, trades. Kremp does his job and some. He's overachieving right now. Touch on the outside as Cloud9 in the blue win the round.
Yeah, very efficient work as well. Kremp, you saw at the start of the round that cheeky little spot playing outside of that blue hall in P2. Just need to make sure your island players getting good intel from the teammates, and I think the play just comes to him. He delivers, and Mac, one of those players, obviously missed him last year, but prior to it, one of the best in the game at just getting the bomb down. He will set up his teammates time and time again, and if he gets the bomb down without dying, make no mistake, he's a force on the map as well. Made that round 2 look easy.
Zoom, zoom. Trump's got no one in home here on the B side. Yeah, long gone. Good shots at range there. I think it was either Slasher or Gwyn. Takes care of that. Nades up. Oh, wow. The nades are great from the Ravens. Hand delivered. Mac's in trouble now, but he has managed to creep in through the back. That door bang, though, gives away a hell of a lot. Uh-oh. Did he give away anything? Yeah, he's been spotted out now. Surely, there we go. Right, Ravens are on the board.
Yeah, there's the bounce back you're looking for. I'm still not a fan of RC cars. Granted, we have seen quite a few successful uses of them, but I think you just don't have any pressure over towards the B site. The RC car gets the intel, and it's, yeah, they're here. And now they've already pushed up, and of course, Carolina on the flip side, just fantastic nade usage. You get clearance on B. You know players are going to be inside a courtyard. You know someone's going to be deep street. And you let them calculate. It's a team that should execute more often than not. And at the very least, they have stopped the bleeding.
Tourniquet applied. Bandages up next. And before you know it, they'll be on the field again. Sib down at 20. Tej wants it. Tej still full pockets as well. Slashes there for it. Now space to play with. TJ can now back on up. Do whatever he wants. He has no idea Attaches there. Now he does. Whoa, but so is Attach. Nice snap.
Attach is so good, but yeah, he was still left 1 HP, and he had a good stun. It does connect, but doesn't make a difference. Slasher, 3 kills in the rounds. And Kremp, though, for the 1v2, I mean, he split the defense, and never mind, someone got the intel.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Vivid, you got to bring him down still. Vivid.
Oh, no.
You got to bring him down still. He's alive and kicking, and Kremp is an issue.
Yeah, nobody puts Kremp in a corner, apparently. That's a painful moment, an opportunity. This is a huge round.
Oh, Vivid, he takes the outside route. You might have seen him on the cross. They didn't see each other, so now back over towards the B-bomb site. Lay it. Wow, he's hard to kill. Kremp. He might have pulled a muscle doing that.
Ooh, Kremp might outthink himself here.
Comes the bomb plant. Vivid. Hasn't gone for it just yet. He's just checked the B-bomb site with a nade. Game on.
And Vivid with the aims. He doesn't want to deal with any of these close-range gunfights.
Oh, he's doing his best job to stay away from it, but it's just coming to him now.
Wow.
Kremp, the longest of long games. Oh, man, that is so frustrating. That is so frustrating.
That is a 3, yeah.
Kremp as well, man. Wow.
A 3-kill round from Slasher. That turns into a clutch from Kremp. That is so much pain. Puckett, he asked for it. What is Kremp doing on the minimap? It is making plays like that. Had him trapped in a corner, dead to rights. And he just wins a huge gunfight. And Vivid, I mean, still in S&D, just doesn't quite have it.
1 and 3 for he and Gwyn in this 3-1 round count for C9. Siege, the old S&D master at work. SA old, you know what I'm saying? Dumps the corner check. Nobody home, but the trophy gives away a whole lot. And attached there on the far right-hand side wing. Could be a big deal for Tej in a moment if he bangs through that door again.
And it's trying to make noise.
Ouch, Gwyn, ow, run. The battle on. Perfect bait and switch. Max first blood certainly helps.
Running out of time, though. 45 seconds is still a decent chunk to work with, but I don't know what the play call is going to be. You've had Attach, by the way, just playing by those crates. Finally, he makes a little bit of noise. And it's pressure. They're trying to isolate Attach, but that's a tough man to take down.
And they finally do get it. Max steps up to pick up anyone who pushes a little past that. You do have to worry about the bomb as well. The bomb is down. It has been spotted. ID. Mac guesses wrong. Oh. That's bad news. Over to Sib. Can he get on the board? And not only that, save the round for his boys. Check the bomb. Kill number 1. Slasher gets away.
Oh, let her do.
Gets away.
Is C9 faded? What was that play? Like, they had bomb down, and Mac just put himself in an angle. It would have been perfect if he just scooched over and watched the only place that they could have pushed from. Instead, he just let him crawl up for free. That's awkward. And then Sib just lets him out. And by the time he figured it out, it was too late. Just poor angles being chosen there by C9. And again, maybe just thinking a little bit too hard, maybe too smart for their own good, but Slasher able to deliver in a necessary round for Carolina to be able to get. And credit to Vivid as well. Did pick up a few kills in that round.
We're doing it again. Get the door open. Yeah, good job. Both sides of the door. Yeah, good job. Nice driving. Not great driving. Might be time to pump the brakes and camp it out with this RC car. We'll come back to Kremp in a moment. Meanwhile, that bomb's getting planted. See you later.
I'm down 4v4 though. TJ's taking a decent bit of space up Burger Street. Carolina though, retakes gonna be coming in through glass.
Here we go. McGuinn, fearless, he's going in. It's all for Slasher to get the first blood. Can Slasher find another? Nah, Mac gets 2, no 3 though. 2v2, Vivid on the back door. Ah, what a win from Kremp, that is unbelievable. Tej gets gunned as well, and C9 locked down the Rewind video store.
Too clean with it, man. And shout out to Mac for the 2-piece as well. Attached there for the ice in the end. Good reads on Tej, but that's Mac giving you 2. Gwyn just a little bit too big of a slide, and Mac just shreds them, and then Kremp as well. I mean, the Jackal right now, just the hot hand. Good positioning, and then again, just unfortunate for Vivid. I mean, he had the perfect read and just gets slammed.
Disgusting. Nice work. 4-2. C9. So it's going to be a very closely contested S&D, and it really is. The round counts. Just that little bit of magic there from Krem, able to get his boys up and about. Now we're going to hit the flank real fast here.
That's a very loud door.
Yep. That was, whoa! That was the old peek. Screw it. Send it. Vivid and Gwyn are down. Deej sends it, trying to find a kill of his own. Can he get one? Yeah. Can he get Mac? Very close.
They're trying to isolate. Teach is in between two. They've just taken space. Slasher's finally gotten back in the mix. They know one is in Zig, but they have no eyes on Slasher. You got to do something. You got to do it quick. And Attach trying to make that play.
He's making it. He's making it. Here comes Slasher. Slammed. Absolutely slammed. Attach with a big 2 and the defuse. Damn.
That's some confidence in the player cam there from Attach as well. He is chirping, letting them know. And these stocks for Carolina might be falling. We gassed them up. They had a perfect record in the Hardpoint. They get handled on Skyline, and now they are just being, I mean, outclassed so far on Rewind.
I hope that like really Kremp is just going. He's just like one note. He's just holding it, and everyone's looking at him like, nice man. Let's go. He's still going. Incredible lung capacity.
What's his thing with doors too? Everyone,
he goes for the peak. Bang. Nobody home. Bang. Bang. TJ down. Kremp first blood.
Yeah, chalk it up, man. This is brutal. Kremp, nice little 10 kills already. That's a one and done spot for Gwyn. So there you go.
Yeah. Mac was there for it.
3v2 for C9.
Mac was there for it. We've seen players get knifed in that position as well. Renko remembers that one. Okay, Krem, you are loving this round, mate. Snap 3 boys and girls playing Vault Control. We'll see you there. The Ravens, they did not show up on Rewind. If Vivid gets a 1v3 here, I'll be very surprised because, man, it has been tough. C9 New York, 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, nah, GG, not even particularly close. Absolute handling round after round. There was like the early ones were close, and there was just some beautiful clutches coming in from C9. Just the fact that they set the tone from round 1. You get blooded, you're thinking Carolina's getting back in the mix, and they clutch a 3v4, and it was just the little things that were going right, and then the little things turned into Kremp. Doesn't need the cam. Whatever he was singing in choir, he had the COD gods on his side because he was just unstoppable. On that Rewind.
I mean, like, it was so many moments we saw Kremp. I mean, 11 and 3 is one thing, but the 3 deaths, that's the more impressive thing for me. I mean, how hard he was to track down and just kill him. You can't. It was so hard to kill Kremp. I'd love to see how much damage he took overall. I would imagine it was more than his teammates. He was taking hits, hitting the regens, and escaping with his life every time. Massive work. GG's. Big time GG's. And yeah, 2-0 to C9. The Ravens. What's going on here? What's the deal?
They just got 3v4. Civ just went 1-8, had 5 first deaths, probably broke a record, and it did not matter. So we'll let the devs talk about whatever they want because that was a slammage of a map too.
Civ, come on, bro.
I'm just confused. I'm just confused. Even when Nameless is trying to throw, he's winning.
Let's go, baby. I'm so mad right now. Can I go with the half point?
I saw it happening.
Alley Cat, let's talk about your building frustration that occurred during game number 2 as it was Cloud9 New York picking up round after round in search. And how about this boy, Kremp, 7-1 to open things up.
I'm not even mad that Cloud9's winning. I'm just mad I didn't go with my heart. Honestly, this search and destroy was beautiful from the side of Cloud9. I look at Carolina and I'm like, kind of what happened? You know, I feel like maybe Rewind doesn't follow their play style very well, but you can't allow rounds where Max getting the bomb down, you're allowing him to play inside a DVD and not only get 1 kill, but get 2 and not be able to trade him out as we're seeing on screen right now. Same thing with Attach later on. You allow them to take that streak control and push in through the top side, and Attach is rocking an AR and you're letting him beam you like he's running around as an SMG and getting 2 kills. So Carolina's gotta wake up.
Boom, wake it up.
Wake it up.
Nameless. What's up, brother? What we got? Oh, I have a gift now?
Oh, you have a gift!
Merry Christmas.
He gets 2?
I have no idea what this can be. Let's open it up.
As our official Pick'em's champion, I thought you deserved 2 presents here.
Okay,
Allie,
so
throw the rest of his stuff off the desk.
First things first, I have a, this looks like crayons.
Yep.
And yes, even smart right here. Call of Duty League branded crayons. Shout out to Chris.
That's right.
This is for me to draw stuff.
It's Blue's Clues. Can you figure out what I want you to do?
You want me to... Oh, okay. This is actually sweet right here. Call of Duty League coloring book. I didn't know we made these.
They're incredible. Don't show everyone. They have to order them online. We had those custom made for you. We'll drop the links in the chat. But can you guess what we want you to do?
Yeah, you want me to draw, so let's draw.
Okay,
so by popular request, people want us to talk about the end of the Hardpoint here. It was pretty wild. Obviously, you see in this moment in time, Carolina, they have the advantage. And this is what I like to call the end game setup. So on every hill, there's a setup where you can get in, which just puts the other team in the straight up blender. So it's only right that C9 just break from the front. But first, I'm gonna teach you guys what this setup looks like here, okay? So Carolina are set up in this position. You have Slasher, who can see piano stairs. You have TJ back here. He's blocking, so you're holding the preferred side of the spawns, which is there. And you want to spawn them here over and over, right? So you also have Gwyn, who has eyes on the piano spawn on the cross, where he can do damage and pick up information. So right here, you feel like Carolina should just be able to dominate this situation. So this is nitpicky, but I'm going to teach you guys how to clutch up at the end of these hard points when you're in this situation. So right here, after Gwyn does a little bit of damage, he takes a bullet or two. He gets a kill, then he takes a bullet or two from somebody who spawns here, and he retreats back to this corner, right? What would have been a better play, and I get it's nitpicky, but this is what you have to do to win at the pro level. You should have repositioned either here or behind the pillar so he can have assistance from Vivid, who's on the hill, right? So he traps himself in this corner right here, and what that allows is a player to go up top, and the first thing they're going to do when they drop down is check that corner. And Chris's guy, you said you want to look out for some plays from Kremp. He breaks this. He's the first guy to jump down and get the big kill here.
Like a spider monkey.
Yes, so this is the end game setup. Once again, you should be able to blender them here. If you're Gwyn, you don't want to trap yourself in this corner. You want to play a different position so you can help Vivid when he gets over to time BC. He dies in that corner, and now Vivid is left out to dry. TJ gets there, but it's just not enough help being that deep, watching the left side cross, right? So it's all about your positioning, thinking about where your teammates are, and also recognizing the situation. You could have won off of this hill, right? So play a little bit tighter.
Looking at the numbers there at that point in the game, Sib was -12. You had someone -9. It felt like Carolina was winning the slaying war, but Cloud9 was just constantly flooding them. Do they keep it up, or do they run out of gas? We have 3 more maps coming up.
I think unless Sib wakes up, I think Carolina starts stealing maps right here. I mean, Gwyn opened that map #1 with 39 kills, so I expect something here out of Carolina.
Nameless 3-0?
Yeah, I think it's 3-0. I think
really?
Down here, yep. Sib's about to turn up.
Chat, let us know if you agree. Cloud9, 1 game away from finishing 2-2 before the minor would send it back to 2 majors. We've got Miles a chance.
Hello, my name is Miles. His name is Chance, and this is about to be a game of vault control between Cloud9 New York and, of course, the Carolina Royal Ravens. Chance thinks the Carolina Royal Ravens could reverse sweep.
Yeah, I kind of I'm on the alley wavelength, I think, for this one of like if you get the vault control, very confident for Carolina on protocol, so very much sold on that hard point. But for control, TJ, the man to look out for, the snickerdoodle on the map, if you will. Solid KD, great damage output, super solid on the kills department as well. So he is getting a pretty hefty output in the mode, so be on the lookout. And on the flip side for C9, I'm just looking at Sib to really just, make his guest appearance. Like we're waiting for the challenger sort of to approach because went -12 on map 1. Obviously, to get the dub, you're happy for it. But that S&D, a little bit painful from him. It's not like it's made a bit of a difference, but you're just getting him here because, again, for C9, you just want to 3-0 him. You don't want to give Carolina some momentum. Their protocol has been phenomenal. And obviously, I know you took him down on the rewind S&D, but I don't know if map 5 would necessarily go the same way. So I think this is a C9 3-0. Or, as we said at the start, a grueler of a game 5. Let's get after it.
Here we go, folks, into control. 30 lives either side. First of 3 rounds wins it. No one on the other side of the catwalk, so that nade's going to land nowhere. But here comes the hit. Kremp lying in wait for the players on the drop, and that's this first of 2 potential. Tej is all alone now in the middle of the map, and that is bad news for the Ravens.
And they got eyes on him as well, so you at least have a little bit of intel. But right now, C9, for the most part, looking for the spawn kills. It was Kremp that was going hunting Vertige, and he is successful on the prowl. That is 30 seconds off the game clock already. Carolina have no motion.
Yeah, very low motion. But now they've got a bit of lotion on it, and they're moving on towards the A zone at the very least. We like that. Vivid doing what he can. Nades everywhere. There's 400 different places to look on the inside of Palace. So, yeah, good luck, mate. He's going to get the first segment, though. So, nice job. Teammates getting dropped all around him. And again, C9, they find the kills all over the place.
Yeah, but we are just doing the old faithful. Just get somebody in art, pray for the spawn kills to actually work out. Great stun, though, and instant approach there. So you're not going towards A. You're trying to make a play towards B, and you just get picked apart. C9, stable for the moment. With 30 seconds left on the clock, you absolutely defend the hell out of this A zone.
They're trying. Gwyn, man, he's back and forth, back and forth. He's not able to get anything done in this life on the respawn now. Teach, no two. C9, another steamroll on defense. 25 seconds to go. Gwyn's going to do what he can to get out of spawn, but it's not looking likely.
This is exactly what you wanted to see if you're a C9 fan. I mean, a slammage of a defensive round. Mac just walked through the entire team and killed them one by one. And Carolina seemingly have absolutely no teamwork. I mean, just nothing cooking. And Simp, well, there's the 5 spree. Looking for him to get active. And, well, he at least delivers a 5 spree.
Wait. One man on. You get the kill. It's 3 seconds for the next. Mac is playing it sensibly. But he did. On a B as well. Slash has gone. Don't worry about that. A might get captured, Chance. This is not over. There you go. The A zone gone. A minute to run. Whoa, no, go back. We're still good. A's been captured.
14v8.
Look, it's not likely, but it's not over yet.
You just need that one sort of push. But right now, C9 are just spread so far around the map. It is going to be tough to break this setup down. Players lighting away. There's one life just taken away. Kremp can't get the next guy, and you're still worried about Sib down low. Looks like Slasher was sort of hunting for him, but the arrows are turning.
They know.
More lives drained.
Do they know? They definitely know now. Oh, that's big wins across the board. Carolina lost lives. Oosh. Mid-mat, find a corner. Classic. Free and easy. Tej. 2 players going to be diving into the B zone. Slash is going to be there. Nice shots. Able to keep Kremp at bay for a moment there, but that's the round. C9, you've come out swinging on defense. That has been a gorgeous. I'm saying.
Maybe.
I know it's not a B. This is insane. How is it not a B? Sim's just fired his. What are we shooting at? What's going on here? It's the second segment nearly done. Wow, Mac, what a win. If you lose this, oh my yeah. Ravens get 1 segment on B. Good job.
I was about to say, all things considered, the fact that they got the segment at all, you'll take that as a small W, because that was a very painful round, but all's well that ends well. I mean, they've been making some pretty solid plays towards the end. This was right towards the end when they were able to jump on this zone and at least create that very small window of opportunity. So little moments can go a long way. Difficult to win your offenses, and it'll be our time to see C9 on the attack. But obviously a team playing with confidence. You can see it in the player cams, good communication, getting active. Sib will smile one day.
Yeah, right. Ravens on defense. Boing. I would never not enjoy that. Kremp's gonna get one here. My ass.
What's up?
All right, Slasher first blood. Gwyn backing him up as well. Ravens doing a decent job of defending. Woo! Sib drop before he hit the ground. Patch just got himself into a lovely position to slow down some of these defending players. But this is a lot of time being burnt.
I mean, he has 0 teammates. His team is being spawn trapped. He's literally not important on the map in the slightest. You could just ignore him if you're Carolina and continue to spawn kill the rest of his team.
Ignore? Yeah, keep going. Oh my.
Yeah, okay. Attach does not matter in the slightest.
Yeah, it's rude to say, but contextually very, very important. Finally, attach gets his one. He's traded out immediately. Gwyn looked like he fell down the stairs there, but he still managed to get the kill. Oof, Kremp good shots. Tough customer to deal with. 30 seconds on the clock. This has been a lovely round from the Ravens.
Yeah, my bad, attach. I just meant that one life in game. Just either way. Yeah, super solid on defense so far. Slasher, that's the 5 spree you're looking for. This is I mean, more dominant than it was the first time, so maybe just going to be a defensive shootout of the game. But Carolina looking perfect, and maybe that extra tick not even going to matter because you're getting nothing if you're C9. I mean, this is not even remotely close, and Slasher might end up just getting that Hellstorm.
He's
a
close.
kill away.
He's close. He's close. And the Hellstorm, man, against the B side of the map, like that B zone, yeah, don't worry about it. Offense, not so much defense. A saving grace. Nice shots. Nice working angles. Nice job from the Ravens. All right, well, we got ourselves a game of control, folks.
I do think there's something to be said, by the way, of like, you can mess with it. Not that this is a huge deal, but a very small thing. You can mess with the opening timings. Everybody at this point knows to just watch the flank through halls. You push them in the line. If nothing happens, you just turn around. Like, that's how Slasher won that first gunfight against Kremp. You just mess with the timings a bit, wait for that guy to turn, and then actually just work through mid, try to be overwhelming. There's little ideas that you can certainly play with. Obviously, we casted Heretics earlier, and those guys, phenomenal on vault control. So maybe steal some ideas here and there, but back on defense and back on point. Slasher, though, stealing that one.
Hellstorm.
Looking good. There's the Hellstorm.
Looking delightful. Reloaded. Ooh, that's awkward. That's real awkward. Now Kremp's in the back line. You have to turn for it. Oh, no, he's going to take catwalks. Big pinch. Here we go. Kremp pulls Slasher out of position, a freebie. Nice work. Lovely teamwork there from Cloud9. Nice coordination.
And you just see that one gunfight win against Vivid just breaks that entire setup down. And we are back to just maybe dominance on defense. You do it. A very scattered minimap, though. Players on C9 just in every single corner. You got attach on one end and attach once again. Trying to make that impact play. TJ and Gwyn inside the hill. Don't have to watch their flank. And this might be the pressure to lean over for a B hit. A lot of these players on Carolina crawling up and toying with the idea, but they get taken down. They're just playing for the kills with a solo cap, and they get punished for it.
Gwyn, how many can you get? The answer is 2. Ridiculous 3 for Gwyn.
In the movies.
Way, the whole team. Get back on the point. Stack it.
He made it to the movies, and you also do have a Hellstorm. Not that this is necessarily the best place to call it in, but another wipe like that, and you could finally get Gwyn gets cut down, and all that effort to try to set up for the spawn kills, C9 just picks you apart. Two very different styles of control. And that run it down mentality not paying off.
Oh, no. Well, minute 20 to count. Still pretty even. Good stuff, Gwyn. He and Slasher are putting in the work here on Vault. Eyes on the B zone. All this damage at range. Oh my god, doesn't amount to a huge amount. I don't know if anything, unless you can get your boys up there. 1 minute to play. Teacher's in.
Slasher just has Sib's number, it feels like, in those 1v1s. That's a car bomb and a half, though. That's just going to cut down the reinforcements, and TJ is the last man standing. Damn! Takes down Sib, though. Good lord.
Oh my goodness, but he's counts for 10 men right now.
9v5, by the way. Yeah.
Whoa, that's tough. 5v7. Ravens starting to bleed out a little. This has been a nice series of kills there from C9, and they are in control for the time being of mid-map.
I might just eat my words. Maybe the run it down mentality gonna pay off. Every single kill matters. 30 seconds is plenty of time. You see Slasher actually utilize the Hellstorm. Gonna get all the intel. Gonna take down a life. A 6 versus 3, but all these players are falling. You just gotta get the trades. And Carolina are gonna be good for the offensive round.
At the very least, one segment. Hold on. Wait, they line up! Vivid, guns and both. Good round on the Ravens.
And Gwyn gonna be the player that made it to the movies. Just a clean 4K everywhere on the map. A little bit of a gift. They just line up for him, so it's just nice moves on it. Player number 2, and everything else just falls in line. Perfect clip to the Jackal. Great swap to the Strider. Gwyn obviously played COD 4 back in the day. Faster to swap to the pistol than to reload. Those tooltips come in handy.
They really do. A fun game of control. Little bit of that back and forth, a little bit up and down. C9 attack. stay alive here in control.
Nice start. Simp pulling up Jackal as well. So yeah, looking to get active, keep things close quarters. And Quinn, I mean, you just ran upstairs and you're sliding like that. He is an athlete.
Yeah, it's the ray gun. Immediate drops to the side. That weird breakdance, I'm saying. He finds him. Dash looking for the old hop-up kill. As soon as he jumps in, yeah, eyes are on, straight away, traded out. It's enough to get Mac in, though, so it's enough to keep the capture alive and well. First progress complete at A. Tej and Gwyn. Gruesome twosome, get in there and clean house. Okay.
Sit back with the aims in hand as well. Traded.
Wow, what an awkward fight. So many Ravens everywhere. Krem gets pecked to pieces. Once again, Gwyn, the ensuing chaos here for the Ravens. They are thriving in it. 25 to the 19 of C9. Not a good look so far.
It's just the flock. I mean, you got guys P2 as well. You're just going to get spawn killed everywhere. TJ and Gwyn finally get dealt with, but you only have 40 seconds left to work on A. You do have a tick of progress, but it's back to the 50-50 square up. That is one kill traded out, but you yourself get traded. Carolina going to have the man advantage on this push. And attach might be the difference maker.
He's trying. He's certainly trying. Less than 30 seconds. The clock has stopped. Slasher winning that somehow. Now he's on the opportunity to pick up the pinch. Let's Kremp through. Kremp's gonna get into the fight now. Win at the ready. That stun sure sucks. Oh no, Kremp's done it again. Kremp has found another route. B is in a little bit of trouble now.
Such a scattered push too. 14 v8.
Oh, God.
Nice two-piece coming in from Gwyn. He is a lover of the slide. I think this is just going to be a life count thing, though. You just don't have enough bodies left. Carolina, we have not seen a reverse sweep this year. They might be the first team to be able to pull it off.
It's not over just yet. We're on A. Tej. Don't let too many members of C9 get in here and reinforce. A lot of damage, no kill. You get A. 2 lives left. And that should be it, folks. The Ravens stay alive in the series. The makings of a comeback possibly here, and a protocol hardpoint coming up now, chance. Ooh. This spicy Sunday here at Codmas. We're getting the goods.
Yeah, C9 just a team that has not had a great deal of success on vault control. Maybe thinking the week 1, week 2 sort of change for them could be a bit of a difference maker, but still just a step behind. And again, no reverse sweeps on the year so far. Carolina down 0-2. Protocol Hardpoint is looking like a very good map for him. So we had a barn burner of a map number 1, but Carolina simply shooting. Slasher continues just to be, I mean, seemingly elite this year. He's been on point every single respawn he delivers. And obviously Gwyn had an absolute field day on that map. 32 kills, 3,500 damage. No one in the lobby particularly close.
No, that's a lot. Yeah, good stuff out of Slasher and Gwyn consistently throughout this entire series. All the respawns, they've been really hot. Very, very good, very good. 31 the final time there of this vault control. Definitely not the fastest we've seen, but a 3-1 scoreline nonetheless. Highlights again. And again, as far as the takeaways go, defensive and offensive numbers are starting to come together. The map's still a little defensively heavy, but the best teams, they're the ones winning the offenses.
Yeah, and these two teams had almost like an elastic style sort of as well. Like willing just to hit both zones at any given time, mix things up, just try to create a little bit of chaos and trust yourself to be able to come out on top of it. And I think Gwyn was just truly that guy. But the biggest difference maker, obviously just the offensive round that Gwyn guys were able to win. And it was really off the back of plays like this. It just gives you the life advantage, secures the A zone, buys you so much time. And obviously Slasher, the round prior, going on such a big streak that he's able to get the Hellstorm. Make sure you put the stamp on it. So Carolina found the difference maker. Nice win in the series. Always happy when you can win the swing mode.
Man, with so many turns in this game, man. So many turns. Gwyn, you just watch his POV all map long. He really does love himself some Vault. And you're right, the way the slides work out, man, Gwyn is just soaring. He's having so much fun on this game. Omni Movement has been treating some players a lot better than others. Surprisingly enough, I think we expected a lot of the slower ARs to really suffer. Doesn't really seem to be the case in some ways, but a few of the submachine gun players, it has just elevated them in a way. The Hydras, your Gwyns, the Shotsies, a lot of the players you would expect to be that gross, absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, we still need to see a we need to see like a LAN event before we figure out like what players are going to be succeeding or suffering. But there has been a few like standout AR players that have not had a great deal of success. Celium has struggled a little bit at the start of the year. Draws has struggled a little bit too. Atlanta FaZe obviously not quite on top of things. Even Sib, I mean Sib, all of last year since he's been introduced to the league, really has been an absolute shooter. For the moment, seems to be a small step behind, but obviously this is incredibly early in the year and still early in the series. C9, big opportunity to close thing out on map number 4. Protocol is a map where you need your assault rifle players to thrive. So maybe Sib can be that guy for his team on this 4th map, because we saw what the Ravens did just the other day. They were electric on this map, found their flow state. Every single decision was perfect. C9 going to be forced to bring their A game, because make no mistake, even on the Skyline, they built themselves up a 70, 80-point lead. Mac just opened up Skyline like an absolute god, and that lead still nearly crumbled. So you got to be good from start to finish.
Start to finish. I mean, that consistency is one thing. We're seeing it in a couple of the sort of game flows, especially the map number 1. C9 absolutely had a start to finish run, very consistent, great stamina, didn't let anything happen, any crazy giveaways. Really, really sound game. Got to try and do the same thing here. And that is going to be tough against the Ravens. We already saw what they did against FaZe yesterday. Was it yesterday? Day before? I forget. Feels like forever ago. But it was definitely a very impressive showing for the Ravens. This is going to be a big one, folks. Fist bumps have been delivered. It's time to party.
And, you know, I've always been a big fan of armchair psychology. I do have my bachelor's degree. Better fist bumps on the Carolina side, man. A little more energy. Very well coordinated. I think they might be good for the opening break here, Miles. That's how I'm feeling.
Look, it's funny you should say that, because I think Gwyn's got, like, his fist bumps were a little, like, whatever, you know, especially after a dub. Like last one, there was like a real soft, just like, yeah, whatever, man, we're good. But not the best fist bumps I've seen. Not quite, you know, the Seattle Surge Vanguard season. Unbelievable.
Very true.
Unbelievable. Coach Lamar, now, of course, for C9, maybe he can impart that kind of skill, that synergy to that part of their game. But here we go, folks, into Protocol, and it's lit.
Mac, the first one strike though, doing it with the aims as well, so he's going for those slide kills. But Mac, not the player you want to get the hot hand. It is a very passive opening break as well, so armchair psychology be damned. Sib, nice shots as well on Slasher. When you get that sort of battle shifting the other way, C9 will be happy for it. But no bang outs just yet. TJ keeping control of the sidewalk. 3 players going to be looking for him.
On the prowl for one TJ. He has been apprehended. Gwyn, wow, slides in, gets him 1. Keeps the lead rolling right now for the Ravens. And can't quite put attached down. That little bit of kick when he's in the air like that just does not work out. Teach though, flying, soaring, finding Sib and Mac on the way to P2. Rotation done. Hardpoint in the hands of the Ravens.
Yeah, Teach getting to the zip line as well. This is a clinical setup right now on P2, and you just get to play with complete freedom. They're reading these spawns. You got Slasher on the mini-map. He's checking the 2 players that are in the back. TJ's hitting nice nades, and with the easy reads on the pressure, that is a clean 4-man wipe, and because of TJ's position, you flip the spawns. This is masterful time Carolina are going to be able to get.
Well, they do. Kremp manages also find a kill on a Slasher, so he's got a bit of space to work with now. Trying to break out of the trap. Vivid says, no thank you. Locks it down again. No second there for Vivid. Gwyn in the hill, holding it down. The last line of defense here for the Ravens. Mac trying to keep the pressure up. Lovely shots in the Teach. That's going to put them just on the back foot for a moment, but you're still getting the time.
You have to get the scrap too. I mean, they just gave away so much. Like, and they're still not getting it. Ideally, you want to take the scrap and just accept that you're not getting the spawns, but instead C9 are gonna get neither. A 50-point gap, and they're gonna have to rotate towards new. Kremp, I mean, he's doing the world tour, but I mean, Gwyn's here potentially to pick it up. And maybe just the COD timing. No, hyper aware, doesn't win the gunfight. Kremp at least blocking.
Still trying hold the block. Here we go. His teammates are in there. Some damage has been dealt. Brent finds a Vivid. A couple of players through the front side as well. Great comms. You can see where he's looking. He's worried about the guy at the back door as well. Slash is going to be there in a moment, but the spawn time is so uncomfortable. He's in a fight right now. Gets a little bit of pressure on the hill. Commits to the front, and they get inside. A break. Slasher last man. Wait a minute. Last man. Nearly no problem.
Slasher, the Omni Movement Reaper. And for all that work for Krem to go and make the play, it just does not matter. You get 4-man wiped again. And look who's going to win the foot race to down low. It's Carolina Royal Ravens. And it is not particularly close. This is a 70-point game and a good hold here. I mean, you could call GG if C9 don't get this break.
Well, they're trying, and they're in. But Gwyn, oh, no way.
Okay.
Gwyn, what the hell? Teach joins him. C9, okay, cool. We are all down. Quick respawn. You got Slasher sliding, breaking ankles. What year is it? You can definitely teach old dogs new tricks. What is loud? Gwyn is my favorite player to watch.
Hey, that was a break though, right? At least you get a break. It might have taken 30 seconds to make it happen, but the way that was starting, you're just happy to stop the bleeding. I respect that so much.
Nah, put that in a highlight reel. That was a doozy, right? Let's go for a listen with the Ravens. They are banging.
I couldn't very flaming. On time, we don't know.
I spawn back.
I knew.
They're pushing out. They're pushing guys out.
I don't see him top.
We're top granny.
This
is gonna spawn weird.
Give me mid gun. Try to hit Sparrow.
Yo, one top tower.
Mid gun on mid.
On time, weak Mac. One top tower.
P2, hopping up. I'm in.
Nice, top ground.
Listen,
top ground.
Listen, I'm
dropping you.
I'm on the ground. I'm gonna hit the ground.
Push.
I'll get left. I can kind of see the left from him.
I'm seeing top granny. Top granny is outside.
Never push.
I'm good. Ali, that's
one mid. Hitting
I have it.
He's laying down close. On the wall.
I'm gonna pinch top ammo. Missing one.
I'm in
Bottom ammo. Make gun.
Nice.
Take gun. Dead. Nice.
I'm near your hill. Just right now. I need me from
I'm laying down close, Ellie.
Top ammo. Left corner.
I don't know if they know I'm close. I have your IV kind of. They can be close stairs.
I'll be close out.
I have IV kind of.
Ammo dead. I hit the mid gun. I'm on time, Isaiah. You can go. Listen.
P2 on point.
I hit bottom mid, bros.
I heard you. I'm looking back right, Teach. Back right now.
Second dead.
Nice.
I'm going top zip. There ammo, mid gun.
Look at our back right thing.
Top ammo. I'll come. Bottom ammo. I'll mid gun.
Mid gun, weak. I got ripped.
I'll see mid gun. Back is mid gun.
I might go underground. They can come in.
Yo, big grandma. Gonna hit Tom. I'm okay. I think top broken. Mid gun dash. Yo, I spawned ammo, guys. Mid gun dash. Broken. Nice, back to that back. I need your back tower.
He's top mid.
I need our tower as well. I'm mid.
One's going P1.
First time.
One's going P1. I'm trying to pick this guy up.
P1. There's one P1 and one Shack on me. Shack and P1.
Tower dash really weak on hill. Box.
That was great listening with the Ravens. Really good comms.
Absolutely. I mean, it's like a practice how you play. No one's like tweaking out. Very nice, very stable, just efficient. And then, of course, when they're screaming something, it's because you have to emphasize it. TJ is like, P2 hop up, Gwyn, you need to know this, but everything's going well. I mean, it is a massive, seemingly insurmountable lead. Yeah, Carolina on this map, they're deadly.
Yeah, this is great. 19 and 11 for Tej Forcebury right now. Vivid was 17 and 12. He's not necessarily been the most explosive player this series, but man, he's looking good here on Protocol. Slow and steady cleanups on the backline here is Slasher. Dancing around, making sure spawns are good. The fight is going to be on the front line. Gwyn's got a lot to deal with here on the right-hand side of the minimap. Gets some damage in, doesn't get all the kills. Over to Slasher, finds at least one. Here comes Attach. You are feeding the mad Titan. Ooh, he nearly gave Mac a couple of shots there. 202 to 61. C9 are finally in chance.
Yeah, what, 145-point deficit that these guys are trying to make up for. And, of course, if you're down by this much, Gwyn, well, maybe had time to go on a world tour. Sid picks it up, though. Great reads from C9. 20 seconds of scrap left. And, of course, you can chain this into P4. But looking at the minimap, I think Carolina, well, not only are they hitting old, and Slasher continues to be the Omni Movement Reaper.
The breaker of hills. Admittedly, not a lot of time left, but who cares, man? Good time. They're in. Down low we go, Gwyn. Yeah, get them both, Gwyn. Yeah, they're yours, Gwyn. Send it. There's another one on your right. Kill him. Okay, fine. It would have been great if he did, but Teach is there for it as well. Vivid on the backup. I mean, the Carolina Royal Ravens can do no wrong on protocol. Over the top. It's not a replay. It's Gwyn again from the same the same kills. He's unstoppable. Gwyneth Paltrow gets the Oscar.
Yeah. And Vivid maybe gets to be the Iron Man inside. Hit that L trigger and get that next kill. Thank you very much. 20 seconds left, and you're going to be able to deliver this game. C9 fighting back for the moral victory. They just don't want to get 100-point clubbed.
I try not to, but Gwyn. Oh my God, we're going for the win here. Trying to get that break. 15 seconds left on the point. Over to Vivid on the outside. You have got C9 pinned in here. They can have that time what they want. New hardpoint is nowhere near you. Back over to the top side of the minimap, boys. You've got to try to escape from hell just to get upstairs. So be it. Mate, C9 are in. C9 managed to creep on in. This is not over yet. I mean, we're gassing the life out of this. I gave out an Oscar.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to work overtime to get that one. Gwyn really just able to feast. Hardpoint number one. I mean, Gwyn was absolutely slamming. I think he ended up the kills leader. Was the exact same thing on the control and the exact same thing in hardpoint number two. Gwyn loves to slay. Carolina love themselves some protocol. And if there was a team to pull off the reverse sweep, Carolina might just be those guys.
Yet to get it. We've yet to get it. C9, you set yourself up for a good place. You're in. Lock down the game 5. Don't let the reverse sweep happen. Otherwise, history is made, folks. Carolina Royal Ravens, top of the standings. Or this hot C9 on the climb. Yeah, don't show that. Don't show that. Wow. That's okay. Okay.
It's so short. That's so few hills.
That's okay. We can take that off. We can get rid of that. That's tough. 105. Yeah, thanks, guys. That was a tough one. Woo! It's a good map for the Ravens. Everyone now know. If you didn't know it before, you know it now.
And I don't even know if has Simp gone positive yet in a hardpoint. I mean, granted, not the reason they lost this map. Let's be clear. C9 as a team gets absolutely handled, but very surprising to see his sort of lack of prowess early on. Because again, Sib, absolute shooter. You know, he's got one of the best shots in the league, but maybe just something to keep an eye on. In the meantime, the only thing we have to pay attention to is going to be a game 5. I know Carolina, the stocks were high coming into the series. The first 2 maps might have done some damage, but we'll see what happens on a vault. That is frankly a map that is anyone's game.
Anyone's game indeed. Well, game 5 on its way, folks. We'll see how that goes. We'll take a quick commercial break as we do. And when we come back, folks, game 5, an exciting one. Will it be the first reverse sweep of the season, or will C9 escape their situation they're in? We'll find out after this. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
game 5, and it's the first game 5 for both of our teams in this matchup. Carolina Royal Ravens looking for the reverse sweep. C9 New York looking for a big dub over a tough opponent, Chance.
Yes, and I think this series has sort of delivered to the expectations. I know the fan sentiment a lot higher on the Carolina stock compared to C9, but they have fought back at least early on in the series. But C9 have struggled in control. That has continued, and obviously Carolina are looking like one of the finest teams on protocol. So that sets us up for a game 5. We know Carolina extremely capable in search and destroy, but they did get handled in map number 2. We'll see what the Omni Movement Reaper can bring on the map 5.
Again, a very talented lineup, this Carolina Royal Ravens roster. They've got everyone thinking different things about the coaches' rankings, what had them dead last alongside Boston as well. I mean, this is the year where the Ravens and Breach both get to right the wrongs of their difficult, I mean, what is it's the org history. Slasher getting the redemption arc. Can't wait for him to beat Boston. That's going to be a lot of fun as well, isn't it? Ooh, it's going to be a great season, folks. Let's just get through this match first. Vault S&D, game 5. Here we go.
And I think Carolina might be a team that's pretty willing to make plays as well. The A side is obviously the most popular. It gets attacked 90% of the rounds, but a few different teams, Toronto being one we saw earlier, might try to set the tone with a cheeky B-bomb plant as well. So I think if you can sort of get that idea out there, force the opposition to think about that, you can always play the mind games and search. But that's just sort of a setup. Who knows what Carolina are going to want to do. But that'll be for the second round right now. Mac with bomb in hand, and the man loves the plant. You know the route they're going to take. Over to the A-bomb site they go, and that is unfortunate for Sid.
Bad start. Oh, bad start. Still a bad start. They're about to hit the bomb. Yeah, we're doing what we can as Kremp claws a few kills back into this. He and Mac have got their work cut out for them all the time. You're in. Good luck, boys. Wait for Kremp. Wait for it. He's got a nade. But, wow, they lined up and there was a bit of an awkward engagement there. So many Ravens in one tiny little space. They play the numbers. They manage not to friendly fire too hard as Tej gets the defuse.
Yeah, you know the flock can fly. That is a nice synergy coming through. 3 players through the hole into pool or from pool, and they just scatter, hit every single angle. I'm assuming what happened to Simp, he does not nade himself, but while he's cooking a frag, a nade just lands at his feet and just gets the guaranteed blow up. So not a mistake made there by Simp, just good nades coming out on the flip side for Carolina. Obviously, no trophies round 1. And if you really want to set the tone on defense, that is the best tool you have. You got to make sure your pre-nades are on point. You can cover any lane you want. And that's why guys on round 1s without the trophies will be going through the hallway. So Carolina not messing around. They're going through the hallway as well. Dodging all the nades, getting the first blood, getting the bomb down. Sid those strikes. We got a 3v3.
That's an ideal trade situation there. Sid to be able to get that Gwyn out of the picture. On board with Mac. So it looks like checking all these corners. Tough look. Oh, nice win. Still all down to Mac now. He's got to try to hit the defuse. Checking the site. Quick. Tej, he knows he's hit. Surprise slasher. Ravens back to back.
That's great work out of Tej that round as well. Gets the bomb plant. He was very much an ISO man near the site, trusting his AR players to sort of lock down the flank in the lanes. And Slasher delivers, able to pick up 2 in that round. And him and Tej, not long-time duo in terms of consistency, but long-time duo in terms of their paths always cross. That DNA always intertwined.
They sure do. Long histories. Many of these players in this lobby. Some of them just beginning. As round 3 begins. C9 working their way through Cat. Max the bomb carrier right now. So again, options before A and B. So he hits that vault hole in the ground. He can go wherever he wants.
I think it might have been a teammate that had Kremp 1 HP. So Kremp is free on the flank. TJ able to get the first blood, but now Kremp is just going to make things awkward. And this is the setup you're talking about, by the way. If you get the bomb planted at B, in my mind, it is a guaranteed round win, especially with a setup like this. I mean, quite literally, what do you do?
Well, we're about to find out. Gwyn is going to jump out. He's going to piece Mac.
He's going to die.
All right. Now you know where the other 2 guys are. T just being sent in for it. Absolutely slams attach. Last guy up is Crimp. They're going to make the read on him being down low. Oh, no, Viv's going to get smoked. Okay, this might be round. Yeah, okay, that might be it. Damn, it was close, though.
Yeah,
it was close, though. Come on.
You could do. You just have to spend so much time, though, clearing out like top art. You got to clear out P4. It's literally just too many things to check. And again, that's the tone setting like B hit that we're talking about. It was developed on the minimap because Kremp able to just find that mid-map route and just clear space. You had a 4-man stack on defense coming in from Carolina. And admittedly, they got the first blood, but C9 just recognized the pressure. You get the bomb planted in a spot like that. And even though everything was going perfect for Carolina on that attempt, it's still not enough. That B-bomb site, you gotta respect it.
Yeah, B-bomb a little OP right now. Hard to get the plant down though. And again, this is like that sort of thing we will figure out with red card. Retaking B is a little tricky. Retaking B on this map, unbelievably difficult so far. Not a lot of data to work with. Oh dear. Gwyn, can you make it a 3-piece down low?
Oh, nice trades, Vivid. Great coverage.
Wow, that's fantastic. 2v2.
Yeah, no bomb plant just yet though, so the AR player is going to have to get to work, and it is the AR duel. And Vivid, again, he has struggled in S&D. I think his KD at this point might be like a 0.4 in the 4 maps that they have played. So he has struggled. And the C9 boys are just roaming together.
Yeah, they're going to hit the top soon, and this is going to get ugly real quick. Did they get spotted out? Very likely. Here comes Attach. Slash is going down fighting. Bomb does not get planted. 35 seconds on the clock. There we go. Sid picks up the pair. C9 take the round. And with that, the equalizer.
Yeah, in both those rounds that C9 won as well, it's just the decisiveness that like makes the jump, right? The round before, they sense the opening towards B, Krent takes the space, and they just jump on the way the map responds. What Sib and Attach do in that moment is the same thing. It's a 2v2, it's AR players swing out wide, and they just start making moves on the map that clear so much space, and eventually just catch Carolina off guard. So Carolina just a little bit too slow. And 2 beautiful bounce back rounds. And TJ technically 8-0 because he got team killed, so he's had a monster start early on. You got to be on the lookout. This is a crazy minimap.
Yeah, it's confusing, especially over the A side. I mean, there are 2 members of C9 inside it.
And look at it, though. They've got the space. Like, B's just left completely open. Slasher's on the cross, but that just means Mac, pick a different plant spot. So he's going to get this bomb down as well for a 4v4. It's not as dangerous as the first time, but C9 still in a sweet position.
I think the trophy system is now gone. So if anyone's got anything left, it's Gwyn, finds 2. Slasher on the flanks. Attach peeled.
Damn.
As our observer team catches every kill on the retake. GG's, everyone.
And, you know, credit to Gwen and Slasher in those moments as well. Gwen gets active in the post plan and make sure you do not let those players escape. And, of course, Slasher had a big responsibility as well. They did sniff out the B pressure. Like, you know, maybe C9 showed their hand just a little bit, so Slasher's a little heads up on the response. But quite literally, just if not for this play where Sib is just face first in a wall, that round would have collapsed. But again, hyperactive. That is the only way you can handle the B bomb plants. You have to make sure the bomb planter dies.
Well, that's how you get it done. There we go. It only took a round for us to figure out how to make it work. What a game 5 this is. Back to A we go for the Ravens. Stun checks, nades as well, just in case anyone's here. Maybe not. That one's going way downtown. Mac, oh, what a start from Mackenzie Melts. A big 2-piece.
And there's the nice little bounce back. Bomb being down underneath the A site as well. That is a perfect response on defense. Well orchestrated play. Vivid with a pick, but just don't make mistakes. You got the man advantage. You got bomb down. Show them nothing.
You got Krem watching the B bomb site as well, so great spot to be in right now for C9 New York, looking for the equalizer against the Ravens here. What will Vivid do? Has he got anything to throw, I wonder? Oh, there it is. The first stun doesn't connect, and now the gunfight's on.
And the problem is even if you win some of these gunfights and get down low, Kremp is going to be able to look over as well. You have to go off the nade. But with ARs, like, it's just so difficult.
Oh, Slasher and Vivid, they coordinate the frag attack there, but oh my god, okay. They coordinated their frags, but they unfortunately didn't manage to finish a kill. 18 seconds. Can you pick somebody out? Possible.
Oh, no.
Damage. Vivid's in. Oh, no. That is disgusting work out of Slasher and Vivid.
Oh, I'm just gonna let you keep talking, Miles. I'm gonna say some real mean things. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut.
Look, that was the power of Slasher, just holding that angle, making sure that anyone who managed to get to that left-hand corner always had a tag or two. The players vacated the corner then. That sets you up for the Vivid piece. And then it's a 2v1. You just throw bodies at it one at a time, play the trade perfectly. A vet like Slasher's going to get that done 9 times out of 10. What a moment for the Ravens.
Dude, the second they slid in the same corner, like, you don't want to do that. You don't want to overthrow a shoulder. You have bombed. Like, that is, you don't deserve to win a game 5 with a moment like that. But you test the resolve, you take care of the RC car, and you get the bomb down. C9, we'll see what kind of fight they have. Kremp, you feel like he's got a guaranteed first blood, or maybe they actually sniff him out. Got the cookie duo working together, but Kremp still finds the first blood.
Oh, Gwen. 30 seconds. Quick check. T-Shaw has a frag. Don't die. You need that frag. Slasher full pockets as well. Gunning at the ready. Trying to hold these players at bay. Watch out, see. He's throwing a doozy. Gwen's on the pinch. In and out he goes. 15 seconds. This is it. Teach cleans up. It's all down to Attach. Where is Attach? Eyes are on. He's got guns up at the ready. Attach is down, and the defuse continues. The Ravens match point.
Oh my, dude, and nothing makes sense. I feel like Slasher, when he spotted Attach, like, I like the call to go for the guys on bomb. I assume Attach was just going to take the gunfight for the trade, but he's just out of the picture, and Carolina just active. This is, yeah, a tale of two different S&D teams in the clutch. This is Carolina in a fine spot with a 5-2 lead.
Now, Ravens are sick. This is very, very good. This is exciting stuff. They're 1 round away from completing the first reverse sweep of the Black Ops 6 season. C9, what have you got, fellas? You need to pull it all out now.
Oh, how effective is this going to be? Does anyone on C9 even go through double doors to check this? I don't know how many nades were even thrown towards this A site. They've completely checked the bomb. 2 players pushing out for the clearance, and you do it, Sid watching over. But TJ, in the meantime, here comes the Hellstorm. 2 kills already their way. Slasher does get traded, and TJ gets revenge from the earlier team kill, but he wants to clutch a 1v2.
He's going for it now. It's a 1v1 against Sib. He's got the bomb. TJ's 10 and 2. He has an aims as well. All the makings of an outrageous comeback. B-bomb plan.
Oh, and God, again, what position does TJ play, and how does Sib approach it?
Here we go.
Or do they just square up in the middle?
Ah! That's the way the cookie crumbles. C9, stay alive.
Oh, I'm surprised TJ took that route. I feel like if you get the bomb planted at B, that means no one's top art and probably no one's P4. So he could be anywhere else on the map, and TJ, instead of running towards safety, runs into the danger. And really is just caught timing, though. Sib just ends up in the perfect spot. So shout out Sib. Clutches up when you needed him most. And what a sloppy round of S&D.
Well, the team kill was tough. I think, did he manage to get that into the vault? Is that where that happened? It went through roof, through hole, into vault. Damn, son. Wow. C9, here we go. You got momentum. You have some magic now. Oh, stacked up cat side of the map. Kremp, you could walk into... There's one. Damn, Teach with the coverage. God. Planting A, though. 2 of them are down low. Man disadvantage now. C9, hold this together.
Dude, Slasher is so heads up. He just read Attach pushing the street on the mini-map. So you got a main advantage for Carolina on this retake.
He's going to win the fight as well. Oh, dear. Teach. Vivid in game. Attach has got to go very big here. Can he get at least a kill? The answer is nah, he cannot. The Ravens complete the first reverse sweep of the season in a devastating victory on Vol S&D.
That is a way to sort of go into the break for them. You crush the momentum of C9. you kill their morale, and you make sure you keep a perfect record. Carolina still sitting amongst the top in the league. Smiles across their faces. They know they got away with one there. And that was a wild game 5.
Wow. The revenge of the
happy.
Ravens. They are happy. They should be. Turning it all around for their respective franchises. Wow, the Ravens back on top, continuing the run. They complete the reverse sweep. You name it. The Ravens certainly are the real deal. TJ, 12-3. It would have been great if he won there. If he gets the 1v1 and I get to scream, that's the way the cookie crumbles. It's a cookie joke, chat. You're going to get a lot more of these throughout the year, especially with TJ performing like this. Those cookies, man, they are on point. So is the game. 9 minutes total. What a fantastic game of Vault Search and Destroy. You really got a taste of it there. A brilliant way to close out the first 2 weeks of play for the Ravens.
Yeah, and Mac might have had 5 bomb plants, but if you were just looking at those assist numbers, the teamwork for Carolina, so much better than what C9 was able to bring on that vault. So budgets be damned. S&D coach, well, got to put more work in there for C9.
And now they're all tweeting GG C9, 2-week break, flashed up when we needed to. Good stuff, boys. Love my teammates. You know, the usual stuff. We absolutely love it. Wow, that was a fantastic series. There we go. The first reverse sweep of the season. Maybe many, many more. But hey, the Ravens, chat, they're the real deal. Des, what do you think? You think so as well. They're great.
We are so back.
Now, we need to get the total map count to decide who's going to have the #1 seed, but I think the Ravens might have just locked it up with that reverse sweep. They should have the top seed going into our first minor of the CDL season.
And that's crazy, and they did it in quite the fashion, too, as well. That vault was just a masterclass from the Carolina Royal Ravens. I said I wanted them to turn it around, and they took that very seriously.
Nameless, you thought they were going to finish in 3. Cloud9 looked red hot in the first half. What happened in the second half? How did the Ravens wake up?
Yeah, well, Gwyn and Slasher woke up on that ball control, just absolutely pummeling them there. And then we get into the protocol right after that. That might be their best map. They are masterful.
Yeah.
100-point clubbing FaZe on it, and then almost 100-point clubbing C9 on that one. Just every rotation, every hill, they have a great strategy on. They're putting teams in blender setups. This Carolina team is disgusting.
Ali, I'm looking at my notes. Last match against Atlanta, I wrote TJ great series. This time, TJ 12-3. 4 of his kills were first bloods. What's different about Black Ops 6, or is it just a different in the roster than what he was playing with last year?
He's been unreal. I want to say it's the game. I think he's just very comfortable. I think it fits his play style incredibly well because TJ kind of is in the likes of, like, he's a player who likes to get around, find an open lane, kind of abuse it, get behind enemy lines, and he's been so consistent with that. And I feel like something Carolina does really well with this team is they always have each other's backs. So they're never really in a situation where they're isolated and not able to get the trade.
Trades are there at all times. Carolina finishing a surprise 4-0. A lot of people had them at the bottom of the coaches poll or in the middle.
Crazy.
You thought it was a good roster on day one. They're living up to the hype.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just have like-minded individuals. I mean, it really translates when you know a team's really good when it translates to their gameplay, and in retake situations, they're calm and poised. We saw a 2v3 in that game, like, just beautifully played. Slasher Vivid, like, we saw multiple times early in the round 2, like, they would give up a first blood and still come out on top. This Carolina team's a real deal, seriously.
It's time for your Scuff play of the game, and it comes from the one and only rookie of the year from last year, Gwyn, showcasing his skills on Vault. Game 3 and 4, you saw him just popping off in the kill feed. What makes this guy special?
This was huge for him, actually, because in that game number 2, he only had 3 kills, and that's not what we're used to seeing out of Gwyn. We're talking about rookie of the year contention with a 1.3 in S&D. So for Gwyn, I think it was just a big bounce back in Vault, just going back to consistency. He's a huge slayer, man, and if he's not putting up the damage, Carolina definitely feels the pain.
Nameless, I don't know about you, but last year I was a little bit worried. I didn't know if Gwyn was the easiest guy to team with, if he was really going to make it at the top level in the CDL despite his individual skill. Watching these games, it looks like he and Slasher are best buddies.
Yeah, I mean, I think Slasher has just instilled some good faith in them. Like, with the practice, what they preach in practice, it's working in their matches. And when you put Gwyn within structure, he's able to fry, right? You give him any sort of advantage on the map, he's going to go off. And we've seen that through their 4 matches, now with a bye in our first minor.
Let's take a look at our standings after Toronto beat Miami. They had the first 4-0, but Carolina will have the tiebreaker. They have the #1 seed as of right now, going going into the minor, and I don't think it's possible for LA Thieves to catch up.
Ah, man, I mean, Carolina, they're looking so good. They didn't even make it to champs last year as an organization. What a turnaround for them. And then we know you're going to get some additional points in that minor for champs this year. So this is huge for this organization and for these players.
Allie, we got Minnesota with the chance potentially to break into the top 4. What do you think?
I think it's very low, but honestly, Minnesota's been pulling out some crazy wins recently, so not necessarily impossible, but low chance.
All right, we'll be talking about Minnesota in a little bit. That is the match coming up. Nameless, I have to say, these 2 weeks have been long, but they're also blowing by pretty quickly. We're about to be hitting a holiday break. What should everyone be doing outside of going to twitch.tv/nameless and watching your stream?
Grind, thank you, first of all, but also grind some ranked and learn from these matches. I mean, we've learned so much, different setups, different strategies that you could have. In Hardpoint, people get into that second level, and you grind rank. Maybe you can become a pro one day.
There you go. Pro tips from a pro. You've seen him on the biggest stage. You're listening to him right now, and you have to listen to us even more in about 3 minutes. We're going to break. When we come back, final fight of the night. LA Thieves, Minnesota. Can Thieves finish perfect? Or will it be Minnesota climbing up the leaderboard?
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Look at the route that Shotzi's taking, shutting down the entire.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, look at Ant on the mini map.
Depending
Guy's
on what
an
the
absolute
timing
butt
of this
cheeks.
looks like, Mac gonna go for the
waiting for the elevator. He's patient.
We've got 3 different floors worth of areas to explore. Your Shotzi, and now the time starts to tick against Optics defense.
And I don't know if Simp got a sound cue that potentially someone's coming in the elevator. I guess not.
Here he comes.
Shotzi on the pinch. He gets someone's playing towards top window, and unfortunately, Simp, you just were not ready.
They're trying to attack me mid. At their hill. Mid. Draws on mid, guys. Oh my god. Draws on mid. Him.
It's your boy Shotzi, man, with the ace. Little ace, man.
Here come the Thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Cat finds the second 1v1. And it's Clayster looking for the last. And they put it out. 10 seconds, 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The Thieves are moving. But they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion has just made the greatest comeback in Hardpoint you will ever see.
No, it was like the worst time.
Time short.
Wall bang him.
Put your head down and secure the target.
We're so back, baby!
No way!
We're so back!
Deranged native!
baby!
Deranged native with 100 gifted subs!
Oh man, I can watch those CDL TV clips all day, but right now we gotta get into the action with the man who just popped off in a game number 5. Welcome back to the stream, TJ Howie. Our top S&D performer from the Carolina Royal Ravens. Alley Cat, what do you think of his play tonight?
I think he does great. I think he's played great the past 2 weeks completely, and I can't wait to talk to him because I want to ask about the search and destroy.
Pretty sure he's coming. There he is. Hey, Teej.
Hey, man.
How's it going?
Took a minute for you to get here, brother. What'd you have to go do right after the game, huh?
No, my cam wasn't working. I gotta use Austin's setup. My cam doesn't work. I don't know. You gotta get me a new cam or something.
Chat says you were eating an Uncrustable. I don't know if that's true or not, but
crazy.
Those are good. All right, TJ, let's start this thing off. You guys, hot start. You 3-0 Atlanta FaZe yesterday, and then this matchup, you come down 0-2. What happened at the start of the series, and how did you guys turn it around?
Honestly, we just came out slow at map 1. We went down early, and then towards the end of the map, you could tell that we started kicking up. Our guns were hot. I think we outplayed for the loss too, so that's not ideal. But yeah, I mean, our guns were hot. Definitely map 1. Map 2, we kind of threw away. We just had a lot of bloods, got it clutched on a lot, and they played that really well, honestly. And then map 3 and 4, we kind of dominated. Then map 5,
you dominated.
Map 5, we took over. Yep.
TJ, I just want to congratulate you on the win. This is the most consistent I've seen you guys play. And Carolina's kind of, I feel like, came out of nowhere and really uppercutted a lot of the top 4 teams. I want to know, like, what sets you guys apart from the rest of the league? Like, is it team chemistry? Is it just you feel all of you are really good at this game? What's the deal?
I think we just have a really good understanding of how we want to play these situations and rotations and stuff in Hardpoint, and then S&D. I think we have really good S&D players all around. We bounce off each other really well with play calls and stuff like that. I feel like our clutching right now has been really good. Like our 2v3s, our 3v4s, we're capitalizing on that a lot. So, I mean, we've been clutching up a lot, and we've been playing good. We're clicking right now.
Just be gelling.
Listen, Teej, back in BO4, you were a monster, brother. I think people forgot Black Ops Teej. I want to ask you, you and Gwen look way more comfortable with this roster. What is it about this team that's allowing you guys to flourish and play so well, especially in the hardpoint?
Yeah, no, Gwen's a fucking beast. Gwen's a beast.
I love it.
But Slasher and Vivid play really well fundamentally, and I think it just, I don't know, it works. We've been playing really good in scrims. Have our off days, have our good days, but we're clicking right now, and excited for after the break to keep at it.
So Teej, I heard some pros talking about top teams, like top 4, top 5, and they were still leaving you guys out of that. Do you have anything to say in response to that?
I mean, these matches are speaking for themselves. We'll see them at the major for sure.
For sure.
Teej, before we let you go, what is the best part of playing with this lineup in Black Ops 6?
Best part about playing with this lineup? I miss playing with the good S&D players again, man. We're really good at S&D. I know how these guys are thinking in these situations, and honestly, I just love being on a good S&D team. That's really what it comes down to.
Final question: true or false? The SMGs are overpowered right now.
False. We gotta buff them. Maddox, we gotta buff them.
I think guns are in a good balance at the moment.
Pretty balanced. Like it. TJ, great to have you on here.
I appreciate you guys.
TJ and I guess it's like a whole slew of SMGs are just finding success early in this game. He drops 12 kills, and of course, we'll see TJ back in action during the minor in January. For now, though, we have one more match to go, and this is all about seeding for LA Thieves. You win, you're guaranteed a top 4. Let's take a look at the final matchup of the night.
Let's go.
With Fame, comes up from the backside of Palace Wall, plus the delayed hit from Estriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't stop.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Take the numbers, I'm running it up.
Oh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map, has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
Minnesota Rocker takes on LA Thieves, and it was Minnesota, the shocker of week 1. Came out 2 game 5 round 11 wins. Whole bunch of youngsters put together on the same lineup, and they found success early this week, starting to slow down, but have an opportunity to finish strong.
Yeah, I like this roster, Chris. I think, we've seen everybody in their own right take over. Estriel had a way better performance in their last series versus C9. Ultimately, they lose that. But when you go back, you think about that series, very close map number 1, round 11 in map number 2. And that's been the story of these guys. It's been at the end of these games. Some they've closed out, if you look at the Boston series, and some they haven't in the C9 series. I feel like that might be the story for them all year long, coming down to the wire, and they're going to have to ice up. I think the series might be some of the same.
LA Thieves is on the other side of this matchup, and this has been the most fun squad to watch. I think a lot of people in the chat would agree. Amazing hard points against LAG. That was back on Friday, a 250-249 nail biter. But at the end of it, Scrap said that is the crappiest hard point we have played. What are the expectations for this lineup tonight?
The expectations are extremely high, you know, right? Like, they have bragging rights right now, and when it comes to maps and modes, like, their pool is ginormous right now. The only thing we haven't seen them play is protocol control, which we're actually getting
guaranteed.
That's crazy. So we'll finally be able to see them on a different map.
I wish you guys could see Allie right now. She has the biggest smile. It's just diversity in our map pool. Love to see it. It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Allie, after we got bailed out by the Royal Ravens, I would like to take the honors of going LA Thieves first.
I mean, that was obvious. I'm going to go LA Thieves as well. I think they're too dominant right now.
Nameless?
I'm going with Thieves. I got them winning this one.
Fans, any faith?
All
Nope.
thinking Thieves.
Everybody loves the super team. Let's send it over to our superstar caster duo. We got Shift and Study.
It's going to be a great one. I think, you know, Ant hits us in the head that this Minnesota team, I think we all looked at and said, you know, potential. We saw each of these 4 individuals do well on other rosters, but how would they do together without like a true IGL captain that really shouts out? And yeah, a couple of icy moments from Minnesota, but this is a totally different monster here, Jay. Study, I'm gonna need you to
I'm here. I'm sorry. I thought I was unmuted. Okay, like I was saying, the LA Thieves, they want to join alongside the teams like Toronto, the teams like Carolina, who are sitting comfortable on the top of the standings at 4-0. And obviously, being the best hardpoint team in the game, you have a clear road to do that because you're going up against this rocker squad who have played every single series very, very tight. You have 2 Game 5 round 11s to put you 2-0 in week number 1, and in that series versus Cloud9, you were in the lead a majority of all of map number 1. You lose it. You go all the way to a round 11 in Search and Destroy 6-5, you lose it. So it's just tough for them. Now you're going up against, like you said, a different piece of Thieves. You got to be able to bring the sling.
Well, let's get wild. Let's get weird. It's red card hardpoint. Expect the engagements to happen early, often, if not all the time. And so far, the Thieves, perfect. First 3 eliminations go their way, given the first 4. Envoy getting a little bit of zonage over towards the hedges as the rest of LAT just locked down the middle. A ticket in the blink of an eye. A perfect start for LAT.
Yeah, this is all you want to do, though, on the map like red card is dominate over towards this hedges area, because this is basically how you control the first 4 hills on this map, as that's been 20 uncontested seconds so far. Minnesota trying to work their way in through ticket, but not finding success in any of the slaying departments, as it's more effective trades coming in from the Thieves.
Slaying department, they're already for Minnesota, dude. The 1 kill, a single elimination to this point. And I you know, I was gonna kind of try to find some time to do this, but when you get a team like Thieves, I mean, we're our 4th game into their season, and they're already sitting there saying, nah, like, we lost 1 hardpoint map. Unacceptable. If a team's got that much discipline, that much kind of dictation towards what they want to do in respawn, that's terrifying, and so far they're showing us every level of that.
And the way that they lost that hardpoint map was a grueler. Obviously, Atlanta FaZe were able to force that game number 5 off of an insane comeback, so they're probably thinking we should be undefeated in this mode. And I'm pretty sure I heard Sender tell me that they haven't lost a hardpoint in like 3 weeks, even in practice. This team is undeniable. You can already see it in this map number 1. 25 seconds still to fight for here at P2. All 4 dead in the feed for the Thieves. Spawns flip. Minnesota Rock are not having a good time.
Yeah, the instant pickup on the flip timing. Hydra able to turn around from inside the hardpoint will be pushed out for a moment. Envoy already worried about New, though. And yeah, this has been absolutely textbook for how you play a red card hardpoint. Minnesota just not having a good time whatsoever. I mean, we say this all the time. You put yourself in this position where you're always spawning behind the old time, you are in the definition of hell. They will get Nero, kind of surprisingly, spawning behind the hardpoint. He'll take 1 out of the old time, but where do the spawns happen from here? And it looks like they will flip just a touch. Maybe a moment here for Minnesota.
Yeah, but you would take this if you're the Thieves. You could trap him in towards the back, just 1 set of kills. You can soak up all this time and then win the rotation over towards New. And here comes Hydra to start it off. He's able to find 2, make it 3, all 4 dead now in the feed. Minnesota in the trap again.
I mean, Paco shooting bodies. You think they're feeling good about this opening? Well, here's some more instances to try to get Hydra a little bit hot. He's gonna get aggressive on it too. Astriel shuts him down. No immediate trade leads to a double, plus the follow-up from Paul X. So, okay, Minnesota, this is what you need. A little bit of a lifeline, a little bit of breathing room here to try to finish off the old time at 3, and then still, of course, rotate to your back to the new hill.
Yeah, final 15 is great and all, but you need this wave of kill so you can win that rotation over towards new. Thankfully, Gio finds a double, Estriel with the third. So Minnesota starting to come alive in this game. 2 players on 3 in a row. If Estriel now going to put himself all the way towards the top 3 story. He knows that his teammates already won the rotation, but now how long can you hold?
Yeah, it's the big question. Minnesota has routinely fallen victim to being heavily outslayed in their hardpoint games. You go back to their opener versus LAG, they're outslayed by 20 plus, but still won the game in heroic fashion. So need to try to pick things up in terms of matching the firepower of LA Thieves, and as they need it in this 50-50 battle, all the gunfights go the way of the Thieves, who have now broken onto the 30 seconds remaining of the hill.
And you could just tell how on Estriel's screen right there, how annoying that situation was. You're just looking left, there's someone there from Thieves shooting, you can't find an angle on them. You look right, okay, someone's there, someone top window as well. It's just Thieves were so dominant on the map control there around this P4 that they were able to find a break with ease. But Minnesota on the back of Gio finding 3 over towards Hedge's side, able to work their way right back in. What was such a dominant start from the Thieves, Minnesota are keeping themselves in this game.
And that's the thing I think we've really kind of come to know narratively about this Minnesota team is down but not out. They continue to find ways to get games back to within the possibility of swinging things around. Nero, good win inside of cameras. Follow-up from Estriel's decent. Now here comes the full pitch. Envoy backing away from the hard point, trying to just find an even 1v1 across this open hard point, and it's not going to happen. Minnesota really starting to step up.
And the guns are starting to get a little bit hot, but that's why you got a player like Scrap on the LA Thieves roster, able to find an opening double. That's going to lead to an early break for the Thieves. Envoy's going to find the freebie onto Paul Lex. Thank you very much. Almost a turn and burn onto Nero. But still a 15-point game. You're finding all these kills. Minnesota just keeping you off the point.
Yeah, a couple of really nice individual moments from the Thieves. You had Scrap off to a hot start. Follow-up from Hydra, we saw most of that. And then Envoy kind of in the last couple of the hills have had a couple of individual moments, but we still have a pinstripe kill feed here. Back and forth we go. Final word, though, over the last 10 seconds will be owned by Ghosty. 12-9. On 3 in a row. Scrap time to LA as they break past the 100-point mark. And now, again, take an eye on the minimap. Everyone looking to fight for that hedge position like you called that when we were here last time, Jay.
Yeah, Rocker need this hedge position now. They cannot get dominated the way that they did last time around. 2-2 split in the kill feed so far. Thieves currently in control of the hard point, but here's just more bodies on the correct side of the map. They're going to continue to soak as long as they dominate this right side street.
Yeah, the exterior of the hard point cleared, so now you go in towards the inside.
Hello.
Thieves cleaning things up. Hydra for a double, Scrap following up. And well, with this, Thieves once again dominating from the outside, looking in as we head over to a Los Angeles Thieves. Listen in.
Ticket weak.
I'm trying to get in ticket.
Went to yellow hedge.
He's in ticket still. He's in the cubby of time. One shot, cubby of time.
Top yellow,
Top cubby of time.
I'm dead. Top.
Right corner, yellow.
Yellow dead.
Still on ticket. I flipped that sees.
Mid door in time.
Mid door time, need it.
Mid door dead. Nice. There's that time. Take it.
Yeah, security. He's going default. He went their default. He's nated their default. One shot. One shot their default. No, one shot their default. All did their default.
Nice. I'm trying to stage. 100% stage.
I'm trying to. They're low stage. They already payphone. SG's one shot. What? Go payphone.
Oh, time. I'm in 10.
Payphone.
Stage. Nice.
Yo, one's payphone. I'm playing for him.
I'm staying out stage.
Yo, one guy's gonna be low stage though. Yeah, Paul. Yellow hedge, guys.
Probably time.
Yellow hedge, kill me.
Hydra cafe.
I'm stage 3 now.
Cafe dead.
I'm going mid.
Stage, hear me. On time, he's a goalie. Goalie and stage.
Close sidewalk as well.
Goalie and stage.
I got the ticket. 1 sec, guys.
Sidewalk. Stage 1 shot. Got it.
Absolute stage.
One shot, zero.
I'm killing
Security.
yellow.
One shot, sidewalk.
The doors and
Sidewalk.
Sidewalk in time.
Yeah, sidewalk on red heads. Red hedge.
And in the goalie. Mid door. Mid door. Absolute.
RC mid door. Mid door. Nice. They're all spawned in the back.
That's for me, Jesse.
Yeah, that's spawning Jersey. I'm
backing all the way up, boys. I'm going deep, by the way.
That's fine.
Actually, I'm gonna get in the spiral yard.
Hey, get spiral. I'll go up time.
I'm died from yellow hedge. Yellow steps on you.
Yellow steps in.
Nice, good job.
Mid on me then.
Missing Geo and Estro, guys. I'm gonna spawn on
red
ult.
edge.
Alright, missing Geo for sure.
Ezreal.
Red hedge. That inside ticket.
Spawn in.
He's going top yellow.
Little bit of separation for the Thieves throughout our second hard point, but as we rotate over, Minnesota fully set up and ready to go as we head over to a rocker. Listen in.
Middle down. He's gonna be S3. I'm trying to pick up your S3. S3 console dead. I'm on third. Give me a sec. I'm going now. One shot. Go try. Okay, there's 2 low stairs. I'm setting an hitting. He could be out on him. One top.
I see nothing out there.
Get the time. They're gonna be close low outer. Get middle of spawn. I got mid. I have middle. Outer, damn, there's two. I got one mid outer. Get your butter. I have outer mid top. I have all mid top. Outer, dead.
Nice. Low top. Hydra. Alright, let's go.
I'm just saying mid. I'm holding mid. You guys play doing shit, okay? One shot, there's two there. Okay, Dan, there's two. He's telling you.
Went to the right.
I'll get new. I'll get new. I have mid. They might spawn A's. Get time.
They be out
Any kills, they're gonna start spawning A's and D. Nice. I'll go with spawn A's and D then.
I'm back up.
I already.
Okay. 2B search.
I got one middle. One time right now.
I'm up in mid.
Our mid, then. There's two dead. One on me. I'm winning scrap. I'm winning.
He should be out of
He low envy or no?
No,
Give me middle side,
AC.
Yeah, you lower him.
They got split.
Top mid.
Oh, scrappy affair here, and not to mention the player. Minnesota just continue to find ways to keep this close as Esther will be pushed out of the hardpoint, Jay, with 20 seconds to fight for. We got a dead tie game.
Yeah, Minnesota's in this, man. It all started with the end of that P3. The fact that they were able to trap them in towards the back, give themselves a free rotation over towards New, has kept themselves in this game. And obviously the slaying is helping. When you're getting kills out of Nero, Gio, and now Estriel pulling out that third or fourth AR. He's also finding a couple kills as well. So basically a tie game as we hit over to that fifth hill.
Initial time trying to be found by Ghosty. Gonna get a read onto Justice. That's Estriel who falls. Nate also would have been well placed towards Paul, but banks off the window frame. Scrap following up off 4 in a row. Has Estriel at range, but another shutdown comes through. So again, just when you start to think the Thieves are about to cook up a setup, here's the break for Minnesota. Equal affair over the top of the new hardpoint. Ghosty turning tides with a double. Envoy trying to hang, but Nero will drop, and Ghosty once again has a chance to get more time for the Thieves.
Yeah, this is where the Thieves can start to run up that score a little bit. Very difficult to try to break your way through Ticket on the backside of that B site. Can someone find an opening for Rocker? Everyone rallying on the right side of your mini-map, but 3 down in the feed. The ARs from LAT turning up to a whole different level. That's going to be a flawless 40-second hold. You blow the game wide open once again if you are LA. And now you're going to be able to breach that 200-point mark with the rotation over towards P1 and a lot of presence already at hedge.
Have to win this battle for the outside. Ghosty just staying very patient. Up top in the windows, he can make a choice. Does he want to help the hill? Does he want to help the outside? Just comes down to what his teammates call, and he's going to get a freebie onto Gio. Long-range shots towards Nero. Tag him up. That's enough for Hydra to follow for the kill. Ghosty looking for his 5th in a row and will secure it. One more around the backside. Pistol off for Ghosty, who almost gives Estriel the 1-2 punch, but not to be. Minnesota desperately need the break, though.
Yeah, they need to find a break, and they need to find it quickly because these can still close out here on P1. And as soon as I say that, 4 dead in the feed. Where do the spawns come in for the Thieves? Not the ideal situation you want to be in, but still the 30 seconds to fight for. Minnesota need all this time.
Yeah, and the Thieves, they want to challenge this, and they're getting punished for the decision. Nero for 2. Estriel following up. Spawns are still over towards the bottom right, though, for the Thieves. 13 seconds of scrap time to fight for. The Thieves try to push through. Paul holding on towards top edges. What does he see? Opening shots towards Hydra. Able to finish it off. Now he's got to try to secure the kill on Envoy. Not going to happen. And it's just down to Nero, who does hold strong ground for Minnesota to spawn right on top of him.
Yeah, Minnesota still giving themselves opportunity. You just need one more wave of kills and you can trap LA towards the back end. But do you know the positioning of Scrap? Playing super patient for Gio. Finally, a couple shots are going to go down. He's going to give it up and unfortunately not be able to find a kill. So Minnesota doing what they need to do. They just need to get in a hard point.
What can Gio find around the back here? He has gone uncovered and unnoticed. Catches Ghosty for free. Follow up from Scrap. Good off the trade. Plus one more. Now Hydra is on the pinch. Paul shut down at stage. Good clearance around the hill here for LA. Nero over the top. Doing what he can. He does well to catch a couple. Long range shots from Hydra. Not quite centered up, but Ghosty gets the double. And with that, Thieves can still win it right here.
Yeah, it might be good enough to win it right here. They have them trapped towards the backside. Only 10 seconds needed to LA secure this map. Number 1, Minnesota. Gotta go.
Trying to flood on from the front. They take the remaining Thieves members off the hill for now. Contest in. Ghosty trying to pre-fire down Estriel. Follow-up from Scrap is decent, but the Thieves will not be able to get back to the hard point in time to win it here. Spawns will move just a touch. Ghosty spawning behind, but you've got LA already on the new time. Envoy just has to win this 1v1 versus Nero. Does not expect him coming from the side door, though. Follow-ups are good from Estriel. Hydra trying to put the game away, but he gets shut down, and now the Thieves are subject to a potential spawn trap.
And now Minnesota needs to do exactly what they did on the second rotation of these hard points. Trap them as long as you possibly can. Do not allow them to win. Only need 2 2 seconds to close out this map. Number 1 is LA, but you see the kill feed. It's all purple. Hydra's able to strike for 1. Hydra's able to strike for 2, and this might be it.
Nero's got to try to get back into the hard point here. You cannot make a mistake. You cannot allow this contest to come through. First shots are deep.
Oh my!
Over the top. Double. The map will continue just a little while longer. Maybe a natural pinch developing. Envoy spawning out from the rest of his teammates, trying to get some damage done. Does LA try to win this hard point right here? Nero still holding strong inside the hill. Estro trying to follow up. It's still only at 248. You gotta rotate though at the same time. Can they get there? Hard point's about to open. What do the nades look like over the top? It won't make a difference. Envoy has stayed safe, and the Thieves will sneak out a near win as Minnesota continue to fight. And you even see Scrap like, whoa, that got too close for comfort.
Thieves have been having some grueler hard points so far this week. But thankfully, the heads-up play out of Envoy to be the sole man that spawns out just simply stays alive. He gets 1 kill on a player that wins, that's trying to fight for that rotation, and then that 1 kill, he's now spawning on the backside of P3. You're staying alive in that position, so when your teammates are falling at the old hill, they're now spawning on you. Such a great heads-up play for Envoy to still not approach that old hill, realizing, okay, we can win with 2 seconds. We still have an opportunity there. No, he was thinking about the big picture. How can we guarantee the W? And just staying alive at that new hill at P4 allows all of his teammates to spawn in, secure the final 2 seconds. 15-point difference in that map number 1. It got a little dicey towards the end, but the Thieves, they take it.
There's just something about this Minnesota team. I mean, it starts off horribly. I mean, worst possible situation. First 9 kills, I think, go to the Thieves. And then eventually you get to P2 and it's like an 80-point game and you're like, oh gosh, Minnesota, what is happening? And then P3, P4, they do enough to get this game back to within about 20 points, and they just chip away little by little. We saw the same thing happen when they played Gorillas in their opener. They've done it a couple of times since then, but they just do not roll over and die. This team's got a lot of fight built in them.
They definitely have a lot of fight built in them, and that's what I love about this roster, because I was on one of these rosters back in the day that usually no one had high expectations on, basically a roster that nobody wanted, but sometimes that's the perfect recipe for some kind of success. And even though they fall short in this map number 1 versus probably the best team that we have in the game, they play them well all the way to the very end. And if you look at the stats, no one's really going positive besides Gio by a couple kills. So if you have a little bit better of a start off, you're keeping yourself in this game and potentially walking away with this map number 1. But I think the game plan was just a little bit misread right there out of Minnesota, because the domination out of the Thieves on that P1 hard point was the game changer. They could not find any success on that P1 over towards Hedge, and that was the difference maker.
Yeah, I think it's just the kind of, where do you focus on the overall venue and those mixy hard points, right? P1 in particular, I think it really is. Again, dictated by who controls the exterior. It allows those new players off spawn to come back in and know exactly what to look at, and that seemed to have obviously been a major difference maker in the opener, plus the second time that we were there. Here's a look back, though, over this series layout. We've got Vault, and of course, everyone's excited to see our second overall instance of a protocol control. I will say, we talked about this, we're looking at the vetoes, Jay, and the Thieves had the choice of what they wanted to play for control. They opt to go to the protocol here. So there is this level, after hearing them talk about that hard point performance was not good enough when we last played, and we're throwing a protocol control in the mix, it looks like this team is really trying to maximize their map pool.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, because they played every other map besides protocol control. So they decided in this series, even though they were the better seed, to choose Team B. And currently with us only having 2 control maps, that Team B just basically chooses whatever control they want to play. So they decided to throw protocol and make it a little bit mixy, because on the opposite side for Minnesota, we watched them in that C9 series on Vault. Nero was like a 15 in a row. They beat him in 5 minutes of a control. Yeah, I don't want to play you there. Let's just go to protocol.
Yeah, I like the call. Well, taking a look at least this vault coming up for map number 2, you've got not really a lot of results here for either team to kind of speak on to. I mean, for LA Thieves, all of their search and destroys have been tremendously close. The difference maker, though, has been Scrap. He has come through when the team has needed him most. A round 11, round 10 win against the Atlanta FaZe. We talked about that earlier from Atlanta's point of view. They had a round 11 loss to Cloud9 on Vault, but they're coming off of a very convincing win versus LAG where Scrap really did take over.
And that's the thing, is that they are finding a lot of success, even though it's all the way at the very end of these search and destroys, in those round 10s, in those round 11s, with a brand new roster. That's the scary part about this. Opening dual win percentage sitting at 11th, attacking overall number 1. Defense at number 8, but they still have an overall record of 3-1. They just have playmakers, even in a man-down disadvantage, still able to clutch up on these rounds. But it's not going to be easy going up against this Minnesota Rocker squad. I'm telling you, they are phenomenal in search and destroy. Obviously, they got the new man, the new Iceman in Minnesota in Paul X. You can now not allow him to get active early on.
You got to remember, Paul's been around the league. He's been just about everywhere. He is the traveling man of the CDL. So let's see what kind of experience that he'll help this Minnesota team on. Again, a very young squad overall. A scrap will kick us off for first blood down B Street. Focus for the bomb, though, is fully on towards A. But the thing about this is you have to keep Geo behind to make sure you can watch this pinch.
Scrap just absolutely beating Paul X all the way across the map for that first blood. And now he takes that side of the map away from Rocker. It's a little bit of a sound cue that something fishy is happening over towards gold. Can he find the kill? No, Geo gets the better of him, 3v3.
And you got this top useless position plus Nero over towards Art. So Estriel's going to get the bomb planted. We've seen this already. You plant at B, it is extremely difficult to retake. There are just so many angles that Minnesota can watch this from. But Estriel, with an SMG in hand, will opt to play this from the bottom side at Art. Nero has backed all the way over towards P4. LA Thieves looking to break through the middle of this.
Hey, this is probably impossible, though. 30 seconds, you have all Minnesota Rocket players playing different corners on your mini-map, and they all have an angle on the bomb. 20 seconds left. These have not yet to locate anyone.
But Estriel, I was going to say, Envoy tried to make a proactive play by just hopping it. Not going to happen. Estriel gets the timing on the peak. Hydra, just too much to deal with. So here you go. First blood onto Paul. Doesn't make much of a difference. The play-through pool in towards bottom vault leads to a plant that LA Thieves cannot retake.
Yeah, right there, the Thieves, though, they have to be quicker on their decision-making. They're realizing, okay, Scrap finds that first loader towards B Street, and now he pushes up towards gold. Even though he falls, we're all sitting around A and pool side, and there's no noise on this side of the map. If we give up that bomb plant on B, you see how difficult of a retake that can be, because there's so many different angles you can watch that site from. It's a perfect play from Rocker and the man disadvantage to take round number 1.
And it's just an interesting adjustment call, because like we talked about, you lose Paul on B Street, you got to keep someone behind to make sure there's no pinch coming around the backside.
Yeah.
But once you get through A cleanly, that turns into, oh, okay, we'll just use that as a chance to wrap over towards B. Thieves, a little bit of aggression over towards the catwalk areas, as Minnesota just full flying right down middle. Scrap's gonna get a solid read at this, but can't deal with Geo on the slide across. What an opener for Minnesota, a flawless round 2.
Oh, they are in sync, man. They are in sync. They use the pre-nades to open up that middle map area. And once they dominate that they realize, okay, they're not in A. The bomb's not down yet, so let's just send it through the back of their spawn. And they find all 4 kills with ease and also catch the player going on that pinch. Minnesota Rocker not making any mistakes, even in the 3v4, already up 2-0.
Liking what I'm seeing. And there's something about this team, like you said, it's a scrappy team. It's a team that doesn't really feel like it has much to lose. So like you lay it all on the line, but you look at all the individuals and the teams that they've played on over the course of the last, we'll say 3 years, largely 2, if you're taking the average. This are teams that have grown the most over the course of their years in the CDL. So you have to think that with these 4 players, a chance to kind of showcase that again is once more Bomb taking a very unorthodox approach, just playing in towards the midpoint, now moving over towards A, which is wide open.
Yeah, this is sort of the mind games right now in these, because they're expecting this match to be a lot more fast-paced, but once that bomb goes down at A, how do they try to find success on this retake? Envoy's realizing there's no one over towards pool. You guys are going to set up this pinch, and he's trying to time this pinch on the opposite side perfectly, but unfortunately gets nothing.
Could be another flawless round here for Minnesota. Ghosty, the last one left. 1v4 would have to come through. Deals with Nero cleanly. Paul gave it an effort, but backs away, knowing that numbers will likely just win this round outright, and that is indeed the case. Oh my goodness. This Minnesota team playing with some confidence.
And it just keeps on starting with taking mid-map away. Once you're realizing, okay, we have vault coverage through that bottom drop down, we don't have to show any presence over towards water, because if you're the opposing team in LAT, you're expecting someone to be watching that angle, not to be open for free when they're working that bomb plant. But Minnesota Rocker just picking them apart one by one, slowing down this S&D, speeding up at the points where they need to, and now they're up 3-0.
Lots of comfort built in. When we start to see tallies of 3-0 this quickly, you can start throwing some curveballs in the mix if you want to just try to keep this Thieves team guessing. Hydra, the rest of LA, trying to play up top towards the hallway. You hear the RCXD already on the way over. Dives across. know if it actually saw Hydra. Now it does. Has to be blown up. And in that moment, Geo finds first blood deep towards B Street.
And now in the man advantage for Rocker. You can take your time on this retake. Narrow strikes first, though. Is able to take down Hydra. 3v2 now.
Astral trying to follow up from the same position, topside pool. Envoy has been traded. This is just down to can they find Ghosty. Paul is in the area. A couple of shots come through. No worries there. Easy kill. Little bounce off of it. And Minnesota. You want to talk about slaying presence. You've got 5-0 for one player, 6-0 for another. I think they've lost like 4 kills in 4 rounds.
And it helps when you're finding that first blood again all the way across the map. This time it was Geo getting the better of Scrap over towards B Street. And at that point, if you're the rest of the LA Thieves players who was showing a lot of presence over towards Pool, you not have to worry about your flank. And that's a lot of flank that you have to watch. So you don't want to try to rush that objective. And then when you think about that objective, Minnesota Rock are already in a position to contest it. This is just great search and destroy from this young roster, man. They are slowly but surely picking apart the Thieves one by one and playing their numbers to perfection.
I don't even know if you could say slowly. This has been as fast as we've seen.
I guess those B Street fights, yeah, first 5 seconds, yeah.
And now you got Geo and Estriel, who are really dangerously close to earning an early Hellstorm, which could just put this game out of reach. Bomb on the way over towards A. Ghosty watching through Pool, able to catch the first blood. Geo's still holding over towards backside Palms here, though. So if the Thieves try to push through, they may make contact, but not to be. Scrap finds the kill. Now 4v2. Estriel deals with the first point of contact. Follows up with the second. He's done his job. And look at Paul. He's going to rewrap behind all this. He may have an angle. Stun. Nade at the ready. Opening shots do not connect. But again, does he have a spot to just watch the bomb from being defused? There's the frag. It connects. Shots from Ghosty, though. Oh, a bold challenge, which he wins. And the Thieves will get on the board.
That's a big play right there out of Ghosty. That nade comes in and almost puts damage into both players. Scrap could not go for that double chow because he was one shot, but Ghosty with the confidence to just fly on out, win that one-on-one versus Paul. I thought when Estriel found out double, that was already be job well done because Paul, like you said, had the stun, had the nade in the back pocket. Just not expecting the ego chow out of Ghosty to finally put one on the board if you are the Thieves. I know if you are a nade shot, you probably want to take these guys back to S&D school. Like, what they doing, man? I don't know.
It's just one of those things that, yeah, I think you're absolutely right in terms of like kind of setting the trend and setting the pattern. Minnesota on both sides of the bomb, you know, early through the first 4 rounds found so much value through the middle of the map. Lately, we've seen Thieves really putting a lot of attention towards top catwalk, over towards marble side. And this time it's just the more traditional, let's just flood through Pool, have someone sit behind and wait, keep Scrap alive. And Geo with the RCXD once again is trying to get to work clearing out mid, but the Thieves are fine with this.
Driving around, trying to play for the info. Unfortunately, cannot find that kill. Because now with 30 seconds left, Ghosty, your turn to drive around the Autobot. We're going to work our way right back into the site, and you got to get past that.
Yeah, but the problem is, someone snuck around the back. That was Estriel. He finds the elimination, and now Nero can just hop. Last gunfight comes the way of Scrap. He's got to go, and he's got to go quickly. Already past the halfway point, and Scrap is not going to go back to check. So what looked to be kind of a botched RCXD initially from Minnesota, a worse one gets played by Ghosty as he gets caught unaware by Estriel, and the follow-up eliminations are perfect from Rocker.
Yeah, that's just such a great RCXD right there out of Geo. Even though it doesn't get a kill, you saw how much ground he was able to take away, at least force the repositionings out of Thieves, and that allows his teammates now to get pushed up on the map, take that map control away from them. And when I initially saw that round, they were playing real slow, and it was due to the fact that Estriel did, with that double in the previous round, pick up that Hellstorm. So
yeah.
Now Minnesota, with the success on the retake, put themselves at game point. Got the Hellstorm in the back pocket. Screw it. Let's just go B.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Opening nades just to see if they can contest over towards the catwalk, but you're absolutely right, Jay. There's the Hellstorm immediately afterwards. Now that they know the trophy is placed over towards the bottom side of the map, you put it into play, you get a read on where everyone is, and you should immediately hop on for the plant. Who can contest this? You've got Ghosty over towards Art. A couple of shots from him, but he does not find the elimination. Nero dancing with Envoy, gives time and space for Paul to get back into the mix. And woo, Minnesota, hot and saucy here on the Vault Search and Destroy. You blinked, you missed it. 6-1 tally, and Thieves can't believe it.
Yeah, nah, Thieves stood no chance on that Search and Destroy, man. We're talking about these rounds slowly but surely starting to develop. We're getting first bloods in the first 5 seconds on both sides. but the man disadvantage, the game plan was just simply a lot better from Minnesota. Early into these rounds, it was the aggression to take the map away from Thieves, to have them on their heels on these offensive pushes. When you have a team that's being so aggressive, especially on the defensive round through middle of the map, and you're thinking, okay, let's just drop into A, let's plant that bomb, let's play our setup around that. It's just Minnesota Rocket said, who cares? You guys can do that. We're just going to push right up the middle. Because I know not all 4 of you guys are going to be in this site. A pinch is going to be open. And when they always are finding that initial first kill, look at that. That's 5 first bloods compared to 2. That was just textbook search and destroy. Obviously, Estriel dominates. When you drop a Hellstorm, that's bread and butter. Geo goes 8-1. Paulek started off the map hot, but it was just basically right off the round number 1. You can tell the game plan was a lot better from Minnesota Rocket. They were just a step ahead in that S&D, able to tie the series up at 1 with great plays from start to finish.
Lots of focus, I think, on using utility early to gain control of that mid-vault drop down, and that worked out really nicely. So Minnesota, a lot of life in the lungs, trying to extend that map number 1, almost able to get it through the finish line, and then no breaks on the search and destroy as we head back to the desk at a 1-1 count.
It's a scary search if you're an LA Thieves fan in Minnesota. Really just taking control bright and early during this search. Can we talk about Estriel? What a terrible week 1, and what a bounce back here in week 2.
Yeah, I mean, even the respawns in their match prior to this one, he was balling. And in that search and destroy, I think people can learn a lot. I was having a conversation with some COD people talking about RC cars and how people use them. Using them early in the round was one side saying it was bad, it's not good. Well, I think Minnesota just gave the league a crash course on how to use them early in rounds. You take space, and that was sort of the narrative. Even in the rounds without the RC, Rocker were not afraid to get up close and personal. And as soon as the guy on the island dies, the retake becomes that much easier, and that's what they abused the entire time against the LA Thieves. What a great search and destroy from Minnesota. Now 1-1.
7-1 from Estriel. Geo is right behind him, 6-1 to break out things in game 2. But things are tied up.
Wait,
1-1.
we can't
draw some conclusions.
No, not yet. Listen, he's been giving us gifts all day, so we got a couple. Listen, be careful with this one, all right, buddy?
You guys shouldn't have.
It's not double wrapped, you should be able to get it in one go.
Well, this is more for Chris or for the people at home. Oh, here we go. Young Christopher Puckett.
20-year-old relic. Can I draw some conclusions for y'all? I know some of you are about to take your senior pictures. I highly suggest the gamer stance. Put the elbows right there on the power thigh.
Yeah,
Distant, 90-degree angles. Girls, it drives them wild.
All right, we have one more for you. We have one more. You get 2. You get a special 2.
Absolute locked gamer stance, by the way.
What is it? Shake it, baby.
Wait, what is it?
Number 1 host.
That's my host.
Oh, thanks, Alley Cat. You guys are the best.
Now we'll draw some conclusions.
All right,
I guess if we have to, oh my gosh, I almost took it off the thing. Let's hop right into it. It was hard in that first map, because there were so many good moments, but I think this route really solidified it for me on the side of, let me get the right one for us. Hold on, this is Carolina Royal Ravens. This is not the right series. This is not the right series either.
Don't worry.
Technical difficulties.
It's going to be the right
We might have to pop back out. We're going to get there eventually. We finally got there. All right, we're drawing conclusions. We're going to follow a route taken by Hydra, the French phenom. So in this situation, we're going to go into the mini-map and we're going to take a look. Clearly, LA Thieves are going to be in control right now, but there is a lot of pressure coming in from the front, and this is near the end of the game. We're talking 190 to 223. LA Thieves can win off this, but Minnesota Rocker is looking for this break as well, and the next point is going to be on this side, so they're in a favorable situation if they can get LA Thieves off this time. Hydra realizes this. He's going to get a kill. His teammates are still battling on the point, but he takes a risk, and he's going to go all the way through the middle side of the map to try and catch all of these players from Minnesota Rocker off guard. Now what this is going to do is he's going to push up into stage while they are still trying to pressure and keep them off the time. Not only that though, but because there's nobody in the back, he's going to secure spawns for next as well. So we're gonna let this rock and see the crazy play that Hydra went to go ahead and make sure LA Thieves got the win on Hardpoint.
Yeah, it was big because they picked up a bunch of time there, right? So they picked up a bunch of time, could have potentially won off that. Obviously the ending of this game is extremely hectic, but if he doesn't make this play, then Minnesota they would have ended up closing it out once we get to that next rotation. So huge play by Hydra. They got to clean up a couple of small things in Hardpoint though, man. They weren't lying when they said they've been playing sloppy.
Did he end up going 0-7? in Search and Destroy?
That's okay.
Just trying to balance things out, everybody. 1-1 is the score at the end of halftime. Coming up next, we got Protocol Control. Haven't seen this a lot, but we saw some yesterday.
Yeah.
Expectations from these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra's going to go berserk. If he gets in their base with an SMG, gets up top their building, you can go up and down the zip and just terrorize them. So look out for Hydra.
Study, can Minnesota steal this series?
Oh, yeah. They got the #1 control player in the league right now in Nero, 1.4 KD. Him and Hydra are going to have a battle, so they can definitely take this control because obviously neither squad has yet to play this protocol.
Yeah, man, I'm glad that you point out Nero in particular because at moments throughout last year, he was, I think, the linchpin for success, you know, when this team was finding, you know, good moments. And like you said, control, he's really found it. And a team that, like, again, we talk about their respawns overall, it's been like, no one's really standing out here and there except for the control and except for Nero. So, yeah, I really love that call out. 1.42. He's also first in kills for 10 minutes, damage for 10 minutes, and attack KD, which is something that on Vault seems difficult to do. So you talk about slipping the net and getting behind enemy lines, look to Nero to see if you can kind of match pace with Hydra for sure.
Yeah, man, getting lost on a map like Protocol, especially as an SMG, we know how difficult it can be for all my ranked players out there. When you're the team on the attack, you're in hell if you're spawning on the backside and they're already pushed up in your spawn because they could just literally spawn trap you every single time. So the Death's hit on it, I hit on it. The battle between Nero and Hydra, that's going to be fun to watch on Protocol.
Yeah, indeed the case. So we'll see who finds favor there, or will there be other arenas that will dictate how this map goes? Again, we've only seen it once, and well, candidly, we watched Vegas play this map against Toronto. Those teams are what I would say maybe not necessarily on the same page. So see how this one goes, as it will be Estriel already up through the zip line, expected by Scrap, and the Thieves will find the first couple eliminations. Paul, the only one to find an opener for Minnesota, and he will quickly be denied as the Thieves will quickly get on to A.
That's such a heads-up play right there from Scrap because Estriel drops down for mid-gun. He does not touch that B point, but you still get a read that someone has got to be flanking my zip. And now you got to worry about a Hydra already pushed out in towards Grandma's as that first segment is about to come in at A. You killed a player that's working at overextension. All the map being dominated right now by Thieves.
Yeah, this gets really dangerous really quickly, although a nice recovery moment as Paul finds two that will clear off both zones. Envoy has to kind of wait for his teammates to come off spawn, and as he does, Estriel finds him completely by surprise. So now the Thieves in a little bit of pieces, kind of staggering their way across the map. Minnesota finding some decent movement over towards at least the Thieves building, but Scrap has found a key 1v1 and wins a second versus Paul to get the second tick of progress at A.
Second segment in, but you still have at least a couple players. One player in Minnesota still roaming in your spawn. Geo finds the timing with the SMG. He puts down a couple shots onto Scrap to set up the team fires between him and Nero. Now you just got to get someone back on that A point if you are the Thieves, the nade, the gun, everything good for Estriel. That's three, almost four dead. Last player alive is dead, Ghosty.
Estriel sliding over, Ghosty at range will fall. Does not get that last tick. So A will still stay open. As now all of a sudden, you've got Minnesota just playing the chalk it and rotate mode, just trying to get some high ground control, kind of forfeiting the A zone. Little Turner from Geo nearly snaps to Envoy, but damages him enough to at least keep LA Thieves playing a bit more reserved as they try to approach B.
Oh, and they find there's 2 kills through top mid, so they already have bottom comms, bottom bunker area in their favor. Ghosty, unfortunately, is going to fall in that position. Now Minnesota able to reinforce for now over towards that B Street area, but they're currently down by 3 lives. Geo needs to find a couple spawners.
Timing good. Geo will catch the first for free. Ghosty didn't get the comp for it, or was focused at least on a long-range battle, and now Geo is just running circles in your spawn. Oh, mercy. This is why we don't see a lot of protocol. Geo off 5 in a row. Little slip and slide nearly takes down Scrap, but the double comes through. 7v6. Look at the lives. It very well may be dictated by who outslays who.
And you got to think about how much time Thieves are going to waste just checking all the corners, working out of their base. As now Estriel trying to set up on this pinch on Spiral, puts that guy one shot, but more focused on just playing his life, hoping that his teammates can pick up those kills on the back end. Nero finds a double. Estriel, your turn to strike. No more respawns for the Thieves. 6v3, 30 seconds.
And it's another one of those openings to a respawn where Scrap starts off dominating from the break off. It's just a follow-up after that. not fully there. You kind of mentioned it at given moments in time, whether it be over towards A or in these last moments towards B. It just, again, it's so hard to find coordinated hits on this map because SMGs are always running around behind you. Moment here, though, Envoy able to catch a couple, say maybe if he wins one more 1v1, he could get a first tick of progress at B, but now it's just down to Scrap. Trying to play out the 1v4, and Nero will hit his Semtex to keep the defense strong.
And that's Minnesota, even though they gave up 3 segments, just dominating the map control, man. That's all it simply came down to. When you're the team on the attacking side, and you're basically wasting a lot of time working out of your spawn, trying to clear all your corners in towards bottom 10, and then you're allowing Geo pulling out an SMG to just roam in your base, catch 2-piece after 2-piece, you're not going to have a good time. That's going to be Minnesota securing that first defensive round. Now, can the Thieves do the same exact thing? This time, probably not allowing those 3 segments to get away from them at A.
That's, of course, the goal, but even if you allow it to be matched, the trouble spot on this map has always been that B control point. It is just so difficult with the amount of high ground that plays around it. Of course, you've also got the ability to play through comms, that bottom bunker area. It's just, there's so many things you have to watch. You have to take advantage of favorable kill feeds. And it'll be Paul to start things off for Minnesota. Nero trying to find vacancy to get on towards A. A push up from Estriel allows them the freedom to do so. Plus Geo playing from the top side of their windows will find Hydra. So now you can just focus on the front, but Scrap will take Minnesota off the zone, forcing Estriel to come back.
Yeah, big kill from Scrap to win out one-on-one on the A point, and at the same time, Envoy worked his way through bottom spiral to relieve that pressure at that A site. That first segment is about to come in. You have all of Minnesota roaming around top mid. Nero on 2, almost makes it 3. But Minnesota currently up by 3 lives, make it 4, and Estriel on 5 in a row.
Lots of damage over towards Envoy as well, so he will not be able to challenge. And it looks like for the Thieves, they are fully focused on playing this over through field side. Up through the zip. Geo, he was there with some decent timing, but Nero off the pinch, able to at least put some damage in and keep the A zone safe. 25 plays 19 in favor of Minnesota, and 2 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock with Estriel working towards a Hellstorm on the corner. Hydra trying to pistol him away, but Scrap will eventually put Estriel out of commission.
But a lot of time to work if you are Rocker. You just cannot allow someone to minimize those lives by spawn killing you a couple times. Thankfully, a player like Paul X able to catch a double off the respawn. And now look at your mini-map. Look at the route that Geo is hitting. He's trying to set up this pinch on the backside of tower to spawn him even deeper from this B point. This might be the opportunity Minnesota were looking for, but Hydra and Scrap shut it all down.
Yeah, they clear out the zone completely. A little bit of patience here from Minnesota, but Scrap right through the ladder. Finds the elimination. Now Ghost is in your spawn, but quickly dealt with. I like this. Little pause here from Minnesota. Make sure all 4 players can come off spawn before we get a little bit too wild towards the B zone. Hydra just playing for contact on spiral stairs, and he's going to find 2 players, and that's just bad COD timing from him. Minnesota keeping things level. 15 plays 11, a little bit of a life lead, but the focus is how do you get onto the zone?
Yeah, a minute 15 to go when you're currently up by 3 lives. If you are Rocker, you can slowly but surely turn this game into TDM because you have a lot of time to work with. Geo snapping onto Hydra. Out the window comes Estriel, and now Minnesota on the point.
How about this Minnesota Rocker team? Scrap trying to keep things together for the Thieves, but head on a swivel. Almost finds an opportunity to lock onto Nero, but the double comes through, and now it's an 11 playing 4, and Nero is just slipping and sliding all over the map. Back over to the zone. Nero around the back, trying to make sure the Thieves cannot get here with any defensive pressure, and he's going to get the 4 in a row off the top rope. Give him 5 in Minnesota, all over this protocol control.
Yeah, Thieves are just not having fun, man. Every time they're coming off spawn, they're thinking all their bases are covered, but they are still missing one guy. And it's Geo at points with the SMG getting it done, but you know the best control play that we have in the game is going to put himself in the best play. Is Evines 3. The stat comes in. Minnesota Rocker up 2-0.
Stunned, you would have to think, are the LA Thieves. This Minnesota team has been hard to really put a finger on. I think a lot of it is, again, because of the history they've already been able to put together. A couple of round 11 heroics to get them through a couple of squads. A round 11 loss to Cloud9, which, again, a small mistake. Maybe gets that to a map 5. Hard to say. But this Minnesota team is looking every bit of real at the moment, as they will go 2 for 1 to the opening here in round 3 of the control.
You already have a player in Estriel in in towards bottom spiral. He's just waiting for his teammates to give the calm before he decides to strike. Now it's go time. You find that first kill onto Hydra. You find a double onto Scrap. Ghosty, can we get out the damn window? No, he was not trying to. He finds a double with all the mishaps that was happening as that first segment is getting worked on.
There we go. Dan's starting to heat up a little bit. A slow first 2 rounds for him, but now off on 4 in a row. Clear space for Scrap to take care of the A zone and get right onto it, you would think. But Estriel, again, what is it about this Minnesota team where it's like, oh, it's a 1v3 situation remaining, and the one player for Minnesota just keeps things mixy by finding these surprising doubles, but still the Thieves went out in the kill feed. First tick of progress looking likely.
And finally, they have map control with no one in their spawn, but they are not watching that overextension. It's going to fall into the hands of Hydra. Has to watch multiple angles. Thankfully, he catches the timing on the Estriel, and he still knows there's still pressure going to be on him. Tucks himself in the corner, and I'm telling you, Paco is just unreadable with what he does on the map.
Thieves starting to turn up a bit here. Third tick of progress on the way. Minnesota looked like they want to try to play this through their building, and the nade over the top will work, but the focus for the Thieves is already rotated. They're trying to get over to B. Hold on a second. It's a 20 plays 16, but the clock is becoming an issue as that third tick at A is being fully depleted by Estriel.
Now Scrap's trying to locate where the hell did that player go.
Unreal.
And the rest of Minnesota are just working on the D cap. Only 30 seconds left. You want to trade effectively around this mid-map. Somehow, someway, Hydra finds himself on 6 in a row, but the trade is there. 20 seconds left. Thieves got to go.
And this is one of those moments, again, just take a look at the minimap. The Thieves are just going in one by one. These trades and these doubles are not enough to get on towards one of the zones. 14 plays 10. Paul through the middle of the map. Has a 1v1 with Envoy, which he wins. 9 seconds remaining. Minnesota, they are right on the precipice of 3-0ing the Thieves on the control and taking the edge of the series. The next breakthrough for the Thieves. Get on towards the zone. Hydra's saving the day. Maybe more at range. Envoy trying to keep him safe, but he gets pushed off the zone. Paul, can he step in to contest this? He tries to, but the extra 60 is tallied, and the Thieves have a 4-life edge.
Oh, now Minnesota have no more respawns because they use all that they had to try to end that game in 3. But now with the time being extended, this is where Hydra can roam. This is where he can start the slay, throw the stun out, catch the timing, watch it go left. Omni movement too good. 1 player left in Estriel. This is looking like a Thieves round.
And he's bottom bunker, and it looks like the Thieves know exactly where he is. Okay. A bit of a saved moment for the Thieves coming out of Hydra. 3 consecutive lives where he was just a difference maker, but still, the fact remains Minnesota are still looking pretty comfortable, especially considering that they almost put this away 3-0.
Yeah, you got to be feeling nice if you are a rocker. Curious to know how many segments LA was able to complete there, because obviously the capture comes in at A. Just don't know if they were able to get anything done at that B point. But thankfully, you got players like Hydra able to catch miraculous 2-piece after 2-piece to keep you alive in that round. So now is the Thieves' opportunity to go on the defensive side. They just have to get aggressive. You need to account for everyone and not lose track of anyone, because once they lose track, it's very difficult to locate where the hell that player went.
Yeah, it's just so much map to play around. Estriel holding off for a moment. Paul finds first blood towards Scrap. Thieves largely stacking from the bottom side of gun, and Estriel's just going to head to bunker. And this may be a full B break off here for Minnesota. They're already on. The read towards Hydra starts to come through. He slips away, still alive, and Ghosty will follow up with not 2, but 3. A full wipe, but Nero off spawn will get right onto A immediately.
Yeah, Minnesota get those close spawns over towards that A point. So how many nades are the Thieves going to invest over the top of that building? Envoy strikes for the first. Estriel, unfortunately, is going to fall. Gio, your time. Can you find anything? No, that's 3 dead. And now this is where the Thieves can put their foot on the gas. Keep them in their spawn as long as you can. Hello.
That's exactly what's coming through. Hydra off the double tries to gain some separation to delay the 1v1 with Gio, but the trade is out. And here we go again. Minnesota just not moving until all 4 members are up. Just try to teamwork out these key positions. Envoy playing over towards locker doors. 3 members of Minnesota there. It's costly, but Minnesota will get a little bit of breathing room. I say that with hesitation because the Thieves are now hitting over through B field, and they are just all over your spot, and woof. That's all you can say about this right now.
Yeah, chat, this is why we don't really see a lot of protocol, because all pro players can do this to pro players. It's very difficult to work out of a trap. As now with only 25 seconds left, not a single segment earned on this round. Minnesota gotta get a move on it. You do not want to be on another attacking round, and it's looking like Ghosty might be the decision maker.
Unbelievable. From what was a couple of seconds away from possibly a 3-0, we could be staring down the gun of Minnesota, having to go to a 5 offense, but the kills do come through. 6 seconds flat on the clock. Full eliminations come out. Again, the tick progression is what we're looking towards here. It doesn't feel like this is going to be a super winnable round for Minnesota, but they are finding a couple eliminations. Second tick gets locked. Working on the third is Estriel. He needs help, though, and he needs it badly. These will clear the point. Can they get back over to touch for this third tick of progress? Paul finds 1 kill. Pistol out, but can't get there in time. And all of a sudden, from what looked to be possibly a 3-0, the Thieves are going to have the advantage in round 5.
Oh, yeah, they're going to have the heavy advantage in round number 5, as they are going to be the team on the defensive end. Not any segments earned right there out of Rocker, and I think it comes off to this breakoff. Like, we know how difficult it is to work over towards B. There's so many different angles you have to account for, and then keep in mind, if you're pushing a lot of players on that B street, all of your 10-sided all through A, and that flank is wide open. Just when you allowed Ghosty to find that 3-piece through bottom bunker, and then you basically couldn't leave your spawn after that. Minnesota are feeling it now.
Well, I don't anticipate we're going to see that same break off again.
Hell no.
No, we won't. Little double stack over towards the top windows. Hydra looking for a quick route around the side, but he gets concussed, cannot quite lock over towards 0. Even trade. Envoy around the back through spiral stairs. Now he's getting to work for the high ground, but Geo shuts it down. Still alive somehow. Figured he would have been surrounded at this point, but he's still up and active, and a couple of kills come through. And hold on a second, off spawn, you've got Minnesota on the B zone all of a sudden.
Yeah, they're not really working for B, though. They're working on getting pushed up into kills. Like, they just want to put themselves in a position to find a couple of spawners and not work in their base. So now with 2 kills going in favor of the Thieves, and Ghost are already top windows control, just makes it a little bit more difficult for Minnesota to work out of their base. But Estriel with that double, now you can go to B.
And these are the individual moments that we've been craving to see from Estriel after his performances at times last year. Kind of a late addition into the league, was in the running for a moment about the Rookie of the Year award. Paul controlling B stairs. Loses his compadre over towards the B zone itself, and yep, you see it. Thieves all over the zip. Will stop Rocker once more back into their spawn.
And Rocker gonna waste a lot of time, and they don't have a lot of time to play with, checking every single corner to try to work out of their spawn. Ghosty has been alive for about 3 minutes. We only have a minute and 30 every round in control. I don't know how he's still alive towards top window to try to locate where the hell did he go. He already jumps out towards mid gun. 20 seconds. Steve's looking like they're gonna steal this map away.
Yeah, there's just desperation mode here for Rocker. They're trying to stop the clock over towards B. First tick is done, second on the way. But again, look at this angle. I mean, how do you fight from down here? May not need to. Paul's doing the work up top. And now you got progress happening on both zones at the same time, but Envoy single-handedly clears off the B zone. Geo, last one left remaining. Keeping the clock paused at 14.3, but he has to win this one versus Ghosty. He does so cleanly. Rocker trying to get out of spawn. Envoy and Scrap in their way. Back over towards the A zone. Second tick being worked on, but it's just so damn hard to get it through the finish line. If you keep going one by one, the pressure on spawn maybe just a bit too severe, as Envoy's going to cut back across and make sure no one can get back over to B. Last hope for Rockers on the A zone.
There comes Envoy. The deciding factor right here. You know that he's on your pinch, but you get a teammate from him and Scrap. That's all for dead. Thieves smiling at the end of this one. They steal that one away from Rocker.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, we are mere ticks on the clock away from a 3-0 Rocker and a 2-1 edge of the series. But the composure and the cooler heads prevail to allow for the pop-off. And I think it starts with that guy top right, by the way, because Hydra's the one that saves that third round. Like,
oh, yeah.
We're about to be loading into map 4 with Rocker feeling super confident, but all of a sudden that gets shattered and the Thieves find themselves an edge in the series.
And that's got to be a dagger right there if you are the Rocker, man. You got to try to shake that one off with ease, because you were literally 4 to 5 seconds away from closing this one out 3-0 and putting yourself up 2-1 in the series. But the Thieves are never out of it all the way until the very end. It was Hydra, like you said, in round number 3 to keep them alive, but then Ghosty was the turning point factor. The fact that he was almost double negative in the beginning of that game, and towards the middle half of that game, the final 2 to 3 rounds, he just started taking over. Staying alive in their spawn, ends the map 32 and 27 with 4,200 damage. That's how you get it done out of your main AR.
Big time. 23 non-traded as well on top of that. And again, that's coming off of what was a very slow first 2 rounds from him. But again, it's one of those maps that we haven't seen much of in official play. And I think we're starting to learn a little bit more about why it's just so difficult. I mean, with the zip line, you go from basement to top of buildings in the blink of an eye. And, well, it's just one of those maps that can be so difficult from the offensive side in particular, just to get out of spawn and know that you're safe to approach these zones. And Rocker, unfortunately, just a couple of seconds away from having an edge. Now all of a sudden have to load into a map 4 against the best hardpoint team in the game.
Yeah, on a rerun as well. That they have yet to play as a roster. Obviously, you're getting reps in on the back end in practice, but the Thieves have played this in official matches, and they are currently sitting at a 2-1 record with the one mishap coming versus Atlanta with that insane comeback towards the very end. But like I said, for this Rocker squad, losing the way that you just did, you got to shake this one off quick, because like you said, they're going up against the best hardpoint team in the game. It was a slow start in that map number 1, and they started to fight back to keep it close towards the very end. You just need to have a hot start here if you are Minnesota trying to force that game 5.
Absolutely the case. Skyline Search and Destroy would be there if we do get to it. A map that both teams have played and about even results, all things told.
Yeah.
I think the thing, though, is, again, looking at this Rewind Hardpoint, I think I'm thinking of 2 things immediately. The first is Thieves come out, they absolutely smoke Cloud9 in their opener, and we're sitting here like, holy cannoli, these guys are dangerous. But then you get to Atlanta's matchup, and honestly speaking, like, outside of Cell popping off on that last hardpoint, I think Thieves are thinking back, like, saying, oh, we probably should have won that map as well. But till this point, they have played a pretty difficult stretch. I mean, the Cloud9 was, I think, just, again, a surprise that they didn't come out as hot as they did, but staving off an Atlanta FaZe bounce back. They still have Optic on their schedule, a very mixy Miami Heretics team. And then by the time we get to January 26th, Jay, that Boston team could be absolutely for real.
I love that Boston roster. I don't know what it is. It's probably because I hear Nameless in my ear the entire time. Giga, Purge, what a dynamic duo. They have just been able to put it together since last year. Keep in mind, they might be a new roster this season of the CDL, but the way that they ended last season at EWC, they were turning heads. And now they have found themselves in situations where they are playing a lot more consistent. Snoopy in year 2 or year 3, he's playing his life a lot more. He looks like a completely different player, and everyone in sync. And then you add a player like Cammy, who's looking like Cold War Cammy from back in the day. I love that Boston squad. But back to this series we go. Minnesota. Look, they just got to bounce back here, man. I know it's very demoralizing after that control. They're going up against probably the best team in the game in Thieves, in their best mode in Hardpoint. But with backs against the wall, sometimes it's when you perform at your best. And I think the one guy that I'm really going to put a lot of focus on a map like Rewind is, like, it has to be the ARs. We know that Escher or Nero at certain points in this game will pull out that 3rd or 4th AR for some of these money hills. But that P3 to P4 chain is going to be dominated by the ARs, so it needs to be the AR presence on both sides to shut it down.
Yep, 100%. So, okay, things to keep an eye out for as we're loading on in. A mixy team in the Minnesota Rocker. Can they find a way to get this to another map 5? They've seen it a lot. For the Thieves, though, talking back to their narrative after their last series, saying, we're trash. We didn't figure it out. They're not trash. They're very good, but they want to be better. So what will they provide here on a map that they have already shown to be one of their preferences? As it will be, again, Los Angeles spawning on in and already diving on into DVD. First 2 eliminations are here. The breakoffs have continually been great for LAT.
Minnesota Rocker, they were playing super slow, not trying to flip those spawns, but thankfully the 2 players that stay alive on the opposing side, they find those kills, and now they have a natural pinch developing around this P1 area, and still Thieves spawning all the way across the map. So Minnesota work their way on in, still a good chunk of time to fight for as they find every single kill in the feed, and they also have their rotation over towards New.
It's one of those situations, man. This Minnesota team is just against all odds. I mean, they get completely thrown away off the opening breakoff, but off the respawn, right back into the mix. Pretty much a dead tie game, and then the trends start to move a touch. Moving towards P2, Minnesota holding the edge on the minimap, and they're still finding success over the scrap. It's just, how do they keep getting away with this?
Yeah, this is where the Thieves need to rally together. They need to stop relying on so many individual one-on-one routes. because it's not working, because right now the teamwork from Rocker, the crossfires being set up, has been too much so far. In this map number 4, as they have the spawns for P2. They're controlling that back. They find that pinch kill onto Hydra. Now all their focus on the front end, and they are still lighting up that kill feed.
Yeah, the AR is really coming to life to make sure that pinch stays safe, plus reducing this hit from the front. Oh my goodness, Gia, what a start from him. 7-4. Nero, Semtex over the top, able to keep him in the hard point and reduce this LA Thieves hit largely, except for Scrap around the back, who gets completely caught unawares. Nero in the corner, able to line up a handful. Estriel deals damage to Hydra, and Nero is all over it. 4 in a row, and all of a sudden Minnesota have blown the lid off this game with a huge early lead.
And this is where the Thieves got to now fight their way back on in. You need this P3 to P4 chain. Nero starts off with that first kill, and you can already see what it does to the spawns as Estriel flies over the water, catch a double of his own. What looked to be Thieves winning a rotation, they get instantly flipped on their head. And now Minnesota continuously running up that score.
Yeah, Gio also putting some damage in on the cross. Paul, knowing that Envoy likely going to be playing over through the DVD area of the movie store itself. Estriel stuck on the dumpster. Good help from Nero. The isolation is perfect. The numbers continue to find ways to get to where they need to go for Minnesota. 85-22, and the Thieves are reeling.
You cannot allow Envoy to be the game breaker, but it's already job well done. He finds one on the pinch, everyone else through the front end, and at the same time, Thieves are still so good at that P3 time, able to flip these spawns on their head. And now Minnesota have to work their way all the way across the map to try to find a break on one of the most difficult hills that we have this season.
Great read from Estriel. Keeps this middle of the map largely in hands of Minnesota, but we head over towards New. Spawns are less than ideal right now for the Rocker. A chance here for Thieves to dig into this deficit, if not potentially take the lead as we open up the Beeper store. But right around through dumpster side, no one's even watching that. Minnesota's going to get around the back. Does this block the spawns? Not fully. Thieves will get a couple of members that are nearby, but the crossfire setup is still so damn good. Minnesota wipe the floor, get the break, still 35 seconds to fight.
Yeah, that's a misplay right there to Thieves. You have the spawns. You only have Ghosty watching mid-street, and that's the main focus of this hill. You cannot have 3 players stacked on the backside watching the overextension through office. You have to put your focus on mid-street, and they just walk right through the front door, able to execute a break and now continuously run up that score. Still 20 seconds to fight for. The entire kill feed is purple, and Minnesota currently can do no wrong.
Look, Jay, I'm going to make just a little hot take right here. Minnesota may not have any particular individual that's going to take over a map, but these guys may teamwork better than anyone else in the league right now. They are hitting everything together. They're isolating perfectly. The help has been so good. And the macro game for Rocker continues to pan out as they will get a little bit of help here from Envoy's team nade to possibly break on in towards Jens.
And Minnesota now setting up the pinch from every single angle. Nero starts it off with the AR, but there's more players from the Thieves still surrounding this P5 area. That now leads to a clean 4 dead. 35 seconds, a lot of time that Thieves need to get themselves back into this game, and they have all their angles cut off as well.
1v1 shuts down the pinch onto Scrap. Ghosty has to hold from right on the front doors. 4 in a row for him. Still tagged up, cannot get the regen. Nero Semtex opens the way. Hydra steps up and makes sure that Minnesota does not get any sort of a break. He also reads the play over towards P1, and all of a sudden Hydra's gotten active. And once he does, he doesn't just get active, he takes over. How about 3 in a row as LA right back in this game?
And this is where the Thieves could turn this game on its head. It's your now opportunity to soak up a lot of this P1 time and chain it over towards P2. But with those couple of kills coming in favor of the Rocker, they flip. Now they're spawning over towards Burger. Thieves just got to hold strong on a tight setup.
Hydra still off 4 in a row, gets his 5th. Working towards potential Hellstorm, especially as this hard point opens up. He may get that extra objective score, but he's been seen over through Laundry. And that'll be enough for Minnesota to isolate, find the kill, and now they can focus on the front. Scrap just hoping he picks the right angle here, because there is just not any information to be gained with this current setup. It's all about just receiving the hit, and so far the Thieves are receiving it beautifully. Gio, the only one left alive, and that might be all you need. Gio gets 3. Envoy has to hit the deck for cover inside the hard point, and here come the Rocker with numbers off their respawn.
And with Gio finding that 3, it at least secure the spawn for Rocker over towards the new hill, but Thieves get 2 players to spawn over towards Burger and instantly are able to reinforce their way back on in, with Hydra now finding a double off the rotation. Still 2 players from Rocker playing it super slow on the backside of Yellow. Big kill coming in from Nero to try to maintain it until his teammates pinch from the front.
Yeah.
But this is basically a tie game.
Yeah, Minnesota just had no awareness that this pinch was coming through Burger because the first hard point was still active, so you don't get a read off of where the spawns are from your teammates. And now a chance for the Thieves to completely crack the code. Geo finessing, still alive somehow. How is Geo still alive? Paul's trying to follow up on this, but has to take a bit of a beat. Thieves, nicely, comfortable in the backside of this hard point, still spawning close. The little slide through, though, as Paul is able to get himself two. Ghosty can't shut him down. Paul's done more than enough damage to allow Contest to come out, and Geo will secure a small break from the front.
25 seconds still to fight for, and if you are Minnesota, that might have been your last hoorah at that one. Is now you're more focused on not allowing any players from the Thieves to slip on by, potentially flip these spawns. Paul X with the awareness, able to catch a double, gonna slide, slippery side, trying to turn invert onto Envoy, but he's not gonna run into you. Even though the Thieves take the lead, Minnesota win their rotation over towards New, only down by 9.
Yeah, what does Paul find here through glass?
Big kill.
And they do not know that Ghosty's around the back here. This is a huge moment for the Thieves, and yeah, every single elimination comes through swiftly. Your exclamation was perfect, Jay. A massive opening shutdown from Scrap at range allows Thieves to flip the spawns and get the hill at the same time.
And this is where it gets scary because Minnesota have not had an answer for the last 2 to 3 hills. LA Thieves guns getting a little bit warm. Game plan is now starting to develop. They are currently up by 20, still in control of the spawn. Scrap, unfortunately, is going to fall at that Burger area, but that's why everybody else has an AR in the back pocket. Just continuously sit in towards dumpsters and soak that time.
Hydra nearly able to come around the backside of this play to shut down Minnesota completely, but now an opportunity for Rocker with numbers to try to get in from the front. Envoy pistol out, cannot secure the kill.
Oh, no.
Team nade limits this approach though from Rocker, still trying to secure some sort of a flip on the spawns. Next hard point over towards the right as we head back over towards the beepers once again, and the Thieves will get all 4 members in prime position to secure this opening time.
Yeah, and now the Thieves make their adjustment. Now there's 2 players watching that mid street, including the guy on hill. You have a player at Ghost, he pushed up towards courtyard. You're watching the overextension. No one can get by you. As Minnesota need this break, but I don't know if it's going to come in. It's already been 15 seconds uncontested. Ghosty flying around mid-courtyard is going to fall. And with that double, Minnesota got to go.
Yeah, they shut down the players towards street, but they cannot catch Scrap off the angle backside of the windows. Spawn still good for Thieves, and that will supply the support that they need perfectly. Street still in control though for Minnesota, which is going to be the venue for how they set up this continual break attempt. Team fodder once again coming through. Scrap just trying to stay alive as the Thieves continue to spawn up behind this play, and the patience will pay out. It's a virtue after all, people. Thieves well in control of the map now, 220 to 152.
Basically a full 60 on this P4. Now only needing 20 seconds to close out this game. Minnesota Rocker have to play picture perfect from this moment on. Find your kills off at the rotation. Make it easier. Nero starts it off.
Huge help right there. They're going to have the awareness that Thieves are still spawning behind the old time. However, do they get a read that Envoy is setting up this long route? They know now because he's been able to secure an elimination. Here comes the full-on pinch, and the break is simultaneous. Minnesota have to play this through Zig, and it needs to find success immediately. Paul, Nero, first couple eliminations are good. Scrap one, last one left alive. Nade cooked up. Trophy system gets placed, though. It keeps Minnesota safe, and they're going to get all 4 members in here, Jay. Just comes down to can they get the trade onto Hydra? They do. It's a mixy fight as the contest continues to be alive, but Scrap, oh, he's turning up when it matters most. 3 in a row. The pistol coming through. Geo trying to play heroics once again, and Minnesota are still in this.
They're still in it. They're still fighting. Trading effectively in towards Gens. 56-point difference. Now you have a timing flank onto Nero. Can he find at least one? But the turn and burn from Scrap too good with the pistol. Now a 1-on-1 in the point. Hydra's able to win that one. 12 seconds needed from Thieves to close out this series. Minnesota, you gotta make it perfect.
Small moment here. Again, a bit of an unread spawn, but Scrap right through the courtyard breaks down Minnesota, leaving them with just individuals, and Scrap is teeing off on them. 3 in a row. 5 more seconds needed. Stuns his glass. He's got the read that Minnesota are spawning over towards courtyard side. The rewrap back. Wow, little turn. Doesn't quite get credit for the kill, but it doesn't make a difference. The Thieves adapt perfectly and secure the series in 4 maps.
What a turning point of that hard point on the second half of those hills, man. We're talking about the Thieves getting blessed with a spawn over towards Burger. Minnesota could not read it. They walk away with the final 25. Then they chain it over towards P2. At that point, Minnesota give up the final 20 seconds to set up at P3. and the first 2 gunfights go the opposing way, all the pressure on the backside, you instantly spawn all the way across the map. It was just the Thieves flipping the switch on the second half of that game, and they started winning those insane gunfights with those ARs. The pressure was applied not only through the subs, but as well as the assault rifle players. And just once they were able to make the adjustments from that P3 to P4, not allowing Minnesota to just walk right through the front door, that was going to be a GG's, man. They're the best hardpoint team in the game. They make the adjustments on the fly, and they dominate in that map, number 4, to close out the series in full.
Yeah, Scrap goes massive in those last handful of hardpoints as well. You can see the flip. As soon as we got to that second rotation of hills, it just looked like the Thieves were kind of getting themselves into that full machine. All 4 players aware of what they needed to do, just not getting caught individually. And you can kind of see the dejection on the faces of Minnesota, the little surrender serpent there for a couple of players. They know that this was a series that not only could have gone 5, this was a winnable series for them. Could have 3-0'd the control. Definitely could have possibly won this map right here. And you can see it's just one of those moments you're going to look back on and say, look, we had these guys. We can fight with these guys. This is a key moment for Minnesota early in the series to know that, hey, let's learn from that. Let's grow from that because we're right there hanging with the top teams in the league.
Yeah, and a good saying that my old friend Rambo Ray always tells me is that winning is teaching and losing is learning. The fact that they just played probably the best team that we have in the CDL so far this season, as tight as they did, you're going to go back and look at this like, okay, that's one mistake. We changed that. We could have taken map number 1. Okay, on the control, one mistake there. We could have closed out that series potentially in a clean 3-0. Minnesota Rocker, even though it's a team that nobody really wanted, their teamwork is phenomenal, man. You got to take your hat off for that series that they just played, even though they lost.
Yep, it's a woulda, coulda, shoulda for Minnesota, but the other side of it is for LA, there's a difference between good teams and great teams. Good teams can keep it competitive, great teams can close, and that's what LA Thieves showed throughout this series as we head back to the desk to recap the full day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and we can make this one pretty quick because LA Thieves not allowing a Game 5. They're not going to give Minnesota that round 11 opportunity. Instead, they crush the respawns. But we noticed something. If you're looking purely at the numbers, Hydra was proven to be a human today, Nameless.
He did make a couple decisions this game. Like, he switched over to the AR. We saw Estro have an AR out quite a bit this map as well. It's just rewinding the way it plays, P3 to P4. That was a big decision by Hydra. Even though he's having a slow day, pulls the AR out, and you saw that rotation to P4 was just beautiful out of them. Able to shut them down on the street. They get a huge chunk of time, which basically secures them this map. So, you know, in the nitty-gritty, these games, these hardpoints have been getting to the wire for LA Thieves, but they've been closing them out.
Ali, on the other side of this fight, you had Nero 22 and 12 at one point. He was positive 10. He just goes off on specific games. How do you get this more consistently out of Minnesota?
It's so tough. And honestly, I feel like he's been pretty consistent. It's just hard. It's just hard when, like, you have the lead, right? You're 130 to 40. You get to the second set rotations. There's an unfortunate spawn out. And then, like, you give LA Thieves an inch, they're going to take a mile. And Nero, unfortunately, just cannot do it on his own sometimes.
Yeah, the most epic map in this series was the control 100%. I mean, there was an opportunity for Rocker to close it out 3-0, all spawning P2, but Thieves just recognizing the moment, just flooding and stacking point over and over and over to get that progression. Like, these guys are making great adjustments mid-game. For such a team that just combined and made their roster, it's beautiful to see the progression.
It's time to talk with a man returning to LA Thieves where he won a ring. Envoy joins us live. Congratulations on the dub tonight. And can you answer this one officially for the chat? Do you guys play in Texas or Los Angeles?
We're in Texas this year, man. You know, 2 years ago we were out in LA, but now this year we found ourselves in Texas.
Thank you. It's been settled, Chad.
But I wanted to ask you, did this series, was it as difficult as you expected it to be? Has Minnesota Rocker maybe taken you guys by surprise at all in the league? Where do you think they stand?
Well, if you're basing it on scrim results, I feel like the first 2 weeks of the game, like when we were playing them before, you know, it got closer to our match versus them, they definitely gave us the best like map count and scrims and had like the best win percentage versus us. So we knew they were going to be a good opponent, and you know they're obviously good at search. That's what's been carrying them, I think, in a lot of the series. So it's definitely not an opponent to take lightly, but luckily we came away with the dub.
Yeah, thank you so much for the insight.
Yo, Envoy, so the hardpoints, like, I think we're dubbing you guys the best hardpoint team in the game, but it's been real close, man. What's the difference in these last couple hardpoints y'all have had come down to the wire? Why are they getting away from you a little bit?
Yeah, I think at the beginning of the game, I think we were just like really fast learners, and it was like a lot of our practice was like unrealistic. Like people would just not get 100 points on most of the hard points, and now I feel like people are learning the game and the mistakes we make on the map are a lot more punishing. So I think after the break, it's going to be a big thing. Even just for me, it's always been a big thing for me on every team where I'm like looking at the mini map and trying to dissect why we're losing the maps or why the maps are hard. So I feel like it's all about just not filling in the right order and stuff like that. But I'm confident that we can get on the same page and clean it up. But I think the league is also just learning and coming to their senses more.
Oh, so people are just actually starting to turn their monitor on, is what you're saying. All right, beautiful.
Yeah.
Love to see that. Envoy, holiday plans. What are we doing?
Holiday plans, I'm headed back to Chicago to visit the family just for a couple days, and then we're back on the grind. We're actually going to go out to LA to the LA Thieves compound after the holidays as well, get some content in, visit all the other esports teams.
Can we get a zoom in of that picture? What is that?
Yeah, what is this?
Bring it closer.
Yeah, here, this is Paco and Dan.
Aww.
The gift from Shane, Secret Santa.
That's cute.
Wow.
There we go.
That was the 1-point hard point.
That's an incredible frame.
It's the chemistry. It's the chemistry, man.
Envoy, great to have you. Congrats on a 4-0 start. We'll see you in round 2 of the minor bracket when we come back from the break.
Thank you. Have a good holiday, guys.
Thank you.
That's Envoy. LA Thieves wrap it up pretty quickly here as we get it done on Rewind. Minnesota was looking like a threat, but they're going to have to wait a few weeks to get another shot. Let's take a look, though, at our scuff play of the game. This man, never happy. Even in the dub, if the game is close, Scrap is gonna let everybody know they need to take this to the next level.
I mean, he's holding them to that standard, right? And that's what you gotta have when you want a winner mentality. And for Scrap, I mean, not only in this map, but in map number 4 as well, he called game. He started popping off once he realized that they had fallen behind. So for him, definitely a very pivotal player for this team.
40 bomb once again, man.
That's
Scrap
crazy.
in this game, Omni movement, he is just frying, dude. Count on him for 40. That kid's been going off.
Yeah, if you're keeping track, that was 43 in game 1 of last week, drops 40 in game 1 of this week. For now, though, we have to take a look back at the beginning of the day. Toronto Ultra coming in 3-0, one of the scariest teams in Search, facing off against Miami, who has had some blunders in that game mode.
Yep.
Today, they got abused 6-1. Pretty easy win, at least in the searches, but Miami came to life in the second half.
They did. They almost stole away that map number 4. You know, going into this, I was thinking if Miami was going to win the series, it had to be in the respawns. I did not think their search and destroy was there yet. Unfortunately, they weren't able to close out that vault number 1. It was just too strong. That Joe goes on a 7 during tower during P4 and holds off the time, and then Beans picks up a sub, and he goes on a 5 during P2 to pull away. So big plays out of Toronto and the new members of this team.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Miami, like, I'm playing wagers this entire time. Like, we are literally playing search and destroy.
Only search?
Only in this next, yeah, that's the primary thing that we're focusing on for them. I mean, they look like they could be a very good team in this league this year. And we're going to Madrid in event number 1. So it's going to be huge for them to, you know, channel that crowd energy. So bring the same respawn prowess that you've had, but work in your S&D.
You won 12 rounds to 2, 14-4 from Joe Deceives, 14-4 from the AR, Jamie Craven, AK Insight. Dominant performance from a duo once again as Toronto looks unbeatable in that game mode.
What a duo. I love seeing Joe Deceives on Toronto.
Speaking of duos, we had Simp and Abizi back in action as the subs for Atlanta FaZe. Today they faced off against the Vegas Falcons. Allie, how do we feel about this matchup at the end of it, all 4?
I mean, I was feeling great after map 1. You know, it felt like Abizi and Simp were kind of just putting them on a mixtape. And on the flip side of things for Falcons, Kix was doing what he could at the beginning of the series. Exit started to heat up, even though they were able to take 1 map. I am so proud of Falcons for able to get that control. And we also got to see a little bit more out of Roxas as well. I think just a little bit more time for Falcons.
Yeah, I think Atlanta just showed, like, at least their hardpoint is improving, like their situationals and their thought process towards some of these hills. And for Falcons, I think you got to be kind of excited if you're a Falcons fan. I mean, you saw, like, the players can go toe-to-toe. Exodus pulling out the SMG today, lighting it up, had like 35 kills in the control. So it was a pretty good series for both sides.
Who had more damage today between Simp and Abizi? Well, Simp edged him out by 1,000, but if you look at the KD, Abizi had his number. Let's take a look at Carolina, though, our 3rd team picking up a dub on the day. They had to go up against Cloud9 New York. back, and we were wondering, how strong is this Cloud9 team gonna be? They looked much better in their most recent matchup. Looked good again today, but the Royal Ravens pulling off the reverse sweep, steal it back. They now finish with the #1 seed.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just could not come back from after that vault. I mean, the solid defenses from the side of Carolina, as well as the heating up from Gwen and TJ. Slasher was consistent throughout the entirety of the series. Cloud9 clearly just need to work on the middle of the series, the end, because reverse sweep, first one of the series, when you were up the way that you were, just unacceptable.
I mean, Simp needs to play some 8s. I mean, that guy has been getting swanton dive slammed on his forehead. He needs to lock in. He's been bad this game. I think at this point we can call that out. But nevertheless, they still pushed it all the way to a game 5, right, where they had a massive opportunity. So for Cloud9, I do think that it's looking positive going forward. And you start in round 1, right? Everybody starts in a winner's bracket because it's single elim. So you still have an opportunity to make a run in our minor.
Taking a look at your KD leaderboard, it belongs to Gwyn. He had one more match. He gets it done today and fends off Shotzi, who's in that #2 spot. But 3 members from Optic in your top 6. You got Kleenex and Scrap also in your top 8. It's been a lot of fun. First 2 weeks of Black Ops 6. Alley Cat, you look like you're ready to open more presents.
Do we have any more presents?
No, I have great news.
No, no more, right?
It's just this one. It's our final bracket for the minor. You want to see it?
Yeah, I do want to see it. That's the gift I really want.
There you go. We got Royal Ravens #1, Breach coming in to that second round. You're also going to see Thieves and Toronto Ultra. How do we feel about this opening round, though? Who's got the toughest first matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking right down at Gentlemates versus Rocker.
Yeah.
I think Rocker showed a lot on all game modes, and Gentlemates with a month. They could be dangerous coming out of this break.
I'm also expecting a game 5 between Vancouver Surge and Cloud9. Take a look at the schedule. When does it happen? Right when we come back. January 10th. It's a Friday. Mark your calendar. Get here at 2:30 if you want to see the pre-show. The matches kick off at 3. We'll be out of here by 10. It's going to be a great day of COD.
It's going to be a great day of COD. We're opening it up with a banger and closing it with a banger. We'll see you guys after the break. Have a great holiday.
Cheers, everybody.
We back for another one. Another one. Here we go. Come on like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it, nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. You know what we doing. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Another one. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power? How? Turn them the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. Who don't? I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. They know we done been there before. Been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Another one. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power? How? Turn them the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. Who don't?